And welcome everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining me for the last few days of this last week of the regular season are Indiana Frosker in black and Jake Spawn Tiberi. Lovely to have you guys here. We'll be your changeover to finish off the weekend, and what a week it's been.
Oh man, explosive. This is the last time that we'll see any of these teams right before the playoffs, so it is do or die, especially for three teams in particular, Vici Gaming, OMG, and Invictus Gaming.
And you know, these are three teams that we expected massive things coming into the split. We all thought that they would start to step up. OMG, I guess, a little bit more of the dark horse that we didn't really expect as much, but we knew they wanted to rebuild. We knew that the organization itself had big things in mind for this team, and they went out and got some rosters. So I think that the biggest disappointment here is Vici. I can't believe that a team that was able to add Easy Hoon and Long onto what was already a fantastic roster has just not performed the way we thought they would. We thought they would probably be outright third, maybe even pushing for second or first within this group, and to be fifth right now is not great.
Against a surprising performing Invictus Gaming in particular, and of course, like you said, OMG, no one really expected that much from them in terms of like their roster, except for you. No, but the other big thing was, like you said, it's not even just the bottom lane of Vici Gaming. The big thing is Caveman is actually performing really well. The last time that they played, I believe he got the MVP on his Alistair performance, of course, coming into 6.6. Ali's been touched a little bit, so losing a bit of strength there. But Caveman's been performing phenomenally. You know, Long is kind of hit and miss. Dandy, Easy Hoon, always solid. It's just the AD carry position of Endless.
Well, it just feels like it's maybe not been enough, but here are the standings for Group A and B as they stand today, starting off Week 10. We'll be covering Group B today, Group A tomorrow, and then that's it, straight into playoffs right after. But what are we looking at here? Okay,
so the big thing that you need to look at is OMG, Invictus Gaming, and Vici. All three of the teams play for the last time today, and their head-to-head gets a little bit confusing. I believe OMG has the head-to-head over Invictus Gaming, IG over Vici, and Vici over OMG. But then it comes down to who has more 2-0s versus 2-1s, and OMG's a bit screwed in that department.
Yeah, they certainly are. They haven't been winning a lot of those games. But you know what? I don't really care about 3 to 5. I'm all about EDG and RNG. EDG for so long have been the team to beat in our league. And you just have to think that if RNG dropped the ball today, EDG are waiting to pounce on that top position one more time, reclaim themselves as the king of China. And it's a team that has, like a fine wine, Pastry Time, I always say, EDG always get better with age.
Especially as playoffs do approach. And it's scary, really, to look at this team and think that they're already looking into their match today against OMG and thinking, we got this, we're going to smash them. I feel like it's going to get worse if RNG also open up first for them, because all of a sudden they're like, well, we wanted to win anyway, because we always want to win. But I would almost feel like the power-up they get from being able to claim first should worry OMG even more.
The thing that everyone should be worried about EDG, it's not that they're winning games, because they always do that, right? EDG and LGD, it is how they are winning games right now. These two teams, AD carries, are going berserk. Like, Deft and Imp are like trying to cement themselves as the two best AD carries in China. And then the friendly competition that are between the Samsung brothers that's always been there just makes it this, like, they are phenomenal to watch right now.
And that's the other big kind of question is the fact that RNG with their single split, have they grown enough to take on EDG and LGD in playoff form? Because it seems both those teams are ramping up to our expectations.
Well, speaking of playoffs, this is the bracket as it looks today. So if we were to cut it off and play playoffs right now, we have a lot of empty spaces, but this is effectively where the teams are looking to land.
Yeah, and so big things that you're looking at movement is Invictus Gaming, OMG. Like Spawn said, EDG and RG can still trade places. The one that's really only 100% locked in is LG, which is why these last 2 days are so important going into the gauntlet.
It certainly is. And just to help you guys, it is 4th versus 3rd, but from cross group. So 4th from A plays 3rd from B. If you are higher seed, you get an extra game in that best of 5, and then you go through the gauntlet as we would have last split, but this time in the 2 groups respectively. And it's going to get very exciting to watch because, as you can see in the LPL, finishing higher on the ladder means so much. If EDG are able to do this, they don't have to play the extra game.
Well, here are our matchups for today. Remember, Group B will be playing HYG Vici, actually our last game of the day, where we are going to have OMG, EDG, and RNG versus
Invictus,
IG to round out the rest of it. So, I mean, honestly, the games couldn't maybe shake it any better way. We have first playing RNG, going to play to keep their spot against IG, and then EDG, they're going to have to play, especially if they lose, especially if RNG lose, to try and take first away from them by beating OMG, and then HYG versus Vici to round things out. Vici, though, still with something to play for, and that's the thing about all these games as we finish off the week. There's still so much to play for.
And I like to talk about Hyper Youth Gaming as well for a little bit here, because, you know, we keep saying they're a little bit screwed. They're going up against Vici, and Vici does look like the better team right now, but you never underestimate low-tier LPL teams and how much they like playing spoiler. WE and Masters 3 literally had to
EPA.
run like the gauntlet of bottom tier teams last year, and like their day was wrecked consistently. Like WE were like, all we have to do is beat like the original Energy Pacemaker and Garmty and we're secured our spot. And they were like, oh crap. Like, so like never underestimate bottom tier LPL teams to provide upsets at the back end of the split.
And that's the big thing in a league that's so large, obviously the largest league in the world of 12 teams. Consistently, the bottom tier teams, like Spawn was saying, will show up at the very last minute and just wreck someone's dreams.
And as we've seen, seeding matters a lot moving into playoffs. You get effectively a free pass to the semifinals from first if you're able to top your group. So we'll see if maybe that changes hands tonight. But Vici, again, looking at fifth, maybe hoping to spike a win there at fourth if things fall their way. But it's going to be a tough group. And Group has been such a stacked group for pretty much the last half of this season. That's going to be fun to watch it unfold today.
But this is the big thing for Vici. So you have to say, you know, it should be on their side that they're facing Hyper Youth Gaming, the last team in the LPL, so they effectively have the easiest match for today. RNG versus Invictus Gaming, the first place team. OMG is going against the second best team, possibly the best team in the LPL or that the LPL has ever created. So OMG, IG, definitely sweating bullets. Should be a pretty easy sweep for Vici.
Well, we'll have a look at the MVPs. You can see Rookie actually from IG sitting there despite mixed results for the team towards the end of it. But Rookie's just been playing amazing, you have to say. But it seems that we are going to have a look at our lineups here. We'll start off on the RNG side, and we have seen their lineup.
So that was a consolidated MVP ranking right there. So like you see a lot of mid laners, and I think that that's indicative of how the patch has actually been, not necessarily the LPL meta. You would expect a lot more support, and funnily enough, 80 carries to have a lot of MVPs in there.
Yep. Definitely, but we're going to start with our team profiles, and it's going to be Royal Never Gives Up first.
And they've really started mixing up this lineup. We saw their starters for the first 6 weeks, but it seems like Name has been integrated more aggressively into the roster. Lupa, MLXG, Xiaohui, Name, and Marta will be their starting five for Game 1. Let's start on the top side. Most improved almost there in the top lane. Lupa has been back all season.
Certainly from his 2015 performance. This is the Looper of 2014. The Samsung White God has returned.
Yeah, it's certainly, he's playing much more consistently, lots of tanks. I'll say he's returned when he has the swagger picks, when he has the Cassidy top laner Carly back that he was able to pick up during that playoff run and really decimate people. But MLXG had a pentakill denied, you know, not very happy at the moment. He's
denied.
A very angry jungler.
Yes. And joining him in kind of that duo jungle and mid lane is going to be Xiaohui or the Little Tiger. This guy has especially stepped up on RNG, becoming less of a control mage and more of an aggressive playmaker.
And he's needed to as well, because he's got this guy to rely on. Name, ever the safe and reliable AD carry. Not quite up to par that we've seen him before, but he's actually been playing reasonably well.
But let's point out what's happened. So you have Name Marta, right? Name, very famous for getting farm wherever he can. He's a scrappy, not pretty. We've never said that he's like an elegant AD carry. He really is like the down in the mud kind of AD carry. And Marta's been roaming a lot. Every single time Name goes in a lane, he's against a Lucian Bard. Like the fact that he's down in CS is no indication of this guy's skill, because the reason they're using him is for his team fighting prowess, not for his laning ability.
And he has certainly come up trumps in that team fighting ability. RNG time and time again. I mean, he had the pentakill in the game that he came back. So Name's team fighting still on point.
Yep, and low econ Name seems to be fitting very nicely with the aggressive roamer in Marta, but we'll swap sides of the Rift and go have a look at Invictus Gaming. Again, a lineup that hasn't really changed. Certainly a surprise for this season for a lot of fans and a lot of LPL viewers to see this iteration of IG doing quite well, but Zatai Kid, Rookie, Rain, and Kitties pretty much been the standards.
And this is really the thorn in Vici Gaming side, is the surprising performance from Invictus Gaming. They believe that they are the stronger team in this iteration without Cacao, and it really does start with Zatai in the top lane.
Yeah, wow, this guy has turned from what was a mid laner to a substitute into a top laner and actually embraced the role fairly successfully, you'll have to say, and backed up by another man that's swapped roles. And Kid and Zatai were playing League of Legends competitively in their respective roles for 3 years each before they were forced to move. And you have to say that their role swaps have been very good.
Probably one of the most successful that we've seen in League history.
Well, certainly been good, but this man right here has taken that mid lane throne, probably with good reason, given how good he's looked both last year and this year as you round things out with IG's bottom lane. Rain and Kitties, reliable, kind of, solid.
They put them on an island. Invictus Gaming doesn't give them any resources, so I will say from that aspect, Rain and Kitties actually do fairly well. They don't, you know, completely tank the bottom side of the map, but it's not a strong point for Invictus Gaming, but I don't think it's quite yet a liability.
And they're the opposite of Vici's bottom lane, right? Vici's bottom lane, they're a pushing bottom lane that gets bailed out over and over again in Endless and Caveman. IG's bottom lane, they kind of absorb this pressure, and then they wait for, it's not ever the jungler, it's teleport ganks if anything. Yep. So what they'll do is they'll allow themselves to be pushed in, accumulate as much farm as possible, then wait for that teleport play where Zatai is able to transfer all the pressure that he creates top into the bottom lane. Problem is Zatai 100% uses his first teleport to get back to his lane.
And farm his
It's
lane.
a 5-minute teleport. It's the exact same principle that Waylish used to have. You know, shove your wave out, make sure it bounces back towards you, and then just get back into your lane and start crushing people.
And I love that you mentioned Wayless, because it seems like you can take the man out of mid lane, but you cannot take the mid lane out of the man. Zatai, even transferring to top lane, playing more tanks, playing more top-style champions, his style and identity as a player, and especially as a mid laner, just hasn't changed a bit.
And he's a laning top laner.
Yeah.
Like, I really want to stress this fact. Like, for EU fans, like, the difference between Wicked and Kevin, like, one was a very good team fighter, one was a very good laner. Like, Zatai is very much the rookie of top lane in the fact that he cares where his wave is at all time. He's not just needlessly pushing out on tanks. He understands how to deny CS very, very well. Problem is that you get dove a heck of a lot more in top lane than you do in mid lane, and if you ever screw that up, then it comes back and bites you like threefold. And that's what we see when teams like EDG and RNG play against Zatai. They really do pick on that lane.
And this is the other thing, and kind of his identity as a top laner, and going back to you know, his identity formerly as a mid laner, is that he's not up there to just be the passive absorbing top laner. He's up there to win the lanes. Zatai wants to fight you. He wants to deny you the far. He wants to lure you closer to him so he can kill you, rather than just neutralizing the lane on the tank and winning.
And I think it's actually a pretty apt comparison looking over at the other side, because Looper has sort of been similar to me, but we'll see how it happens in the game. But as we are going to start Game 1's draft here, Royal will start themselves over on the blue side. IG hanging out over on the red. Lulu and LeBlanc, the first two bans there from RNG, as IG have selected Lucian and Kalista.
And this is nerf Lulu. I mean, slightly tapped, like she's not incredibly nerfed, but other teams will let Lulu go through. When you play against Invictus Gaming, you do not let Rookie get Lulu.
Yep.
There are just so many facilitative play styles that they play around. Like, they will play protect the Zatai compositions when they get this, and something like Fiora. It's absolutely mental how much respect Rookie draws in the pick ban.
But this is something that I wanted to point out as we see the insta-lock Echo come out from the top lane. Again, 6.6 patch. Echo's gotten a few tweaks, definitely solidified himself in the meta. And what I want to point out is teams that have a carry-oriented or a very strong top laner, teams like LGD, like RNG, like Invictus Gaming, they got that much stronger shifting onto this patch because of the Echo pick.
Well, Azir and Lasada round out those bans, so Echo wide open. Poppy actually the other champion that's been successful for both of these top laners, also there, but I feel like Echo's usurped Poppy's position in that spot as well, as IG have actually locked in Ryze and Braum as their first two picks. So Braum, no surprise at all for Kitties, but where's that Ryze going?
Well, like you said, flex pick for Ryze, but it's also a caveat that it's a flex pick on Echo. MLXG Exo.
Yes.
MLXG is also a famous jungle Echo player. We did see the Runic Echo come out yesterday, so not just the Cinder Hulk anymore, so also watch for that to be flexed.
Well, RNG do have a few more decisions to make here, but it could very well be Looper's champion. Technically a mid laner as well, as there's Nidalee actually locked in, was left open.
Well, we know where Echo's going.
Yeah, probably top lane. There is some stuff happening in this draft, but he's not going jungle, I guess, is the point there. And it looks like they'll give up the game plank and go for Sivir.
What I want to point out is the fact that Rusty and I were having this conversation. I was like, oh, this is a patch where Nidalee was nerfed. Like, you can't root jungle creeps. He's like, it made her clear speed about 15 seconds like quicker. He's like, if you do a complete clear because of the added damage to pounce and the fact that, you know, MLXG already used to do this, but you can start wraiths on Nidalee, get the proc off the little wraiths dying if, like, someone just hits it over the wall, and you, like, pounce 3 times instantly and just, like, destroy jungle camps.
I feel like there's maybe a bit more risk involved with the pick now, but as far as playing with Reckless Abandon on the CD of Pants, that's MLXG style, and that's definitely new Nidalee style as well. So I feel like maybe Nidalee did get an overall nerf, but MLXG and his Nid style maybe got a buff.
They've also got so much chase potential already out of that competition. Sivir, Nidalee, and Echo. This is an incredibly scrappy, sticky team, and that's what we expect out of RNG, and that's a very practiced composition from them.
Well, Ezreal and Graves will actually be IG's next two picks, so 280 carries for the third and fourth. Likely the jungle pick there for Kid. Seems like Graves is making somewhat of a resurgence, but Ezreal, he just never leaves the LPL.
Yeah, well, you know, I have my Ezreal tier list. I can let you know that Rain is not featured on that. Rookie was on it for mid laners, so that is a banned pick right now that Rain is taking into bottom lane. So for his sake, I hope that he plays it very well.
Wow.
I believe Nami also off that list
words.
last time he was played, so the list is very short for anyone playing at home. I think it's 2 people in bottom lane.
It's Def Becco. Like, it's a very short list.
I'm glad that Pekko made it, though.
Yeah.
Phenomenal Ezreal player.
He's a really good Ezreal player. Uzi, on the other hand, leave it to Pekko.
Well, there's Alistar locked in. And let's see what they want for... I think mid lane is what they're considering now. Xiaohu's having a bit of fun, but he is going to go back to the Varus. Unfortunately, nice to see Name lock it in, but unfortunately it will not be his champion for this go-around. Looks like IG, they have a last pick, and it's likely a solo lane.
And although already you see that this is a massive poke composition, but again, something that's very specific to RNG, and I have no doubt that they can 5v5 with this comp, but more importantly, getting Looper ahead and being able to run a 1-4 and having Sivir there, not as like the primary carry, but as the primary disengage tool to keep Varus and to keep MLXG healthy so they can continue to throw out their cooldowns.
Well, what I was actually concerned of, right, is that you already see it's Echo Nidalee. I don't understand the Ezreal pickup for that way because I assume then that you think we have to win the bottom side of the map because that is a very strong 2v2 on the top side of the map. I just don't think that, like, even Graves Rise, that's quite potent, but with how we've changed Rise, does need to get outside of a creep wave to be able to hit those Qs. I just think it's a little bit more risky to run such a passive lane against RNG. They will scale phenomenally.
Well, no passive mid lanes, at least for IG, because that's Zed last pick for Rookie into the Varus. We've seen this a lot into Azir, who was banned, of course. Xiaohu loves his long-range poke champions, but Rookie's like, you know what? I'm not going to play your game. I'm going to try and kill you.
But this means that Rookie needs to unlock himself from the map and start utilizing his Zed power either on the top side to get Rise ahead and make sure that Zatai has a good foot forward or help his bottom lane.
There's even a further problem, right? That Rise is never going to be able to kill Echo. It's always been a bad matchup for Rise. Even when he was like very, very strong, it was bad for him because you can reset after he goes through his passive and pretty much kill him. So that's going to be a Zed split pushing against an Echo. And let me tell you, Echo's like impossible to kill as a Zed right now. Tank Echo is busted against Assassin.
He's pretty much the direct counter to Assassins.
He was in mid lane when these players will play it as well. So interesting stuff here. We'll see how the map breaks out. But here are your two team comps for game one. Honestly, I look over at the left side there, and I just think RNG got almost every pick they would have wanted for their lanes.
Yeah, unless it really snowballs quickly this game, Invictus Gaming probably going to get outscaled.
Well, we'll see if they can run it because it's a very crucial game. Let's go into the Rift for game number one. And we're on to Summoner's Rift for the first game of today. Day 3 of Week 10 of the LPL as Group B will be finished off today. You can see Rookie there running down mid lane with that teleport.
Yeah, and not even an exhaust from Xiaohu taking the traditional barrier.
The Pawn Special.
The Pawn Special. As we see the Keystone Masteries pop up on your screen. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
I'm ready, Zatai. Get me in there.
Ah, he hasn't gone straight to the edges. He's gone Storm Raider Surge. That is actually a little bit strange.
I've seen that actually quite common on Rise these days.
Yeah, it's the difference between being tanky, right, and being able to win trades and be able to get in and out of fights incredibly well. That's what I used to see a lot when Faker was playing Rise just after he had been remade, and like only very, very brave people were taking him before we buffed the Q. But Strength of the Ages was starting to like shoot up as the I am a tanky Rise kind of frontliner build.
Well, Zatai never wanted to shy away from some extra damage and all-in potential. We'll see how it works out for him. It looks like RNG are considering some sort of map movement, but IG going to mirror them on this top side of the map as well. So it looks like we will get a 2v2. But I'm sure neither of the duos are particularly worried as Zatai. That's quite the skin. Going to join up with Kid, at least for this first camp by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's really on Rain and Kitties to step up and be that really aggressive bottom lane with Braum Ezreals. We do see a bit of a delayed invade here, trying to check out the Gromp.
They got spotted though, so...
But they definitely, before Name and Mata they actually think the lane swap is going through, before they were able to get to the top lane and get the experience advantage, although they're setting a trap now.
They do this all the time, and they actually are going to force Rain to face check. He does kill, but he's still going to move in for it. Boomerang Blade down. Damage is good. That's going to burn the heal out, and Rain loses way too much health in that exchange.
See, now I don't understand why you even fire a Q into the brush, Rain, because you hit someone and still walk forward.
He did it about 2 centimeters out.
Oh, that's a flash as well. Rain actually in trouble. Boomerang Blade down. Needs a few more autos. There's one. Maybe needs 2, but the stun is going to land in. Name, not enough there. Needs one more, but he is going to get it. And there's first blood as now Kitties is in trouble. Level 1 Braum has to keep running.
And you know the passive from Sivage is coming up trumps in that engage. Every single time you get auto attack, you get the little burst of speed. Name able to keep up with the Ezreal even after a flash. And that is horrible news for Invictus Gaming.
But it's exactly like you said. There's no reason to cue the brush when you're literally standing in melee range outside of it. So just quite poor posturing from Rain.
Yeah, and then you know what? If you burn a summoner spell, just don't re-engage. Walk the long way around. Concede the lane. You're an Ezreal anyway. As we see the brute speed right now of the Nidalee pickup.
I really want to quickly touch, although you are correct that Nidalee is going to jungle much faster. This is massive for Alistar Sivir, though. They have a very hard time, Alistar in particular, getting through those levels 1 through 3 before he can really engage or keep up with a Braum Ezreal lane. And that first blood completely neutralizes all of that advantage.
100%. I really do want to just demonstrate how quick Nidalee is, though. That is a 2-camp clear ahead of a Graves right now.
Well, speedy indeed, so Kit says, fine, I can't out-farm you. I'm going to out-gank you. Xiaohu, though, literally walks away slowly from that one. Seems like not too much trouble. He's just going to eat a potion charge and be A-okay.
And the thing about Graves, right, everyone's biggest complaint is he's always full health when he does the jungle because he clears so safely and so quickly. That is out, like 100% out-jungling arguably the best PvE jungler in the game. With Kindred. Graves, Kindred, both probably the 2 quickest.
I think he's going around for round 2, though. Setting up. Here he goes.
I'm not sure Xiaohu's too worried, but this is a much better angle. Kid is going to get the damage out into the line. Not quite lined up properly. Just the barrier burnt there. Going to save that flash. Rookie, though, is at about a 10 CS lead from just some of this pressure.
The big thing is they needed to deny him from the lane, but hold on.
A little awkward, but MLXG's okay. Spear goes wide, so Kid avoids it.
But the plan here from Kid is not necessarily to kill him. Obviously, if you kill Xiaohu, that's awesome. But to get him back from the lane so Rookie can get an EXP advantage. If he can beat Varus to that level 6 and have immediate kill pressure, that's massive.
Yeah, and now you look at the responses. Get me my tier. I want the heck out of this lane. Help me push it out. So MLXG gets an even further advantage right now. Has been able to push up. He's level 5. He's the highest level in the lane.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's not going to stop. Straight onto the Raptor camp here. This will get shredded down by Nidalee. Not going to bother smiting it away. No, it does save it. I guess decides there's no wards he needs to take, so he'll just clear it himself.
When you look at the actions per minute that Nidalee's able to accomplish to pretty much any other jungler in the game, it's just unfair.
Whee! And look at where he's pink warding this. This is like huge. And now he's warding top lane, making sure no one's coming to help. That is actually a teleport ward.
Here we go. Time to dive. Looper in the area. Echo, no ulti, but probably not going to need it. There's the W lined up. Kitties has to try and get out of the way, but Rain's actually caught. Looper going to move in for it. MLXG pounces straight onto his face.
And the TP in response was cancelled.
This is an absolute disaster right now for Invictus Gaming. MLXG is showing why you do not give great junglers S-tier picks, because he has honestly put a clinic on Overkid right now.
And that's just how he wants to play. I feel like Nidalee, despite the changes, just buffed MLXG a little further. Xiaohu did go back and get that tier like you mentioned, so he'll be okay. Wants to keep pretty long distance away from Zed, who's actually going back for a serrated Dirk and a longsword. But as long as Xiaohu's staying back and farming safely, we're okay. And that pink ward, that's a lot of good vision as well.
I mean, but you can kind of see Invictus Gaming's idea during the draft phase, leaving Nidalee open, thinking that they had some sort of answer that they'd be able to neutralize the lanes and then just scale past Nidalee's kind of strong point in the early game. But that misplay level 1 with Rain walking into Mata and Name just skewed this so out of control, and RNG are continuing to splinter on that.
And this is, like, honestly, it gets worse because they've now swapped into a Ryze lane where Ryze is actually doing completely fine. Whereas, like, Rain against Lupa is level 6 to level 3.
There's kill pressure.
Like,
and now it's just about to put down Zatai as well, so it's starting to bleed
it's
across
like,
the map.
Yeah, so Zatai's doing fine. You don't really want to mess with that, but they're like, no, sorry, Zatai, we have to put you in a losing matchup now. And then you look at how strong Looper is, and Looper's like, I'm actually just going to win this 1v2.
I like the Dark Seal he's got as well. Bit of extra charging on the old potions. Looper's actually just going in, though. Braum left the lane.
It's level 6.
Rain's having a real bad day.
Like, Looper will double kill them.
Especially if the jungler's there. Might not be needed, though, as Rookie is doing some scouting. Does spot MLXG taking these Raptors down again, but I'm not sure he can do too much about it. Xiaohu almost has his barrier back up. Rookie posturing aggressively.
And this is going to be a big thing about how Rookie uses Fog of War. Ooh.
Don't worry, he's fine. He's just being annoying. Oh, whoa, ulti. All right, Xiaohu wants it. Rookie goes in. MLXG looking for the sniper. Doesn't find it. Xiaohu lives, though. That was a weird trade.
Might as well.
We're okay, though.
You're going to back. I mean, the thing is if you eat that piercing arrow anyway, as actually just popping a potion and staying, that you're going to be low health, so you might as well trade your ultimate cooldown, see what you can get, and then...
That was honestly a I refuse to lose this lane situation, so I'm going to go all in, equalize one more time, and continue to farm up incredibly well against you, because everywhere else on the map is a complete disaster right now for my team. So there's no going even for Rookie. It's either win the lane or lose the game.
Well, you can see MLXG continuing to steal away buffs. Does take the blue buff off of IG's side of the map. Now going to hop himself over back towards the mid lane and continue power farming. He's the same level as the mid laner.
It's 46 to 21. Again, we talk about how massive that is when it's in jungle camps. He did get some lane gold, obviously, when he helped Xiaohu reset the map. But like Spawn said, clinic from MLXG.
And this has been a change for me, honestly. Xiaohu not just playing better, but I feel like the old teammates, and of course still current teammates, playing a lot better together. Xiaohu and MLXG sort of came into the LPL at a similar time, and I feel like they're finally playing much more like best buddies. As this buff is going to go to MLXG. Kid burns the ulti.
No, so it went to Kid. He got it.
Oh, never mind.
MLXG is still on the other side of the map, and the only reason that was possible is because they'd moved Zatai up.
Yep.
They were sick of losing every single lane, but they're just going to trade turrets for this one. Lupa was relegated to going back to base and, you know, just taking a wander around the map.
Well, that is best case scenario for them. Definitely a better play from Invictus Gaming because they actually neutralize the buff trade.
If they actually get it.
If they take the tower,
which they're not going to.
Now it's back.
Yep, so now it's horrible.
And that's Name holding a wave down bottom, gets himself a tower. That's plenty of space for Lupa to get farming, as he's actually rushed some Merc Treads here for his lane.
Look at this. This is Rookie. He is 100% saying right now, I am not going to go down in the lane. You're not going to back. I'm going to zone you as much as possible. Like here's the last defense of Mankind, or of Invictus Gaming.
But now it's just a question of when does the losing lanes on the side lane start to seep into the mid lane. An issue with taking an assassin in the mid lane is that tower is so much more fragile when RNG want to pull the trigger on sieging.
Well, right now they're in a really comfy spot. MLXG actually occupying mid lane, does land a spear onto Rookie, and that's decent damage. He's going to hold this wave as Xiaohu's gone back to pick himself up a Warhammer, excuse me. Lupa though, hanging up bot. He's sitting pretty, and Zatai still in a 2v1 situation. Name already took a tower pretty much by himself with Marta on a little bit of a journey. There's just nothing really good happening right now for IG. As Kid, though, does secure his Krug. Marta going to zone them off.
I mean, effectively, Zatai is paying the price for that level 1 from Rain, and it's going to be another free objective for RNG, and now it's going to seep into Rookie's lane.
And they're bouncing every single wave, right? They're holding this, allowing people to be able to get experience and farm. It's not like they're just recklessly shoving into turrets, as old RNG would have wanted to do to invade up the jungle. This time they're controlling waves. And, you know, we speak a lot about MLXG, and he definitely got his team the advantage, but it's the laners that are the big benefits of it this time around. They're not invading as a group. They're actually holding experience and gold away from the Invictus Gaming lineup.
And notice the difference in the Name Mata lane. It's all of our dreams have come true as soon as Name is not in a disadvantage from level 1.
And again, I feel like Marta, I've seen so many different creative level 1s from him. And this one certainly also got them a nice little edge. As Xiaohu is taking poke here in the mid lane. Varus, though, very safe at farming from a wide distance, so Rookie can't really touch him without going all in. Kid, though, around the side, maybe looking to add some damage into a potential gank. But MLXG has done a good job, actually, of making sure the mid lane stays afloat. And you can see that in the CS. About 10 behind for Xiao, who's just fine, given the amount of pressure and effort Rookie's putting into winning this lane.
Yeah, that's actually the teleport. So right now he's a creep wave behind, and that's what you expect when someone burns a teleport to get back into the lane. So hats off to MLXG and Xiaohu for being able to keep that so even.
But here comes Mata on the roam, and this is what we're talking about. It's only a matter of time until RNG decide that this is the next objective for them, and they're pulling the trigger now.
Yep, Name's even here in mid with lots of AD to try and take down some of these turrets. He does like to thrift shop, the old Name. We'll see just how quickly they can take down this turret. Varus here as well.
They need to respond right now. The big issue with taking an assassin in this meta is without the wave control, your towers are very fragile.
Well, poke is coming in. Name does pop the spell shield, but Rookie's going to get poked out by a boomerang blade.
Here comes Ezreal ult.
Well, that's one wave. We'll see if IG can rally to try and save it from the next. But Rookie actually took quite a bit of poke, and RNG can sort of disengage whenever they like. In fact, I think right now they've decided might not be worth the put. Nope, never mind, they're still there.
Well, they have two objectives on the map for them right now. They can either siege the mid-tier tower or they can turn this immediately onto the dragon. So if they don't get the tower through Whittle, but they get the poke down, you just move on to the monster objective, simply because IG will be at a health deficit that they won't be able to match you.
Yeah, and what they were trying to do is they're just trying to get enough poke damage down that they can't continue this push. Zatai 2 levels lower than Lupa.
Pops his ulti for some poke, but that's about it. Looper shrugging it all off right now. Plenty of early MR built up as well. Plus that corrupting potion and Dark Seal to keep him healthy. Zatai pretty much running out of mana, keeping up with Looper's aggression in this lane. Or not even aggression, just pressure that RNG have been able to put out on these side lanes. See Name again, cleaning bottom lane. Rain kind of getting there on the items, but IG starting to lose damage on tier 2s as well. Also mid lane got shrunk from the earlier push, and this blue just does not belong to Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, not in position. You see the deep triangle vision coming out of Mata. This is what we actually expect from RNG. They're very refined in practice, that when MLXG and Mata group up, bad things are happening for the enemy team.
Yeah, and they're controlling the bottom side of the map. There's no point risking Ryzer's CC. You know, he's a little bit far behind still, Zatai, but always is going to be the lockdown potential and therefore catch. But they've just got absolute freedom in this mid lane to continue to whittle it down. It's taken them 4 waves so far, but they're not going anywhere. It's not like they're in a rush.
No, not at all. And they've also got stuff happening in the other sides as well, as the MLXG's got enough room to solo the Dragon at level 10. Now officially the highest level on the map.
If there wasn't a Zed on this map, I would say that this is deep risk of perfect game territory for Invictus Gaming.
This tower's dead though.
Yeah, turret's going down there. 5,000 gold down at 13 minutes in. There's a very tanky poke-centric lineup on the side of RNG. They've got clearly better defined split pushes even across the map. This is going to be one of those games that you have to draw it late and hope for the 50-50 team fight.
The good news for Invictus Gaming is that Rookie has completed his Ghost Blade, so a bit of an immediate power spike there, and he's now moved into a side wave with so much room to run, like you said. Rookie could look to make some sort of assassination or a single pick to maybe get some breath back into IG.
Yeah, 100%. That's what they're hoping for. That now he, after going so well in this mid lane, stalling it out, like he held that turret by himself for a good 4 minutes there, trying to make sure it didn't go down. That now that he's been able to do that, get him away from Xiaohu, the long range, hopefully match him up either against Looper or Name. Looper because he hasn't built armor yet, Name because he is a very squishy Sivir, and see if he can go to work. But I feel like we're just talking about long shots because all they're going to do is wave clear Rookie's lane and pressure everywhere else with what is a ridiculous disengaged poke composition.
And MLXG, I believe the first to level 11 now in this game, as he takes away the red buff from IG, is Looper versus Rookie for now. Although Rift Herald, like much of the rest of the jungle in this game, does belong to RNG. We'll see where they look to apply it, as I believe MLXG is going to get the buff for himself. Name even going towards top side. Looks like maybe top tier 2 is where they'll look to.
This is a big thing, though. Typically, the Rift Herald this late in the game would actually go to the AD carry, and they would either move it into the mid lane if first tier tower is still there, or put it up in the top lane to siege second tier. By putting it on MLXG, obviously, it's just going to exasperate the speed at which Nidalee is acquiring all of these camps and jungling so effectively. But we'll see if they maybe stall out and just continue to farm these waves or look for continued chip damage without Rift Herald.
Well, look how far ahead he is. He just goes back, picks up both components of the Catalyst. I feel that the only reason they gave it to him was because of the movement speed and increased recall, and they recognize that he wants to go back to base. Let him go there, and wow, even more damage going into this mid lane.
Just continued pressure here. RNG floating from top to mid, able to get good poke down onto these turrets. Again, no rush here for RNG, despite how quickly this game is being played by them.
And with an Echo on the map, if they get the 2 deep wards near the base gates, they can cut off any form of rotating, like cheating, I call it, through the jungle because it doesn't currently belong to IG. They can make people walk the long way around because Echo's W in chokes especially is just so devastating at the moment.
And why that's so important, like you say, not having the inner track or being able to cheat through the jungle is you have so much chip damage and so much pressure across the map that RNG are just going to passively take and continue to siege these structures, and there's nothing IG can do unless they're in perfect position.
Well, right now, no shortcuts allowed as RNG continue to apply pressure everywhere. Looper, bottom lane with the teleport at the ready, now level 11 himself with a cornucopia of mixed tank items. Name, another great spell shield though. Going to shake off the Q there from Kitties. Braum, no action there on that play.
And, you know, arrogance, swagger, call it whatever you want. Name has it in droves. Like, that's just another example of it. I'll take the first shot. No one's going to flash on me. You don't know where the rest of my team is. You can't see my support. You can't see my jungler. RNG, I think long-term, will be a good team with Whoosh on them. But right now, they did need kind of that little bit of... it's the 1%, right? That you just don't get out of a player like Whoosh and that Name's always had in spades. I mean... track his LPL career, and you are very hard-pressed to find a better domestic player than what Name's had in his LPL.
And again, this is the question for RNG looking into playoffs. Has this split with this very young roster, I mean, like you said, flanked with veterans like Lupa and Mata, now bringing on Name, gotten enough? But hold on, Rookie in trouble.
Rookie looking to maybe get dove here. Lupa very tanky, happy to chase it. Rookie though held on to his ulti. And the speed missing from MLXG does sort of cancel that play.
Tank Echo, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you just saw. He just wandered underneath turret, took like 4 turret shots, creates all of this pressure. 3 people rotate down to him. And Xiaohu, big beneficiary, just able to chip away at this mid lane turret.
It's so crazy the zone potential that Echo has, not only with his
Teleport
W, but
play.
TP flank.
This has to be the play from IG. Rookie actually the one to join in for the flank, but no good angles by the looks of things. He gives up immediately and runs top lane. Maybe Name going to give up that kill. Rookie now going to find him. Ulti down. Rookie, Name flashes,
Good flash.
excuse me. Rookie going to flash after it. The healer's down. Name still alive for now, and Rookie doesn't have too much left as far as gap closers go. He's going to pop the Ghost Blade. Name going to turn around and try and kill him. Rookie does claim the kill, and that's IG's first.
Look at the look on Rookie's face. He is so mad right now. He just tracked a man to the end of the earth. And you know what? Not even worthwhile trade. They got mid lane turret for it. Sure, you get the first kill of the game, but you're still 7,000 gold behind at 18 minutes. And this is desperation coming out of an Invictus Gaming lineup.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. The only way that this wasn't going to be a perfect game is if Hail Mary came through from Rookie in a side lane on Zed. Finds one of those squishy targets like you were talking about in Name's Sivir, but it doesn't mean anything.
And Name's response was like a chuckle. He's like, yeah, all right, cool. Like, he found me. He tracked me down. He's really, really quick, turns out, guys. Don't go near him. Rookie at the same time was like, oh, my God, like, I want to do this more often, but I can't.
And he had to work very hard for that kill, but not a worthwhile trade, like you said. Lupa continuing to be a nuisance here in bottom side as Rookie going to try and stop him. Best of luck, though, because Lupa really strong at this point in the game. 20 CS ahead of Zotai, who's still charging up with his mana items. Both that Tear and the Rod of Ages do have some charge time on them. And now Lupa goes back. I think it's finally time for a first major item to be completed. And we'll see what he does want to go for. Who's he fancying his opponent? It is Sunfire Cape, so probably more against the Zed.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's just because he's able to create that buffer against Zotai already that he doesn't really need any more magic resist at this point. Already has the Merc Treads to get out of the snares. Has a Shroud to be able to help himself out there. So HP probably going to be more efficient anyway once the wave clear. And this is the thing about Echo. He's got this core build of 3 things, and then you can buy whatever you want afterwards. Iceborne Gauntlet, Spirit Visage, Sunfire Cape, random 2 items, unkillable damage machine.
And we talked about how Echo really solidifying himself in the meta does give a power point to teams with strong top laners. But we do have a Dragon being started up and a TP.
Yeah, Mata finds one, though. It's Rain actually gets alley-ooped into the Varus ulti. Name spell shields up and takes him out. Rookie, though, he's going to get the snipe, and now Xiaohu gets ulted in by the Zeb, but RNG are looking for the collapse, and Lupa's tanked up so much damage. Snipe with the ultis, he's going to take out Rookie, and now Kitty's left behind, straggling. MLXG takes him out as phase dive moves in onto Kids. Zatai now maybe the next targets they'll shuffle away. We're going to try and chase down a few more kills. Great flash from Zatai, gets him to safety, but the Dragon goes for IG for 3 kills.
Lupa still wants to go, tracking Kid back into his base, but that's all she wrote. They're going to be able to break through this mid lane turret. It's going to be close to a 10,000 gold lead at only 20 minutes into the game. And RNG have showed up to play.
RNG are dominating Invictus Gaming right now. Yes, they got the Dragon, but like Spawn said, taking Inhibitor Tower off of that, #worth.
I mean, they also won the team fight as well, so I'm sure they're not too upset by the overall.
Let's take another look at this, right? So they start up the Dragon. Teleport comes out of Lupa. 2 people you need to watch. You need to watch how good Rookie is, because he dives in here and is able to get so much damage down, able to one-shot someone, ults, and then gets back behind the Braum. So very good play out of Rookie. Look at Lupa. Perfectly calculates the Echo ulti to assassinate with what is a tank Echo. And then the persistent chase, the fact that the 3 proc doesn't only give you the extra damage, gives you the movement speed, just means that he is so good in these long, extended team fights.
And RNG have looked great in this game, especially with their coordinated 5v5 and how they've been moving around the map, sieging all these free objectives. Although they were actually late to that Dragon, which should have been their free objective. So not quite the perfect game, but very close.
I feel like busy counting their money back in the fountain because they are very far ahead at this stage. Baron is up, but we might not get to see it this particular game given the pace that RNG are pushing it to. Mid, of course, very vulnerable. So IG probably going to have to look to defend. Is RNG going to shuffle bottom side, try and take out some more towers or maybe some kills? This looks like almost a dive setup.
I was going to say, I don't think they want the tower anymore. I think they just want the vengeance.
And here's Rookie. No TP just yet, but it's not far off. in that side lane, trying to push down what he can. Looper's going to answer, though. No TP of his own either. So we're going to have to play very far across this map for a minute or so. But I feel like RNG just so far ahead, they're more than happy to take this.
Yeah, and the problem is that Rookie just can't go with Looper at the moment. Rookie playing out of his mind on this Zed right now. I mean, to be within touching distance of Xiaohu.
His only kill pressure is Name.
Yeah, to have the 2 kills, but realistically, the rest of the map just collapsed way too quick around him for him to even be a presence in this game right now. So RNG just looking to slowly dissect the IG lineup. They're just applying pressure at all points, and eventually they will find the crack they're looking for and swoop in.
And MLXG, once again, Zonya's on the way. Rodovade is done, I think, a few minutes ago now. And 2-0-1 with 150 CS from the jungle. Almost 50 CS ahead of Kid.
Highest level in the game, level 14, compared to both mid laners at level 13. That's absurd.
Here's another push. Ghostblade popped. Zatai, wouldn't want to stand there. RNG going to take out this turret. Needs a few more autos. Wave does clear. MLXG going to stay for it. Not enough, though, as Loop is down here as well. This should be more than enough to solidify this push, as Rookie is there top lane with the TP, but can't join to save that tower.
And the problem is they don't want to funnel into mid lane because it creates this point that if Braum hits you perfect storm, you know, Zed's able to get a huge shuriken across everyone, that things will go wrong, especially because of the splash damage out of the Ryze ulti. So you can see that RNG, sure, they're 10,000 gold ahead. They're still respecting Invictus Gaming's team composition and what they've put together. They understand their win conditions. Wouldn't be surprised to see them rotate into the top lane now, take out the last tier 2, and then just control vision around the area they love so much, which is the Baron buff.
They have the #1 control for Baron buff in the LPL, so you are correct. They absolutely love that giant purple worm. I'm excited to see this form of RNG enter into the playoffs. I think this is going to be a good test for EDG and LGD. So hopefully they can keep it throughout this series because it starts with IG.
And most importantly, this is, I believe, the game for RNG, or the series, sorry, for them to win and solidify themselves that first spot in the group. They held it for so long, and then towards the end, it felt like they might have dropped the ball. EDG were in touching distance, but EDG can only play to secure second if RNG are able to take this series.
And this will be the highest finish that this organization has ever achieved in the regular season of LPL.
Problems, though, here for Kiddies, as he does stand behind Rookie, able to get to safety over the Krugs. But MLXG and Marta still sticking together and applying that pressure as RNG pretty much just moving in for the kill. IG know they have to sit back in their base and pray, farm the minions as they come, try and find a fight. But right now, pretty much nothing but their base belongs to them.
Yeah, this comes down to this. Vision denial, either massive poke or pick gets picked up. It can either translate into inhibitor or immediately into Baron, depending on the damage that's done.
And even then, you know, you say the base belongs to them. It's rented. Lease is about to run out.
And here we go, straight onto the inhib. Ghostblade pop there from Varus, but here comes the flank maybe. Could be the play, but RNG playing it safe, disengage aplenty with this team comp, and now they're back in for seconds.
Once again, they can just leave Looper at the front with Nidalee here. There's absolutely nothing he can do that's going to budge him in the long run. There's no good teleport wards either. I feel like that's a little bit of an oversight. So any flank will be on
in the lane.
Yeah, it will be on foot.
Look at that surveillance system. It's like they're playing against Rengar. Not today.
Rookie is looking for the flank, though. Again, his real only target is Name. So Mata doing a good job being his bodyguard.
I just love how deep he has to go. Pretty much what Spawn was saying. Like, there's just no good places for IG to get into. Rookie has to walk the longest way around possible for a flank. And in fact, he might even be caught now. No, he's okay. Normally shows himself down the bottom side, but Marta's right behind him.
But every single time, RNG are walking through areas that they control vision of, right? They're walking the long way. They're going over pink wards. Rookie is kind of playing, like, I don't know, like a game where like you're stealthing around, like exclamation mark pops up over someone's head. Like you're like, oh no, I've been spotted, run away. He is going full reconnaissance mission right now, and you got to feel for the man because even he is 25 CS down. Still has his core components on Zed. If he finds Nami, he will kill him. If he finds Xiaohu, even though he has a QSS solo, he will kill him also. Really only Looper and MLXG will just kill him back, I think. So a couple of people that he can't kill on the map, but there is hope if you're Invictus Gaming. This game is able to stall out, because one thing about breaking mid inhibitor is you're pretty much guaranteeing farm to the other team.
Free XP, free gold.
Yeah, it doesn't really give you any pressure on the map. Like, it's not a Baron. Like, you can't take mid inhibitor and say, okay, now I'm set up for Baron. That's more of a top or a bottom thing. So They are really just, they're on a timer now. Otherwise, Rain's going to continue to farm up, get towards his third item. Then the game becomes a little bit grayer again for RNG.
RNG, though, still very far ahead. 9,000 up, so not quite the 10 that they were looking for. And RNG are collecting that farm. We'll see where they do want to go next, because Baron is the obvious objective now that Dragon was taken back by RNG. That's actually their second of the game only, as IG did manage to claim one. Nami, though, continuing to push down. Looks like Bloodthirst the next coming out.
And you just see this practice patience now from IG, willing to, you know, concede objectives and farm up and do the right thing. And then you wonder, why did you not do this at level 1? Why did you just not concede the fact that you weren't going to get an inside track into your lane? Like, why do you even run over that brush in the first place? Alistar should have to flash 100% for the pulverize.
Again, this is just the issue. It's just that one position that's suffering, but Mata finds Kitties.
Yeah, Kitty's getting chunked. MLXG fancies a go, but doesn't quite go all in for it. Pressure, though, is going to be onto this tier 2. Ghost Blade's popped again. Zatai actually looking for the flank, but he gets ultied up. Huge ult, though, from Kid. Almost going to take out Xiaohu. MLXG, though, very low, and he is going to go down to Kitties. A rare mistake is now Rookie's going to charge in looking for a bit more. He does move straight in for Name. I think he's trying to get Xiaohu actually in with the ultimate. He does take him out, but Name lives for now. Rookie does fall.
All of a sudden, Zatai also has teleport. They're looking to continue this play. I think just call it. Go for Baron. This is your window back into the game, Invictus.
Kid, though, maybe caught. Looper going to chase back in. Z-Drive Resonance is going to proc. Looper very tanky, but he has to sort of bail out as the rest of IG are there, and his team was not behind him. Zatai is occupied in that mid lane, and the recollapse is going to come. Here's Mata in onto Kitties. Pulverize is good as Nami's going to charge in for the damage. Shakes off the Brawl Multi with the Spell Shield, and this TP looks desperate almost for IG. Looper, though, caught out of position. Here's an Echo, though. Never really caught.
Massive save from Looper right there. Like Spawn was saying, turn on the Baron, the jungler's dead, you have the smite advantage. He gets in the thick of it, not only stops Zatai from clearing out this super creep wave by demanding the teleport come down, but make sure that IG cannot turn towards Baron.
But Zatai made the wrong call there, right?
Yes, definitely.
In the mid lane, it's very hard for super creeps to take because all 3 waves will spawn into the super creeps, and then they prioritize the creep wave, and then they don't kill the turrets as quickly. So even though this is a great start up of a play from Zatai, able to get so much damage down onto MLXG and Xiaohu, I do think the right play is to re-teleport into that engagement. It's still a 4v3, try and extend it, because if you don't risk anything at the moment, there is very little reward you get. And in the end, they just go back down to even in what should have been a trade that very much favored IG for the first time this game.
Not enough, though. Zatai continuing to clean up minions, does take the Krugs down and has a creep wave. He's going to clean out there as well. RNG, though, looking to go back, spend some of their money as IG a bit of a reprieve here. We'll get their jungle out of it at least as Rain's able to pick up that red buff. And no Baron necessary just yet for RNG.
And we talk about it a lot. Like, when you look at IG's composition, they get better as the game goes on in the Ryze as well as the Ezreal. Ezreal actually very underrated as a late game carry because of his safety and control he brings to team fights. But they've got a pretty efficient build path. Like, when you look at Ezreal, he needs probably a Last Whisper. He's good to go. Ryze, all he needs to do is finish up that Void stuff. He's going to be pretty happy. If the Black Cleaver comes out of Rookie, that's a very big split-pushing threat. So I'll repeat this. RNG, they did such a good job of getting this early control, but we've seen this too many times in the LPL lately where teams kind of put a break on, don't want to make the game-winning play towards the latter stages. And just leave the bathroom window open, I describe it as. You have to kind of climb through sideways. You know, you fall in a toilet afterwards, but it's still a way into the house.
I feel like, and I think this comes back to your comment about mid lane in here, as RNG, we're going to retake it, I suppose, because it is up available. Dragon up in a minute as well. So some action points potentially back here on the map. But RNG, I feel like they're a little nervous after the last few engages because IG have starting fights and at least winning some of these trades a little more.
And there's that core itemization that Spawn was talking at. The Void Staff is up and online, so Zatai is ready for this Dragon fight.
And I always used to talk about this when you run damage compositions. You're always in the game because you have an extra role doing damage that no one else really has. Like, the other team has a pure tank. Like, Looper, he's a tank. He's going to do some damage, but he's not going to do Ryze level damage. Like, eventually he will get there, but Ryze can still blow someone up. So when you have that additional threat, you're able to utilize it incredibly well as the game goes on, so you always have a chance.
You were saying Looper actually took a big chunk of damage there from the Ryze. Brawl Multi going to tag him. But Looper, lock it up. Everything's okay. IG, though, once again, able to repel the attack.
I would love to see RNG kind of give up their siege and trying to match lines of scrimmage against Invictus Gaming's comp and open themselves up to flanks and make more use of the Baron Pit or the Dragon Pit and this wonderful vision denial that they've had all game and utilize their poke comp a bit more effectively. I think they're kind of fighting on the wrong side of the map. Forget the tower, go back to the Baron, utilize your vision.
Not me, though. Just going to push this out. Looks like maybe some money to spend here for RNG as they do claim the third dragon for themselves also. 4 total in the game. IG still with 1, which will help them, given that they've got the extra carry in the Rise in that top lane. Gold lead still very much in favor of RNG, though. Starting to matter a little less, but still matters.
Last Whisper picked up for Rain. That's probably going to go towards the Mortal Reminder, just because there's an Italy and an Echo on the lineup. You want to be able to start chipping away at those guys. You know, Phantom Dancer picked up for Kid. He's already doing a lot of damage when you think about Graves' kit. This is getting very, very close to, not even, but gold not really being relevant in this game.
Yeah, I think close to doable for IG.
That's a good way to put it. Doable. I like that.
Which, given the early game, is probably all they can ask for at this point here, 33 minutes in. RNG, though, we'll see if they can get a bit more effective at closing this out, because there's not really that much pressure right now they can apply. Looks like Baron, they sort of lean on it a little bit, maybe too much, but they are going to start it.
But this is an issue. Yeah, the vision from IG is excellent there, and it wasn't swept out correctly.
Double teleport. That's a pincer.
There's one. Who is it? They are going to fight the tie. Actually tagging with the ulti from Varus. Very nice play. And that was not coordinated. And Looper now in the thick of it. Marta there as well, tanking up the front line. Rookie trying to get into the backside. He does ulti in onto Xiaohu, but they are going to chase him away. MLXG takes that Rain in the meantime as Looper still chasing forward. Going to try and pick up the Straggler's Kid. The next target there is the ulti's going to try and save the rest of his squad. Marta low 1v1 and AD carry as MLXG is going to take out the Braum. Marta will live though, and RNG charge forward 3-0.
Yeah, they're still trying to go for it. Looper's just so healthy right now. Marta, of course, going to be able to heal up on Alistar the best he can, stomp his feet. And it looks like RNG will try and push through here. It's still risky.
They're waiting for something, though. Looks like the creep wave. Okay. And there's the Ghost Blade popped again. They're going to try and take this out. Ulti does hit, but Rookie cleanses it off with the QSS. There's one tower. Looking for 2. People still dead, though, on the IG side. Nexus vulnerable after this tower goes down. Looper going to try and zone Kid away. Rookie, you have to make a heroic play here. Marta tries to interrupt him, but Rookie is going to get through it. He's going to get chased down, though, and blown up. No, he's able to take him out. So Ty back off the respawn, though. Maybe can make something happen as MLXG getting a little low on that front side. But Looper just tying everybody up. The Nexus, though, it does stand for now.
For now is a good way to put it. That was very sloppy, honestly, from both teams. Horrible teleport out of Zatai, gets him on the wrong side of the map. Then RNG capitalized beautifully on that mistake, able to destroy 2 people. But how they played that last couple of seconds, 2 people chasing a mid laner, just turn around, hit the Nexus turrets, move on to game number 2.
Again, I feel like at this point it's sending a message.
Yeah, potentially.
Yep.
Could have shot that bathroom window, man. You don't want Rookie sneaking in there.
They walk in, that guy's literally in the sink.
Hey, man, he might get that phage wet in the process, but he's still going to kill you with it. There's Looper still looking to pressure down this top lane, actually. See if he can get a push started there. Once again, IG with only that mid inhibitor open. Sure, the Nexus is vulnerable. That is an issue that may need to be addressed. But the pressure is just not the same as it is if you get a side lane.
I mean, the backdoor potential is there from RNG, but I don't think they'll take it.
Porn. So like here's a statistical anomaly. Like I honestly think that once again this isn't a huge deal. There's still a team fight left in it. Like they're not going to risk a backdoor. I mean, they're not even going to risk taking it 2v5.
No, I completely agree. The difference though is that Invictus Gaming have 1 mistake left. RNG have about 5 or 7.
But we've been saying that for like a good 10 minutes that they have 1 mistake left. Apparently they don't. Apparently they've had 3 in them so far.
Depends on the size of the mistake, perhaps.
Well, when you want to chase Rookie.
Yeah.
That's a minor one. Again, you got to shut that window, man.
Look at that guy. He's beautiful. He loves to sing. I'm his groupie.
So Ty likes to get chased. Problems. See ulti pop. They're looking for it. MLXG's actually straight in the front line as Kitties does get tagged by Echo Rain.
Oh, wow.
No one to follow up, though. So Ty actually gets caught up there as well.
EQSS late, so then jumps it onto Zatai. Yeah, interesting. But you know what? He gets out, and he has picked up the Mortal Reminder, so all of a sudden, Looper a little bit less safe in these team fights. Rookie.
It's not safe.
Yep, good. You've got vision on the Baron.
Hey, man. Don't check grass. Don't go in, man. It's always dangerous. Oh, Marta carries it all the way in. The rookie can't get out. He's going to ulti in onto Name, but he's dead. 5v4, RNG maybe look to close it out.
All right, so that was a mistake. All of a sudden, they can start walking creeps into the base. MLXG still getting poked out. That's a mortal reminder, as I said, really does mess with Nidalee's late game. She is very good for her healing.
And they're in. Looper looking for it. They find Rain again with an ulti from Xiaohu, and that's going to take him out. Zatai now the next target as they'll dive in and try and finish this team fight off. Damage is there for IG. MLXG able to Zonya's up as Kitty's now in the front side is going to fall down. RNG, I think they've got just enough to take it. Zatai though going to try and turn things around. He blows up Xiaohu. Marta dives into the fountain to secure the kill, and that will be game for RNG.
Name looks a little bit like miffed there.
What?
That game was very well executed for the first 25 minutes from RNG.
Yes.
Then IG just stalled and stalled and stalled. And I think that if you're anyone, IG would be feeling better after the end of that game. They're thinking, okay, we made that harder than it should have been for ourselves, and they still couldn't really close us out. So big respect to Rookie, big respect to Zatai at the end of that game. But boy, did RNG play, especially MLXG, play the first 25 minutes really well.
And again, it goes back to that level 1 play. Mata and Name having the very cheeky level 1 to stand in the brush, catch Rain out, and then identifying this is the weak point of the lane, and we're going to continue to apply pressure and splinter this.
Yeah, and the other thing that you have to recognize is the fact that they translated leads really well around the map, you know, that they used their lead as a duo to get Looper ahead, and then that together meant that Kid was isolated and they're able to get the jungle ahead. Then Xiaohu, no pressure anymore, so he's able to get his lead. They transferred power really well in that game, RNG.
Well, this is where IG are almost able to turn it around. But very nice job there from Looper in particular, cleaning it up. IG, though, you can see what Zatai wanted to do on the carry champion.
He was doing so much damage late game, again, respecting the power of Ryze, and I'm curious if we're going to see Nidalee as the contested pick and if that Ryze is going to go through again.
Well, that Nidalee did gross things there as Rookie. Does well to get one here onto Xiaohu. But look at this damage from Name even. Just takes him out.
This was a big error,
yes.
like Spawn said. Just lack of coordination from Invictus Gaming. You could see what they wanted. They were in a perfect position that could have been their fight, just not teleporting on the same side and moving together as a team.
And even Rookie there in the back left, you can see trying to do all the work solo, but it's kind of a little too much. And to be honest, like, RNG, you saw it, was able to take lead so well. But I guess my question to you guys is, MLXG, great on the Nidalee, able to get ahead, nicely looking good. But I feel like Baron has always been their way they end games, and they didn't need it this game. But that wasn't the cleanest ending necessarily. Do you think this is maybe an issue?
It was funny. That was literally the one game that they should have turned on the Baron. Like Spawn said, the 25 minutes was beautiful, but they should have just gone towards the Baron and really cleaned it out.
I think the biggest thing here is that we're just seeing that LPL teams are finally starting to attack strong picks, but in unique ways. Like Mortal Reminder being picked up. It's just something that, you know, 2 months ago, we wouldn't have seen at the start of the split, and it just shuts down a lot of what Nidalee brings in the late game, shuts down what Echo wants to be doing. I think that smart itemization out of IG actually kept them in that a little bit longer than you would have expected, and RNG, you could see, they were like, well, this game was over 20 minutes ago. Why can we not end this game? In the end, they just get frustrated, run over the top of it. It was always going to happen, you feel, as an eventuality, but credit to IG for sticking in the way they did.
Well, certainly looking good, but not quite enough there to close out the game. We are going to have a game 2, though, and that game, surprisingly close despite the end result. Don't go too far away. Game 2, IG RNG is coming right up. And we are back here to have a check out of the MVP from our first game. Royal did win it, and it was Marta on the Alistar, his 6th MVP of the season.
Wow, you know, I never like to disagree when supports get MVP, but I feel like MLXG put in some serious work on that Nidalee pick.
I actually think that you have to, once again, I think that the way they translated leads is what sold this game for me. And I think that where the lead started was on the back of Marta. So I agree that, you know, when you look at like MLXG and how well he jungled, that was 100% because the Nidalee Graves in the end was isolated, and there's no way that Graves is ever going to win an isolated jungle like that. They're looking at Braum and thinking we can get into this lane early and start to impact it. We always talk about Braum and Ezreal's level 1, but realistically, Marta shut all of that down, and he also had some sick turret dives.
No,
I mean, that's sort of Alistar. As Marta did make quick work of a lot of these situations, even in this team fights. Poor Rain, this was such a sick snipe.
Triumphant Roar nerf? Don't think so. Marta has said himself, give me Alistar, I'll win you the game.
Well, pretty accurate here in this one, as this was a nice Looper Marta moment. Cleaning that one up there in the front side of the team fight.
Okay, so the way I'm actually... And this is going to sound harsh, but from watching those highlights, I'm actually going to say that the MVP was not Rain, not Marta. Because I just watched Rain get pulverized 3 times in 3 different occasions and Arcane Shift after the pulverize. And this isn't Marta animation canceling, like, you know, pole flashing. He is flash pulving, which is, you know, what Marta has always said. He always goes for the high percent play, and that is the high percent way of doing it. But Rain is just getting caught out over and over again.
I just feel like we saw that a lot. Shahu was able to snipe him out with the ultis. Generally strong play to initiate a lot of these fights for RNG and get them through. But let's have a look at the IG side. Maybe it does start with, hey, as far as changes go for this next match, Rain, you're playing Ezreal. We picked it to be safe.
Let's go a step further. Do not pick, I always say this about IG, do not pick a losing top half of the map. Your top half of the map needs to have 2 winning lanes. And nothing wins against Echo right now. Like, he just gets to the point where he runs over the top of you. So I think that the biggest thing for me is that you need to pick a winning half of the map if you're IG.
All right, we'll see if they do it here because they are into champ select for game number 2. IG will swap over to the blue side, RNG now on the red. Nidalee Lissandra, the ban's there for IG, so a slight adjustment already. And Lulu LeBlanc, the first 2 for RNG.
No, I actually really like the adjustment there, banning away from the Nidalee. We saw MLXG put down massive damage on that champion last game. Curious what he's going to go to this time around. I have a feeling it's going to be Kindred, though. Or he's kind of favored the Gragas.
Last ban is Echo, though, for IG, so they do what Spawn suggests. Take it away, because it is such a strong champion.
Coach Chris doing much better this time around.
Well, 20 seconds now for Royal. We'll see how their coach stacks up.
Vical, the only coach who's ever gone to 2 world champion. Oh, other than Koma now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Koma and Vical,
sure, yeah.
the only 2 coaches in League of Legends history that have ever gone to 2 world finals.
Well, could get himself to the first place finish for the team as well.
I feel like, you know, when you say things like that, you do have to give full credit. I'm going to say that Vical has lost 2 finals and Koma has won 2 finals. So as far as coach power rankings go, going to give Koma a little bit more.
No, I would definitely say that. It's just nice to see Vical kind of return back to Starhorn Royal Club and try to return the club to former glory.
Well, there's Kalista Van there for RNG as their last one. Vical doing the work, but IG, once again, first pick Rise, this time on blue side.
Well, we saw the damage that Zatai was able to do with that champion late game, but I have to echo what Spawn was saying. The issue with Rise is that he takes a lot of ramp time and a lot of babysitting, and they're already sacrificing or possibly sacking one of their lanes.
That's unless it's mid lane, in which case I actually think that Rise wins some matchups in there. I also think that now that Echo is gone, if they get some early ganks into top, there are some matchups that he does win quite well, especially against some tanky dudes up there. Like, the difference between Maokai and Nautilus...
Just a farm lane at that point.
Yeah, exactly right. And when you look at scaling damage versus scaling tanks, tanks get to a point and then they, like, if you're unkillable, whether you're unkillable for a year or whether you're unkillable for your, like, entire life, doesn't really matter because you still can't die in what it takes in a game of League of Legends. Whereas Rise gets to the point where he's like, I will kill you with 5 spells. I will now kill you with 3 spells. Now I look at you and you die. So like, it's a completely different metric on how they scale into the late game.
Well, Royal, Alistar, Azir with their choices, so they do leave open Sivir actually, which gets insta-locked pretty much by IG. Still thinking about this second pick though.
You couldn't do it with the Arcane Shift. We're going to give you the Spell Shield to even things out.
Well, we'll see if it... enough of an adjustment, but it looks like Braum is once again going to be the pick for Kitties. It's something like his 6th straight game in a row. Which is just fine. Perfectly good champion.
Kitties isn't necessarily the standout support in the LPL, but the amount of 80 carries that guy has had to adjust to, I will say this about Kitties. He's probably the most consistent member out of Invictus Gaming. You know exactly what you're going to get out of him. Pretty much hits the same marks every single time.
And the other thing, right, is that teams always do this with Kitties. Like, he picks his favorite meta support. Used to do it with Janna a lot. And then they'll just keep feeding it into you. And then if IG are ever in like a really dominant position, like kind of where they were getting back towards to at the end of last year, running that gauntlet, Kitty is one of those players that you do take note of because he has a very frustrating playstyle. He protects one member, either Rookie or in this case Rain, incredibly well when he plays the likes of Janna, the likes of Braum.
He's the Peel Lord, but we'll see if it's enough to stop the onslaught that RNG presented last time. Lucian Graves are the picks for Royal, so Name going to go back to his standard pick into Sivir. And looks like MLXG will take the Graves this time with the Nidalee band away.
No surprise.
Could be a cheeky flex.
Could be. You never know.
Looper?
Yeah, with Looper.
Well, that would actually be very smart when they see where the rise.
Yep. Hi, top lane is here, mate. Great.
I've seen that once or twice.
It's something. I'm not sure great is the word I'll choose. But IG, the lock in Zed, the lock in Kindred. Their final two picks here. So once again, top lane rise for Zatai. Not too sure on the matchup just yet. Looks like they've left Looper open with a potential counter pick here.
So we talk about Zed versus, wow, that's actually an insta-lock gone for Echo Senior there in the Poppy, and I think the Poppy still is very, very good in the current meta. We talk about Zed versus Azir, in Azir actually having like a way to survive the lane now, ever since we changed the fact that you can't go straight back to the shadow. In saying that, there are very few times that we see Zeds as well executed as the likes of what Pawn, Faker, Rookie play it. They're probably the three people that Bjergsen you can throw in NA as well when he's really in point. I think that, and maybe for Bivin, we'll give every region one, right?
Get one.
Yeah, so you get one. But I still think that Zed is one of those picks, kind of like Ahri, where if you're a master of that one champion, there actually isn't a losing lane. Because you're just that good. You have so much mobility and armor penetration that if you are better than the person, you can just show it on a champion like Zed, a champion like Ahri.
I will say this, though, that if he's facing across from an Azir Master, it's not Easy Hoon, but Xiao, who is possibly the next best thing in the LPL.
I still think Pawn's better than Easy Hoon. Better than, not Easy Hoon, better than Xiao.
It's a different style. How about that one? Pawn's pretty crazy on the old Azir.
I like Pawn's Azir a lot.
Pawn's pretty crazy, period. The man's insane, but we'll be playing next series. We'll see if we're going to get there early or if we get a third game. It's time for game number 2. And we're back as IG move out onto Summoner's Rift for the second time and possibly their last. If the game goes any way it did in the first one, RNG with a very strong performance, particularly early on to close out game number 1. IG, though, certainly with plenty of fight in them. They've made some adjustments here in the draft, although Zatai's Rise is back with that same Storm Raiders surge. I do like the consistency from the man.
Likewise, Mata keeping the Windspeaker's Blessing despite the most recent nerfs on 6.6 for Alistar's Triumphant Roar. Mata is actually one of the few Alistar players that will also max his E, making use of that mastery and its synergy.
Hey man, why have cooldown on the Q when you hit it every single time? The man's an absolute beast on the champion as RNG are moving down here to get some deep vision down. Looper going to put a ward down.
So I was actually a huge fan of when Mata started putting 3 points into E, then maxing out Q, and then, you know, going back to the E. I thought it was brilliant. The one lane I'm saying that you should probably never do it with is Lucian. I just think that Lucian is, if you're going to play Lucian, you max Q.
Yep.
Like, so I would be very, very surprised to see if he does go that way in saying that it's Mata. So you never know.
Got a bit of a Thunderdome with our wards here as Kitties and Rain will be spotted out, and I feel like this looks just like game 1 possibly.
Yeah, it certainly does. They're going to find him right now.
Oh, Mata's like, hello. Doesn't go in for the pole, though. RNG are busy taking some jungle away, though.
So now they don't know how many people are on that side of the jungle, so I think that this gets even more dangerous. They will see teleport eventually coming into that bottom side of the map. But MLXG, oh!
Good smite. He's going to chase Rain out of the jungle as well, but MLXG is going to have to book it over the ledge.
Yeah.
Back into his own jungle.
Takes the dash. All of a sudden, 3 creep advantage in the top lane for Name and Mata. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, and again, it's just trying to bypass Alistar versus very fragile early game till he gets level 2, level 3, and he can start competing with Braum in lane.
I love this from MLXG. Very sneaky. Actually moves back in to retake the blue buff, and given the pressure in this top side, why not, I suppose? Kiddies and Rain are going to have to play back. And Name and Mata more than happy to get aggressive if the opportunity presents itself.
And I don't know whether they've seen Mata use a spell yet, so he could very well have combo when he hits level 2. In fact, I expect him to have combo when he hits level 2 because there's not really much point taking heal in that kind of a lane. But Kid does the right thing, invades onto the blue buff, so it will be just the map divided in half with Rain and Kiddies once again getting picked on.
No 3 buff today.
That said, much better this time around from IG. Rain learned his lesson, went the long way around to lane, so not starting at the massive disadvantage, and that means that there won't be an isolated matchup between MLXG and Kid.
Rookie and Xiaohu, though, isolated for a while. Azir going to get the early lead in the lane, as expected. But Rookie, a master of navigating almost any lane on the champion. Pressure, though, is certainly there.
So there are lots of opinions on the Azir versus Zed lane. Like, people are like, Azir, you go all in level 2, you take your Q, you take your W, you wait for him to... Because every Azir player, it's a cheeky thing, right? Every Azir player has to put a Sand Soldier out, auto-attack you, Q auto-attack you at level 2. It's like a dominance thing. It's like, I have Thunderlords and I can do a heck of a lot of damage. The problem with doing that against someone like Zed is that if he ever goes aggressive on you after you've Q'd like this...
Gets underneath the Sand
You're
Soldier.
a sitting duck.
Yep.
Like, you have auto-attacks on Azir to help you out there. And you can see that Rookie wins that trade handily.
It's the big thing about Anivia as well. If you get underneath that Q when she throws it out, she's got really nothing left to defend herself.
You just flap and see what happens. It's usually not good.
And the other thing is you get tagged by an E and you only have your E as an Azir to get away. Without the Q to actually elongate your gap closer out of there, you are honestly like pretty deep up a creek at that point. So you have to be careful with when you go aggressive.
Top
Here we
lane
go.
action, though.
Gank.
Looks like Kindred going to try and make something happen. Flash forward there for Kiddies. Looks for Name. Stun is good there. Martin going to free himself. Get Kid into the tower, but he's not quite able to carry enough. Name looks for it, but he's not going to get it. Instead, it's first blood to Rain.
Okay, Rain gets first blood. Congratulations, Invictus Gaming. In saying that, what the heck, Mata?
What a play.
Was beastly. Nearly killing Kid like solo, and then nearly even got a trade kill back for his AD carry. They will fall behind because of it, but that was incredible.
And that's a big thing. A lot of people have been really harsh on Name, you know, sometimes being very aggressive in his positioning, relentless pursuing forward, especially on the Lucian. In that case, it's very obvious. I'm looking for the 1v1 because I'm going to die anyway. I need to get some sort of gold on this, but Name will do this all of the time, not just in these smaller skirmishes, but also in larger 5v5s. He'll always maximize his damage output before he goes down. He's excellent at calculating that fine line. This is death and this is life.
Well, decent creep pull there from Mata in top side. He's going to give Name a bit of farm to grab when he does return himself to the top lane. He's there now, actually, able to collect it as Rain's gone back with that first blood and picked up the BF sword. Important
thing to note is it was 3 ranged creeps, so it will slowly push back into Invictus Gaming's favor. So they're not really going to deny that much farm. In saying that, what I think was kind of cool there is MLXG, as soon as he saw Kid appear, and even though he got first blood, he went mid lane, kind of pressured Rookie out one more time, and that has created another 10 CS advantage right now for Xiaohu.
Kid, though, defending his jungle. MLXG not going to make his way in there. Kid will secure that Raptor. Level 5 now on the Kindred, so things looking up. Certainly much better start than the last game, as Xiaohu continues to apply pressure here in that mid lane, but feels like it's only a matter of time here for Rookie. No Magic Mantle, double longsword, level 6 on the way. He can get aggressive relatively soon.
But that's exactly where Azir wants to have Zed, is what we just saw on your camera there. He wants him underneath the tower so he's able to get those free procs, but Kitty's caught.
Yeah, caught in the jungle trying to look for a ward. RNG will collapse. Kitty's maybe able to get away, but the damage is there from Azir. MLXG chases in. Last order is enough. Graves with the kill.
I'm really confused. He was level 6 versus... Rookie's level 6 versus Xiaohu's level 5, and that was a 3v3. Rookie was actually behind all the members there. I feel like that was nearly kill threat as Xiaohu.
Just didn't beat him to Fog of War to deny him from walking out of lane.
Name now proxying this top lane. He's done this actually twice now in the series. Got an aggressive ward down as well.
That is a BF sword versus a Cull. Just walk at him, Rain.
He doesn't want to. Name's just going to get some good free damage down onto the turret.
That's the epitome of Name.
Lupa trouble in bot lane perhaps as Zatai does get the lockdown there on the Rise W. Lupa though, able to shake it off with that Spectre's Cow. Things looking okay.
And if you want to see the difference between old Rise and new Rise, that's exactly what it was. 2 snares, 3 Qs, half your health, as opposed to never being able to walk anywhere again. As now Name pink wards a brush and is looking for a cheeky gank.
What is your plan here? Is it with Graves?
Bring Lupa.
There we go.
Oh, MXG's it. Maybe that's the answer. Rain now has to use a spell shield, but Nami's going to force a heal out already. Ganked by an AD carry. Never thought I'd see that one.
Once again, a whole creep wave, a Braum right next to him, and they have exhaust and heal at the start of that. I don't understand why you do not turn around and kill the Lucian.
This is just the difference between these two AD carries. It's literally that right there. Rain, obviously, not very confident in his ability. Name understands that fine line that he can run.
Maybe overconfident perhaps, because that
definitely
was
overconfident.
Absolutely asserted there in the top half of the map.
Message was received.
Well, I'm not sure if IG liked it, because they've burnt quite a few summoners. And quite a few creeps trying to get through it all. Looks like we'll have a lane swap though. That's apparently the answer.
Get me out of here.
They're straight running back down anyway. RNG going to reset for standard lane. It's not a bad time for it, given that Dragon is a possibility, and we're now 8.5 minutes into the game. But now Name's got his Bison, Caulfield's Warhammer ready.
That's what I was going to point out. Exactly what you just pointed out, Pastry. The fact that this was a Cull and a Longsword versus a BF Sword. Now it's a Caulfield's Hammer Cull versus BF Sword and Longsword. So the lane's pretty much equalized now. They're pretty even in gold. So maybe the ship has sailed where Rain can start, like, that was his last opportunity to turn around and give it to the Lucian, you feel? From now on, he really is going to have to play safe.
Might suit him though, as MLXG makes his way towards the mid lane. Kid and Rookie grouping up. Gonna give that blue up over. Looks like Hexdrink is done with 2 longswords there for Rookie. So again, starting to make some traction here in the lane, but Xiaohu on the other side, refillable potion, cloth armor, double Dorans, and a stinger. All your necessary items to survive the Zed. And Xiaohu's gonna get his own blue.
But with this lane swap coming through, we now see the objective priority from either team. RNG, of course, have a fast track to the Dragon. Should they look that direction? I doubt it, especially for how assertive, I'll say, Rookie is in the mid lane right now. But certainly with Kindred, IG can turn on this Rift Tail at pretty much any point.
Red buff, though, looks to be the objective. Perhaps this Kid made his way over. Does have his own red, I believe, and Lupa is actually in a spot of bother. Going to get chased away here. Marta, though, lining up a dive. TP here. Moving in as Marta does nail him. Now the exhaust is down. Lupa gets him straight near the walls. Zatai absolutely dead as Name cleans him up.
There's something really small that Mata does that I love every single time, and it's maximizing the CC output from the Alistar combo. He doesn't actually prep the combo with the WQ going in. He makes sure that he Ws first, he gets the CC against the wall, and then the Pulverize comes down. It's only maybe about a fraction of a second, but it can really mean the difference at this level.
Yeah, 100%. Also means that, you know, layering CC very, very easy if you're Lupa in that situation, because you're not trying to... Oh.
Pressure here into Xiaohu as Rookie. He's forced to waltz out. Marta, though, tries to make it, but the shadow's enough. There's a flash. Going to get him out to the wrong side of the map.
Doesn't matter. It was flashy.
Certainly was.
He's also going to go through the jungle, and he's escaped. Like, there's a Kindred on that side.
Takes 2 tower hits, but things are okay. They spotted him, but it's too late. Very flashy play there from Rookie getting out.
And like Xiaohu was like, I'm cutting him off, and then he's like, actually, you know what? I can probably still die here. You can go, sir, on your way.
That said, IG do need to get behind their tower, possibly. Nope, Xiaohu's just going to say, never mind. We'll call it a draw. Gonna go by.
I wouldn't stay.
And when it's a 1v3 and you're like, you're happy to go for the draw as Xiaohu, you're like, whoa, that could have gone wrong. You're like, well, that just shows how well that Rookie is still playing this lane matchup. He exclusively wins every single category as a mid laner. Like, as far as mid laners in the LPL goes, the man's still a monster.
And you can see it. IG often rally behind their mid laner to win their games, but it has been maybe some lifting needed on the other sides of the map that's been missing from IG in the last few weeks. Zatai, though, back on more carries. You feel like IG know they have to make a good charge towards playoffs here. Rookie certainly doing his share. We'll see if the rest of IG can step things up.
It's important to note that IG traded the turret for Zatai's life, so they actually come out slightly ahead in that. They are behind on the scoreboard, however, just due to overall better farming from Name and how he's been able to control that wave. But let's see if they can use this artificial inflation of gold to try and get anything out of RNG in the next couple of minutes.
Well, Lupa hanging out bottom lane. Looks like Two different 2v1s. We'll see how long these turrets hold up against the AD carries. Marta, though, going to pick up the Moby Boots and wander bottom lane.
It's like taking out a loan, right? When you kill a turret in exchange for giving up like solo kills or an overall like big CS wave or something like that, it's like taking out a loan. You get the money straight away. The bank's happy with you. But you know that eventually, you know, the other team, they're going to take the turret as well. They get the money back. And if you haven't like used it for like, I don't know, something with like a high interest account or something, it's just going to come back in the end and it's going to be overall worse off for you. So right now they're in the cruisy bit. They're like looking to make some money fly around, but they need to make certain that they're able to utilize it for something good.
I'm a big fan of the analogies tonight.
Thank you.
You've been on point so far.
We've got the bathroom. It's almost like you've been shopping for houses.
That was a last week one, the bathroom. And I have been shopping for houses. It's not going well. Next topic.
Thanks for reminding him. We'll swap back to Kid, though. He's going to clear out that pink cord near the Dragon. Could be time for an objective, perhaps, here for IG, who've held on well in this early game. Gold, in fact, dead even as we move into the 13-minute mark. And Kid's soloing out the Dragon, but he has friends.
Thanks, Felician. They're actually going to disengage off of this. Rookie does have the inside track over Xiaohu, so obviously dangerous for Azir to face check into Fog of War. You see Rookie posturing threateningly, standing in that brush, which he has control of with the pink ward.
And Xiaohu's playing Varus mode right now on the Azir, keeping it arm's length at all possible times, but Rookie able to sneak in some poke here and there. Even to tie, I think 1v1 looking a little bit better here, and nice and even, despite the fact that he will need to scale a bit more. You know Rookie wants an all-in so badly. Like, so badly.
They were trying to wait for him to use the shadow there. MLXG was just out of vision range, and they were going to scoop him underneath the turret if he did use the shadow. I still think that this is dangerous, because even though there's an exhaust on Xiaohu, there is a very real chance that if at half health you go for the all-in play, that the Zed still kills you with the Ignite and the ulti.
Yep.
Have to be careful. This Kid now looking topside. He'll be looking to get a gank down onto Looper. Looper, though, playing pretty safe. And looks like we have actually finally fully reset back to standard lanes.
Pings are going down bottom, though, and Looper is actually moving out of vision. We could see a TP player.
Actually just invading into the blue buff. Zed went back to base. Ryze is going to come over. That is a successful kill, still out of MLXG. So well read of knowing when Rookie had returned to base.
Back in bottom, though, Nami just getting that poke down.
I feel like there's just all this bundled up tension. Like, you see pings flying everywhere. Look at how aggressive Mata is. Like, Rookie and Mata, they want it to go down.
They always do. Very aggressive players. But just a bit of farming right now. So different pace to the last game.
Once again, as soon as you use that Q on Azir, you are punishable. And he just keeps doing it. And Rookie every time zones him off creeps.
Good ulti, actually. He's not going to juke out of the way, though, as Rookie gets exhausted, but he's just going to move himself out of the way. Has not to burn the flash, but the chase is there for MLXG. Kindred ulti, though, going to save them as Marta also joining in the fray. And despite they're going to keep them all alive, as MLXG actually could get things turned around. Barely lives on the back end, though. And 3v3 with no one dead, as Rain actually hits the brunt of the culling. Name asserting 1v1 dominance.
And again, we finally pulled the trigger of Xiaohu looking for the scoop there. It was really good patience on waiting for the Zed ultimate to proc so he could make sure that he actually got distance on him, but like Spawn keeps saying, Rookie is just an absolute god on this champion.
Yeah, 100%. You know, when you look at it, he's got a refillable potion. He's actually the one that's still sticking around in the lane, making sure that he's up in his face. He understands that he's chunked everyone to below half health, and that is kill range for a Zed every day of the week. So he's just trusting in himself to be able to outplay any further pressure that comes towards his lane. And you know it's coming.
Oh, Marta's here again, but Rookie wants it. Xiaohu getting a crest on, but he takes him out. The barrier barely keeps him alive.
And Spawn the Prophet right there was calling for extra pressure. Thought that Rookie could get the outplay. Almost does, but good save from Mata and good play from Xiaohu.
Dangerous game, man. It's a great talent point that probably saved Xiaohu's life. One more auto attack, he would have fallen down 100%. Goes back, picks himself up. What will eventually be Azonia's Hourglass. And you feel like until he has that safely in his back pocket, he's actually not going to feel too secure in this lane.
Who knows even then if he will feel safe. But shield on Azir's E coming up trumps there. No actual barrier, of course, but a nice shield as Looper finds Kid, gives him the slap. And locks him into the W. Anywhere. Kid's like, not really liking this, but Zatai's going to try and turn things around. Looper wants the 1v1. I think he's bitten off a little too much. He certainly has Zatai able to take him out, but MLXG wants to snipe. Does have the ulti, I think, but he's not quite ready to line it up. No ulti there from Kid just yet, but Zatai's going to lock him up and run away. That's just a clean kill there.
He nearly had a second rotation of passive as well. MLXG was flirting with the edge of danger where, you know, Zatai was trying to bait him into a false sense of security. That's good out of Kid, actually, being able to return and get a kill onto his top laner. Do want to retouch onto Rookie, though, and the mentality that he had going into that last little 1v1. He knew that it was only a matter of time before someone came back to his lane, and the way that Xiaohu's going, a very safe build, probably a Rylai's after his Zhonya's as well, that he's not going to be able to kill him forever. So he needs to create the lead now, and it's that high risk, high reward mentality that this time came back and bit him quite hard. So it's just how he likes to play as a player, and you understand that 10 out of 10 times he's probably going to make that play.
And with all this absorbed pressure, it's opened up other avenues for Invictus Gaming to make plays on the map, like we saw the clean kill from Kid and getting Zatai ahead. So Rookie finally neutralizing lane. Again, this is what we talked about. Invictus Gaming didn't give away their early game. They neutralized their jungle matchup, and things are starting to go their way on a scaling composition.
Well, always good news, but game certainly getting to much more of a tense point as RNG are scaling up as well. Zeolution, Poppy, they're probably happy to play a little later here in this one. MLXG certainly not able to find a similar amount of pressure. As Name, he's been real busy in this bottom lane, is actually going to take a tower by himself.
I feel like Rain is just unfortunately little kid brother, and he's just getting bullied around by Name. Welcome to the LPL.
Yeah, I agree with that analogy a lot. It's like every single day, Rain brings his lunch to school, and Name takes it.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that's not great, but you can see that they've swapped the lanes up a little bit. Zatai into the mid lane. And we said that Zatai has a very good matchup against the Azir. I think that Ryze versus Azir is surprisingly good for the Ryze. He pops his ulti, runs through the slow of the Sand Soldiers.
Well, he's so tanky that you never want to use your scoop to put him anywhere near you.
This is quite the fight. The Rookie and Loop are going to have a battle. Looper looks for the ulti, but he has to flash out. Rookie looking to still chase down. He has more than enough damage to collect this kill.
Here comes Kid.
And Kid's up here as well, just to secure it. He's going to chase around. Looper doesn't really have anywhere to go. Kid's going to slow him down with that E. Mounting Dread's going to do the work.
He wants to give it to Rookie, though.
Not going to be able to, but Kid will get it.
Yeah, Kid actually gave him the escape route there, and that's why he had to take the kill. Probably should have walked back towards his mid laner. But it's something little, right? Kid still gets a kill. It's still great gold onto the Kindred. MLXG looking for Kiddies.
Kiddies face checks, but door goes up. Things are safe for now, but RNG collapsing for another turret. They got Dragon off of Name's earlier pressure. They might get 2 turrets as a result as well.
Okay, and that's the perfect example of what I'm saying. If you ward the base gate, no one can ever cheat through their own jungle. You saw that Kiddies, he didn't want to walk back past his turret into his base. He's like, no, this is safe enough for me. MLXG is like, sorry, mate, it's not. I control this part of the map now. And he takes a whole heck of damage.
That said, in response, Invictus Gaming are getting excellent chip damage, but here comes Xiaohu for the flank. He is spotted by Pink.
Teleport in as well, though. That is enough to save the turret. Sand Soldier lands, but it's not enough to try and convert for a kill. RNG, in the meantime, do clean up the turret in bottom side. So effectively 2-1 up now in turrets. RNG get away with 2 turrets there.
Exactly, like you said, RNG trading the top pressure and making moves on the bottom side of the map may now actually rotate in the mid lane. And IG, they trying to get in position, moving Rain and Kiddies there.
I still think this is dangerous. I think that right now, you know, when I look across components for everyone, but Zatai very strong on components. They do actually give up the turret, not electing to go for it. Maybe a mana issue there on Rain, and the map will reset.
The objectives just keep coming here for RNG. Now 3-1 up in turrets and finally starting to mount some sort of a lead in gold as well. 3K up here, 20.5 minutes in, and with that Dragon they got as well, starting to get back to some of that strong objective control we saw in the first game. The pace may be quite a bit different.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that's a bank asking for its money back right there. You know, you see the gold swing. RNG just collect on it in the end. And where they have focused on getting power, which is in Name, you know, they rotate him around. Debt collector Name, new skin. Able to take 2 turrets in the bottom lane, 1 in the mid lane.
Well, he
just clean up.
Has that bank and that CS there, that discrepancy, 172 to 206. He's been bullying Rain all game, and now he has the advantage to continue.
And this is the difference between like investing in CS and 1 strong lane as opposed to taking down turrets cross map. short-term investment, always probably better for the team to get the gold, get you earlier side stones, earlier boots, things like that. Also evens out, but Name was just becoming a powerhouse in the mid.
Rain is having such a bad time. In fact, Name might even leap in for it. IG looking to answer. They do knock up Mata, who's going to try and cleanse out of it. Name getting chased down there, but the damage not quite enough from Kid. Mata, though, is now trapped at 1v3. MLXG, they're going to swoop in to try and save him. But Mata, he's going to get locked down, stunned up, and that's the kill for Rain.
Mata pays the price for Name right there. Lured into a false sense of security. He's been bullying on Rain all game, and suddenly his crew shows up.
And what do we talk about always now? Kitties and Kid looking for this red buff.
Tag onto red buff, not enough, but it will be there for the steal. Kid able to swoop in and collect it as MLXG for once is getting kicked out of his own jungle, but he's going to turn and fight Kindred. Kitty's though going to move in for the tag and does get the passive down. That'll be a flash as Name, that's a wall, mate, straight in with his face. Xiaohu there swoops in to try and help out, but not necessary.
And the reason this was such a surprise is IG never helped Rain. Like, we've seen it all game. You're on your own in that bottom lane. This time, however, they come to his rescue. Rain is like, this is a beautiful game when I have a jungler, and they're able to pick himself up a kill. So I honestly think that RNG, they've never seen IG do that. They were like, what is this?
Day 43, my team finally showed up.
We saw them on the horizon. Reinforcements have arrived.
I thought it was a mirage.
And with the strength of IG solo lanes, now starting to power up a bit more. You know, they can start splitting. Rookie, no TP this time, but has plenty of threat in a side lane. Name's not done. He's going to try and take the turret that he works so hard to get.
They won't do this twice.
And the difference is, right, this time with Echo versus... Name wanted nothing to do with the Rise. Difference between Echo and Poppy. Let's just talk about it another time.
Mudder's in trouble. Kid's going to chase him down. Does get the slow in, but RNG not able to answer in time. Too much damage. Can't win a 3v3.
Really
And
tunneled.
again, all this help for Rain.
Yeah. Cool. So the difference between Echo and Poppy
is
that Echo uses ulti, is never really in kill range of the Zed. That's why he went with the teleport. He needed to be able to match the split push pressure. The Poppy will die. Like, unless Poppy is to the point where she can kill the Echo back, like, there is never a point in this game where Poppy will get tanky enough to be able to survive the overall burst.
Ooh, IG take a tower and now look for the Baron. This is very aggressive, but the damage is there.
They know.
They know, but they have no blue trinket, so they have no idea what kind of arena they're coming into.
Looper arrives late, they tag it, but Looper's not going to charge in for it. He kicks one out there as the Braum goes flying towards the Nexus, but Looper's far too low as Xiaohu swoops in to try and clean up the front end of the fight. Kitties, he's going to disrupt them, looking for the re-engage. Xiaohu, nice ulti in for the culling, but he's getting chunked out there. Xiaohu does take out Kitties, but Lamb's Spite's going to reset this one. Rain still doing plenty of damage as Kitties going to go down, but it's not quite enough, and Rookie is going to be late to the party. Can he clean up?
So Mata has to stop Rookie.
He does. Pulverize is there. They need to leap in for the damage. Rookie able to ulti down, but he's been exhausted. Zatai's going to clean up Name. Mata down there as well. RNG do not execute in the back end of that fight. And Rain and Zatai going to clean house. Looper getting low. Rain will flash in. He'll collect it. Zatai grabs the double, and that's the ace for IG.
Rookie saves the day right there. Massive outplay on Mata. Just like you said, had the idea, went for the execution, unable to follow up on it. But again, this is the power of Kindred and why LPL teams prioritize her, the Baron threat.
So let's check this out. Kicks out the support player, and Looper actually gets chunked out at the start. Xiaohu kind of surfed into a weird position, and his ultimate here is not good. He flashes forward, then ults them the wrong way, I feel. He wanted to ult them on top of his team. Kindred ultimate comes down, saves everyone, and this is just buying time for the mid laner to Invictus to come. Let's check out Rookie's play here. He swaps directions so many times. Headbutt Pulv, ults in, runs the other way, shadows backwards, and then is able to make his escape. That is like, this is what I'm talking about. Good Zed players, does not matter what they're playing against, how good the other player is, good Zed players will win you games.
And there's a smiling Zatai, happy for the cleanup duty that he was afforded there in that fight, as IG, they'll keep Baron on a few of their members, and most importantly, get the ace and the gold lead now. For almost the first time in the series.
And that's what's really important to understand with this composition. Yes, Rookie was the primary workhorse there, but Zatai has been the primary benefactor. Yep. This rise, 3-1-3 is massive. If Rookie just can continue to keep RNG tied up and apply as much pressure across teamfights, Zatai's just going to clean house.
And Name's the third person on the other team, just fires a whole culling into Zatai. Zatai walks behind a creep wave, continues to farm.
Terrible in top lane though. Tower looking low. They will get him. Name able to take him out for a bit of extra value, but IG not done pushing, and this Kindred's pushing so fast.
I was about to say, looks like a great play on paper. You shut someone down. Turret diving Yeah, that is a risky play, and they're going to actually lose 2 turrets for it.
Rain moves in for this one. Baron buff still there on enough lanes of IG. In fact, Kid's down the bottom side looking to break there as well. All of a sudden, IG out 6-4 in turrets. Maybe looking for 7. Kid, though, has to back away from it, and Looper wants him.
Smart play there from Invictus Gaming. They RNG go for the cross map. Invictus Gaming spread out across 2 lanes, take the maximum, make sure that even though there's a shutdown and a top lane turret going to RNG, they take 2 turrets for the price of 1, able to extend that gold lead to 4,000 now. And that's intelligent play versus brute force. What RNG went for was a brute force play, but IG had the smart play to counter it.
And this now goes back to how much time is left on the Baron and what IG can do with it. It's about kind of like a pause and a slow breathing moment in the game.
We'll see just how slow, though, because IG have exploded in the last 2 minutes. Now out to a very solid lead of about 4,000 up. RNG still licking their wounds after that last fight. They'll push out their lanes, though, see if they can keep them contained. Rain, though, 3-0-4 now. His lane doesn't seem so bad. I mean, yes, Name's definitely got a lot of gold and a lot of damage built up as well, but Rain was a big benefactor in cleaning up in that last fight that IG won. All the turrets going down, and all of a sudden that gold probably between the two looks really even.
Much easier to do, again, on Sivir than it is on Ezreal. Get that ricochet as opposed to hitting your skill shot, so maybe a better suited champion to Rain's strong suits.
Zatai ulti's down bottom side as well. It's time to shove out a wave and apply some pressure. He does have TP. And Xiaohu almost there with the 3rd item, but not quite on the Zhonya's. Did opt for Rylai's. A bit more teamfight control and pressure. Name, though, QSS ready. Feeling nice and strong, but RNG... Once again, they get to a mid-game, they lose the team fight, and look at that power play from IG, almost 5K. Rockets themselves back up into a lead.
Yeah, they get the Baron, the Ace, and they get double as well.
I'm looking at this flank. RNG definitely trying to get behind Invictus Gaming, but again, playing smart, trying to buy rookie time, although he doesn't have a pressure point to work with, so this could be a little bit scary.
Baron is all but on off as well, so it's pretty much just brute force pressure from the IG side at this stage.
I kind of want to see what build Name goes for here, whether he goes for...
He really likes double lifesteal.
Yeah, Bloodthirst. I actually... So... Well, he's dead.
Yeah, Zatai going to move
Good
him out.
QSS.
Flash there from Zatai's ready. He's going to snare him up again. Name pops the culling, does flash to safety.
That is everything. That is QSS flash heal, and he still nearly dies. Zatai, on the other hand, popped his ulti. So that's not a fair fight anymore. I agree with him. I really like double lifesteal on Lucian at the moment, especially if you're going to take Fervor for laning phase. I just think you go double lifesteal into Last Whisper item and just forego.
Very great flash from Zatai.
Completely. That was a really nice flash.
Saved it to basically not secure the kill on Name. Saves his life there as he's applying pressure bottom, and Rookie is busy tying things up in top lane. All of a sudden, RNG, that clean map movement we normally see from them, especially when ahead, does not look like it's there when they're behind.
But they definitely have the tools to continue to just free farm and clear out these creep waves, having the Azir available to them as well as Lucian on the culling and Graves. Like, they're in a fine state until IG really want to be proactive and pull the trigger, either on a dive or massively catching RNG out.
And the other thing is, right, they're still decisive. That was 3 members, flash headbutt, Pole going to come out of Marta there. So RNG... They don't look as clean, but the thing I've always liked about them is when they make a play right now, they just commit to the play. And that's what they're doing over and over again. And the idea is eventually you just catch IG napping, you make that decisive play, and you're able to take them out. And then you move back into a controlling position around the map.
Well, it feels like we moved back into IG's game to win this time around, despite how even it was in the middle of this game. 30 minutes have elapsed. Baron up soon in about 30 seconds. Dragon in 130. So plenty of big objectives to try and play around. Looks like people are going to have to try and get their last-minute farm, get those shops in, because this next team fight's probably going to be a big one.
But this is the Invictus Gaming that people were so surprised to see with Kid picking up that jungle spot. And the weird thing about IG is they bounce between what we were talking about, 3rd and 6th, which is such a massive swing. If they could play like this every single time, this is RNG. This is the top team in their group, one of the top teams in the LPL, and IG are running them around the map.
And hey, credit to RNG right now. With QG's recent slump, I don't even know if it's one of the top teams in the LPL. In fact, if they win this game, if they win this game, there's no way QG can beat them. Like they will have the most winning record in the LPL this split. So RNG definitely showing that they are dominant right now. Well, I mean, they've lost 3 best-of-3s.
Which is impressive, but game 2 perhaps looking a little worse for wear. Rookie continuing to apply that pressure, though. No one really wants to go and fight him, not even Looper, who's not even done with his third item just yet. Iceborne Gauntlet, close but not done. Fight starting though, Mata going to get stunned up. This is IG's momentum. Good culling though, massively chunks out Rain. Few ultis traded, but RNG kind of win that one.
The execution wasn't perfect there. Again, trying to buy time for Rookie to look for one of these free objectives. But I like the idea from Invictus Gaming. Again, let's stop funneling free farm and experience into Xiaohu, into Name, into MLXG, and let's try to bait them into an area we can control and find a pick.
And the other thing, let's give Rookie an actual 1v1. Let's drag them away from mid lane where they can rotate nice and quickly. Let's actually put someone on the other side of the map as well.
They have to check. They know it too.
That is so low. It's gone.
Baron's just dead. Oh my god, they go in for it, but MLXG can't steal it. Now the fight maybe is what they're looking for, but they don't even get that.
Yeah, Looper looking for a teleport play. Indecision finally for the first time out of RNG, and that means that they're able to grab the Baron for Invictus and get the reset.
And let's go back to this. MLXG had the choice of any jungler that he could. He picked Graves before the Kindred came out. Kindred is very high priority in the LPL. They consider her one of the only abilities to keep up with Nidalee, especially in the state that Nidalee is in. Her Baron control is phenomenal. LPL teams have always had this obsession with their monster objectives. I just don't understand the priority there for Graves unless it was being utilized as a flex pick.
That's why I thought they did prioritize it, honestly. I thought that Looper had been practicing it. I mean, we saw Keen even pull it out in
mid
lane for the NALCS. Yeah, I thought that that's what it was going to be, that they were going to try and bait Zatai into one of these champions and pick a bully into him. Graves is a very good bully top laner right now, but just wasn't to be. They take it into the jungle, and I agree with you. Now it's being shown to not be what Kindred is.
Rain now going to apply the pressure, though, with that Baron buff. IG taking a bit of time to set these waves up and spend their money, but RNG definitely back on the back foot. Now they've lost 2 straight Barons to IG's massive amount of neutral damage. Vision control's been great for IG. It's kind of navigated them into this great spot. You can see they're still up about 7k gold. See what they can get done here. Can they break these very important structures and try and get some inhibitors? We'll have to find out because they're spreading all the way across the lanes to try and knock them down.
Rookie's starting to really become a problem for Looper up here, especially with the Baroned up creeps.
And the thing about Zed that people underestimate time and time again is how good his auto attacks are. He gets bonus AD off his W. So if you can't trade auto attack wise, does a very good job, and now Macho in trouble.
Yeah, Zatai actually fighting Name, and looks like Name's losing that exchange, so Rookie going to move back in. Rain's actually busy shoving in this mid in here.
TP from Looper.
All right, he's going to have to try and start a fight, but Rookie's already bailed out. Kitty, so could be the target as Kid actually is going to get locked down. He's got time for the Lambs to respite though. Xiaohu kicks him out of it to try and take him out. They will get Kid for their trouble. And now Looper in the backside locks down Rookie. Name flashes forward. He will take out the Zed to tie in the backside, trying to clean up, but he's far too late from the engage. Rain and Kitty, so still fighting as Name gets himself a double. That's going to be the triple, but he will fall down to Siva to tie. Can he clean up? I think he can. Looper locks him down. Xiaohu with the damage on the back end is going to try and keep him away. Zatai actually is going to try and fall here, but he can't quite get it. The ace this time goes to RNG.
Xiaohu is hands down for me the savior of that fight. Abusing the Kindred ultimate against Invictus Gaming by pushing all of them off of it, taking the heal, and then lasting long enough to take down this massive rise.
And then on the back end, the raw aggression out of Name, just doggedly looking to get his man, taking Siva away from the AoE team fight and putting Siva into a one-on-one. Sure, he falls down, but that is so much damage saved from the rest of the lineup as we take a look at exactly what you're talking about. Boots him out of the Kindred ultimate, makes him fall down. And then for me, separating himself from the team here, Name, the ability to chase down into the Siva, that ricochet, if they had have actually collapsed back onto themselves, would have been Siva taking out everyone. Name just sticks with it, able to get the man. Gets rid of, takes him away from Mata, away from Xiaohu, these low health pool targets, and that just means that, unfortunately, Zatai not able to clean up.
And then Looper here right now, making beautiful use of the exhaust timing and making sure that Xiaohu has the Sand Soldiers, that he's able to utilize the damage reduction on Rise and get the damage down.
The wonderful team effort. RNG do get themselves an ace for their trouble, but they're not out of the woods just yet.
I was about to say, so that was the good news for RNG. Okay, now let's look at the bad news.
They didn't get anything.
Yeah, their whole house got kicked out. That was like outrunning the big bad wolf to come back to your house of straw, on the ground.
Well, the door's still up.
That's true.
The windows are maybe open but not broken.
Unfortunately, I think they're missing a roof.
Yeah, that's what I was going to go with as well.
Because they have 3 exposed inhibs, just those Nexus turrets left as far as total turrets go. They're looking to get aggressive. They might try and take a turret. In fact, as he puts up one of his own, this tier 2 is going to melt to the damage. IG, though, want to defend it. And they're going to surf in for it. Mata, they're going to try and make a team fight happen. The tie with a good flank, and Name's going to get absolutely massacred by the damage. He actually lives for a long time, but not long enough to try and keep it happening. And Zatai, he's ready to cut them off whenever he needs to, but he's not needed this time.
Oh, just disaster for RNG right there. Beautiful flank from, I'm not even going to call it flank, the back door from Zatai right there to come around behind him. This may be the game.
Yeah, that 100% is the game. And like, if you want to see a coordinated team fight, look how well Rookie and Zatai, this is a Chinese top laner, Korean mid laner, and how well they just played that team fight together. I was honestly speechless at the end of it. Fantastic coordination from Invictus. After a horrible game 1, they've warmed up. We're going to game 3.
One good fight deserves another, but unfortunately for RNG, it's IG to get the last team fight here. They'll take down the Nexus turrets, they'll claim the Nexus, and then we'll push it to a 3rd and final game. EDG going to be happy to see a 3rd game at least. Because their spot for first is based on IG's win.
The thing that you have to go back to is the draft phase. Again, that Graves maybe being picked up for a flex pick as opposed to looking for the Kindred. And Kindred paid off in spades this game, giving 2 free and quick Barons.
Yeah, 100%. And coupled with the Rise. Kindred plus quick Baron taker, something like a Rise or a Zir we see a lot as well, coupled with Kindred, is just so potent at controlling neutral objectives around the map. Twice they put high priority on the Rise. They can obviously flex it. This time with Kindred looked much more successful.
And I think looking back at that comp, yes, Kindred was a change there for Kid, did look a lot better, but most of the other picks remain the same. And I have to think it was really just a change in how the early game started, because as soon as IG got to mid-game even, they're like, oh, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we were talking about this. Sivir just makes so much more sense for Rain as a player as opposed to the Ezreal, and he did have a much better performance this time around.
The other thing is you just can't catch the Rookie.
I still think he's the best performing mid laner in the LPL.
Well, Doinby is not playing anymore, so my candidate's gone.
Yeah. As you can see, the cleanup, Zatai very happy to get a few extra kills there with the Rise. This team fight was good here for RNG, but it was a little too late.
I'm sure we'll see it soon, but Zatai actually gave like a fist, like little bit of a fist pump at the end of that game. Like he is fired up today and playing some very good League of Legends. Zatai's always been a great playoffs player in my opinion, and let's see if he can try and move towards another one in this LPL.
That massive veteran experience coming out of Zatai. People often forget that these guys have been playing for 3 to 4 years. He's been around the scene for so long. Zatai knows high pressure situations.
Well, you can see Name cleaning up the back end of this fight. He tried very hard to claim the last fight here as well, but it was not to be. There are too many carries over on the Invictus Gaming side, despite this one being played well for RNG. But again, IG say, you know what? That looked like a nice fight.
Oh. That is so close. I've seen it 3 times now, and I still don't understand how it missed. There was a tree. Like, if you're watching League of Legends in real life, like, that is where, like, a fireball whooshes past your head and, like, a tree dies in the forest. Because he threw that, like, so close.
Smelt it as it went past.
Well, does live, and 2 well-coordinated team fights back-to-back with IG being ahead. They do manage to claim the win there. Again, the coordination there for IG. It does feel like team play was the answer. Yes, Rookie still landing well. Zatai, a much better time that time around as well, and more of a neutralized bottom lane. Despite the fact that Name was winning, it didn't feel like laning was as much of an issue this time.
And let's think about this, right? This is a team, first time around, RNG, good jungle carry performance, but translated it into a team effort performance. Invictus Gaming, they play team League of Legends as well. This is 2 of the best LPL-style League of Legends teams that we had, where it's not about a top laner or it's not about like a mid laner getting ridiculously far ahead. It's how you bring these into team fighting scenarios, and that's big nervous moment for both these teams now, because you know this game, once again, is going to go in a team fight, and I don't know who's a better team fighting team right now.
Well, we're going to have to find out, but only after the break, because we do have one more game to play between these two. Game 3, the last of the last of the season, sorry, will be up right after this break. And we're back to checking with the MVP after Invictus Gaming's very good-looking game too. It was Kid from the jungle that earns it there on the Kindred.
I have to disagree entirely. I think Rookie was the big benefactor. Not benefactor. He was the workhorse. Zatai was the benefactor.
I think that I say this a lot, and I think that we're kind of spoiled with Rookie, and that he's a great mid laner. So when he plays like great games of League of Legends, he doesn't get the MVP. The difference to me was that Rookie played well in games 1 and 2, and they didn't win the game. Kid, on the other hand, played poorly in game 1, incredibly well in game 2, and therefore, by de facto, has to be at least considered, because like when he plays well, Invictus Gaming win games of League of Legends.
I think we talk about it a lot, so we are going to check out some of Kid's moves here from the game. It really is just Rookie and whoever else wants to join him on the ride. When no one else joins him, roller coaster crashes pretty quickly. But when Kid's there, ready, playing well, looks a lot better.
I'm just now imagining Kid and Zatai in the front of the roller coaster.
I can tell you right now, Zatai is straight on the front. He is the first man.
His arms are in the air.
The first set. Yeah, he's ready.
All I can imagine now is like Rookie, like, I really want to go on the roller coaster, and they're like, yeah, no, we're not going today. Sorry, mate, you're on your own. And Rookie like, no, I know how this ends. But when they actually go on with him, it looks good.
He's the operator, right? He's there like pulling the levers.
No, that's Rain.
That's Rain.
Yeah,
that's a worry.
He's definitely the operator.
Okay, that man needs some looking at though, because his performance, he is not driving that roller coaster. I feel like he's like just a degenerate carnival worker that never pays attention to what he's like supposed to be doing in his job.
He's either operating the roller coaster or he's in the very back, and it's just kind of like that whiplash. Like, are we going this way? Okay, I guess we are.
Look, all I'm saying
I'm
is
so confused.
If he's supposed to be operating the roller coaster, if he's supposed to be controlling that roller coaster, he is like having lunch on a smoke break. Like he's absent.
I honestly,
because he has one job: push the damn button and let the roller coaster go forward, so everyone can have a good time. And he's just messing it up.
Someone's gonna have to chime in here, because I feel like my analogies are so like you can follow them. They're so clear cut and straightforward. I like get on board with your analogies sometimes,
and then it keeps going.
You know that whiplash moment? I was Rain. Like I had the whiplash moment where I was like, I'm on the back of a roller coaster and I have no idea what's going on.
Well, I think the analogy got frustrating, but we'll have to leave it for now because we are into Game 2's champ select. Lulu LeBlanc once again banned by Royal. Nidalee Lissandra going to keep things the exact same as game number 2. Will we have adjustments here, though, as Royal move over to the blue side once again for the third and final game?
I'm assuming that Kindred is going to be the top contested jungle pick. I don't think MLXG is going to give away immediate power like that again.
And so they ban it. That's the way to give it away. Is no one gets it. I can't get on this coaster. No one gets to. Invictus, though, looking for a final ban, though.
Wow, that's funny. Leaving up the Rise, I certainly hope that Looper or Xiaohu is ready for a Rise game, because otherwise it's going over to Zatai in the top lane. We've seen twice already.
So many jungle bans.
Yeah, Graves actually going to hit the bin as well. So we'll see what Royal wants to do. It's kind of only Gragas that's obviously left open now.
Also Echo. I think it has to be a priority pick into the Echo, because you know that Zatai would go for the Rise, and it's going to be the denial there.
Well, that's an Echo hover from Looper. See if his team says, yep,
but can they actually play it top lane? Because I'm looking at this now, and I'm thinking they're going to lock up Echo. It's going to be Rise and Gragas on the side of Invictus Gaming.
I think it's going to go Echo jungle.
Who do you jungle if
Elise.
you're MLXG? Elise, Lee Sin? I'm looking at it like Elise is a little bit more attractive. Actually, wow, they just go Sivir.
Yeah, so they prioritize the Rise again, but they do take the Sivir away after the first pick Echo from RNG.
That's interesting. Because I do agree that Sivir is very priority right now.
Especially alongside Rise.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, no, I can see it.
Well, MLXG is probably going to get the Gragas, though, so we'll pose the question now to IG. Which jungler are you playing, kid? Because all of a sudden, your jungle pool is potentially getting shredded here. Hasn't been locked in yet, though.
He's got the pocket Mundo.
The return.
You laugh.
Oh, I know.
No, I think it's going to be Elise.
We'll have to see. Definitely a different-ish style of jungler for MLXG. Maybe he'll be a bit more proactive.
That is such a front line.
Gragas, Alistar. There's Alistar locked in. Apparently still discussing the pick, but I have to think they will take Gragas here.
Massive disengaged champions. I mean, the only way that this gets worse is if you also have Poppy up in that top lane, but you have two of the biggest resets against already a hard engaged composition with Sivir.
I just want to know what they were thinking about, because they clearly weren't sold on Gragas until towards the end of that pick.
I think they were talking about whether we pick Poppy up, right, and send Poppy into the top lane and jungle the Echo, or whether we go with Gragas. And they're like, well, we would rather see a mid lane Rise and a top lane Poppy than we would see a jungle Gragas right now. So let's go with this.
Fair enough. Looks like Kid is going to have to go to 5th string now that 4 junglers have been banned or picked.
See, I actually forgot about Sejuani a little bit. I think the Sejuani, as far as junglers go, is incredibly potent at the moment if you get your lane swap. It's back to the situation where it's very easy to invade, but I think Sejuani's ultimate, let's stop talking about it because it's not going to be locked in, is very good.
Braum and Lee Sin are actually the picks here for IG.
He just went full Chwin there.
On an opposite vein, however, I kind of think that Lee Sin, unless you are a Lee Sin player, as Chwen is a very mediocre pick right now in the LPL.
I agree with that, and I'm really unsure where Kid's Lee Sin ceiling is.
He's not known for his Lee Sin play. I have seen him play it once this season.
He's between Cacao and Cacao. That's how I like. That's my range of Lee Sin play, right? On a good day, he's Cacao. On a bad day, he is also Cacao. For those that can't see my hands, Cacao plays a very broad spectrum of Lee Sin. Like, very broad spectrum of Lee Sin.
He also plays a very broad spectrum of Skarner. I think people can relate to that one.
What's the scale? It's like Major League Baseball to OGN Championship
600
winning.
damage to champions. That's the scale.
Oh, that's true. Slept on the Skarner. There's RNG. Kalista, which was banned last 2 games, and Varus
Don't
actually
worry,
are going to finish
mate,
things
most
off.
of us slept through that Skarner. I was on the World Analyst desk at the time, not enjoying myself. I was sick, and I was sick of watching Cacao play Skarner as well.
It was just getting worse from there.
Rookie though, with the counter pick. We'll see if he goes to Zed again.
Something that I wanted to point out, you already mentioned this, is the Kalista pickup for Name. The fact that we have such a big jungle priority, which is...
baby.
Wow.
We're doing it.
I understand the Yasuo pick, the Lee Sin pick now.
Yes, because that's Yasuo, last pick there for Rookie. Speaking of Cacao to Cacao as a scale, we're going to have to get some Cacao in this game.
It's also very important how Lee Sin plays a jungle when he is with a Yasuo. Typically, they won't look for those early priority ganks. It's about power farming to level 6, immediately running into Yasuo's lane and giving him a free kill.
That's more a kid's mileage, Lee Sin, I think, to be honest. You know?
It's the best thing ever as well, because you doesn't matter what direction you kick them in. Good Yasuo players actually control your kick. They take the ult when they want it. They understand, like, at the start, in the middle, or at the end. Like, Rookie controls the Lee Sin kick in this game, not Kid.
Yep, and we get the opposite spectrum. We had Varus into Azir before, the poke versus poke. Now we have Varus into the guy that stops all your damage.
And they've got Braum Yasuo. This was the most potent comp in LPL Summer. LGD used to play it incredibly well. Wayless is a really good Yasuo, but also something that Invictus would do. Zatai would play the Yasuo, Rookie would play the Yasuo. Double wall is very hard to siege into.
It's such a beautifully rounded composition too. You have your early game strength, your late game strength. I love IG's comp.
I love it so much. You know what? I'm not even going to talk. Let's go for game 3. And here we are for the 3rd game as Kalista's gonna... That was a nice way to start this one off. RNG versus IG has gone the distance here, so we're going to push to a game 3. And what a game 3 to end us on here. Looper on the Echo. Name on the Kalista, which was banned 2 games in a row. Zatai, his 3rd straight game on Rise. But Rookie with the real treat here in mid lane. His Yasuo is back with Kid going to be trying his best Cacao impression, and that's Grasp of the Undying mid lane. Welcome to this final game.
I really love Grasp of the Undying on Yasuo. I think that is
filthy.
Incredible trading tool in lane, and the best thing is Grasp of the Undying, as far as scaling into the late game goes, is unrivaled.
And I'm going to echo Spawn a little bit here. Rookie plays one of the best sets in the world. Rookie might be one of the best Yasuo players in the world. I think maybe Dade in his 2014
well, he's gone now,
run.
right? He's technically not a professional player anymore, so I would say that you don't even have to throw your arguably in there. I think that Rookie is the best
Yasuo player in the world.
See if we can show it off here.
And this is a difference. Like, Froscarin did all the right things there as a commentator that we're taught. Give yourself an out, Make sure that it's not a definitive call. And I've just baited her in.
Yeah.
To the.
You gotta work on your framing. Make sure it's not so absolute. No, he's the best.
And the other thing that I like about it, and Rusty and I love talking about Yasuo at the moment because it's like, what do you build on this guy? Like, you can go the health route, you can go lifesteal, you can go team fighting. Like, you can go static shiv into Trinity Force, for example. You can go static shiv IE. You can go Phantom Dancer into random lifesteal item. You can go lots of different builds on him. What Grasp of the Undying means is you do not have to pick up lifesteal. It is enough sustain that you don't actually have to go lifesteal anymore.
Kind of quickly touching on also the Yasuo lane as it goes to level 6. I really like that the lane swap has been initiated here because it isolates the jungle matchup, which puts Kid, again, not in contention with a 1v1 against Gragas. He can just power farm, and he needs to power farm to that level 6 so he can walk into Rookie's lane.
Well, we'll see how Rookie does here in the early stages because Xiaohu is able to apply great pressure early on.
He's a Q starter. Ugh. I don't like Q start Yasuo's.
Well, Rookie got his E now, so should be able to navigate through these minions pretty easily. As he is going to sweep through them. Xiaohu, though, good early pressure. Has that Doran's there as well. As you can see, Mata and Name, once again, proxy mini waves. That's a very nice knock-up. Xiaohu, though, he's going to get some damage back down. Rookie does well to escape some of the early trades. You can see he's trying to keep up as best he can because range versus melee is still a little rough. Nice win wall. Oh my god, this is filthy.
Yeah. All right, so now we're seeing why he's a really good Yasuo player. They're actually going in for a gank here, so he has to back away. If Looper wasn't there, that would have been much different, but very good Spidey sense tingling. That means that I'll have a slower push onto the turret.
Well, when your Varus is getting bullied all lane phase, then suddenly has the confidence to, hey, 1v1 me.
Oh, wow. Teleport in as well. Kid wants it. He tags Xiaohu. But MLXG's there. Rookie just asserts dominance in the lane, gets a dagger, and goes straight back to it.
Meanwhile, in our side lanes, we do have the standard lane swap now taking place. We did have a bit of awkward proxy farming, so denying a lot of those creeps. So towers will fall.
See who we give gold to. It looks like Zatai will get sole possession of gold on this side of the map. They're not going to get it on this wave. Oh.
That's awkward.
So what this means, technically, as Zatai... Oh, no.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Yeah, cool. Got it.
Brom's like
they share gold. All right. So what that would have mean if they had got the perfect wave is that on the next swap, there would have been a window if they go to fully swap down where they can grab a free dragon or a free Rift Herald in the extra time that you have scored yourself. So it's not about the gold objective. It's not a huge deal. It's about the tempo you create for yourself. Or you get a cheeky duck into the mid lane to maybe fish for a gank before you actually have to show up bottom lane. So that's what I love about lane swaps right now is like there is a very clear cut. We go double jungle, 2 people, stack the wave, pushing into turrets, but it's the variations after that. I think you call it the opening of chess, which I like that analogy. I'm going to steal it. So I'm going to say it's like the opening of chess, and people are going to credit that to me, and it's going to be great. Where, everyone knows what you're going to do for the first 3 moves, but it's what you do on your 4th and your 5th that really make the difference.
Well, we'll see what variation we play today. Is Zatai out of mana? Looking a little lonely here. Kid's actually topside, though. Martha really wants it. Going to go in. He's going to get the headbutt. Ooh, 2 for 1 there on the pulverizer. Here's MLXG. Deep. Rides in. There's the flash body slam. Lands in onto Kid. At least in hops out of the way.
Yeah, so that is one. So I'm going to spell burnt for 2. So in favor of Invictus Gaming for now. Once again, Rookie, great use of that wind wall. Denies a lot of damage that would have come out.
Keeping up in CS as well. So things looking okay.
Marta does this a lot. Ducks between turrets, grabs a whole wave, and then pulls it. Like, he was about to pulve it just then. As Rookie, you're in trouble.
So we do have these standard lanes, kind of an agreement happening between both teams, although it should be noted that Invictus Gaming will not have their jungler available for this push, so we'll see if they're able to trade towers effectively with simply the power of Sivir. But right now, RNG will have the lead on the global tower, and now it comes down to where do they go from here? Is it to the Rift Herald with the power of Callista? Is it into Rookie's lane to put this Yasuo down? And this window of opportunity for Rookie to have an isolated 1v1 matchup against Xiaohu and look for that level 6 is slowly closing.
Jungle pressure there for Kid and MLXG, though. Looks like a lot of attention, actually, in between swaps has been paid just to make sure the mid lane either stays under control for RNG side or perhaps starts snowballing over on the Invictus Gaming side of the park. Looper, though, working on another turret. He's going to be able to get it, but Zatai down there, help out there for IG. So these turrets, once again, are going to trade pretty much the same time with these similar-looking creep waves as well. We'll see if Satai gets all the gold this time. Looks like they are going to share again. Oh, no. Going to be a bit nicer this time. Although Kitties did pick up some bank.
And I wonder if that's due to an early side stone, as we see IG now electing to actually go for a dragon pickup. Probably signifies that they want to start Rift Herald on the other side of the map, as
He's
Mata,
in the garage.
stalwart in his guard of the Rift Herald.
If there was ever assigned to your team, hey, we're doing Rift Herald, it's this. Mata just stands on top of it. He's not going to start it, so we are going to have a trade here. 2 towers down on either side. Looks like Dragon's going to be traded for Rift Herald. And this is a very common trade, but I think one that obviously plays out very different because the objectives do vastly different things for you.
Well, the thing is about where the Rift Herald goes, and it looks like this will go into the pocket of MLXG, which is just going to strengthen his jungle, again, using that empowered recall as well as the empowered movement speed. It's now a question of where is he going to put it? Typically, we'll see it either put into the bottom lane to reset waves when towers are there. With this being open, I suspect that it'll either go top or mid.
So, and the other thing is that we saw at IEM that the European teams, and I love watching Europe League of Legends because it's kind of like one of the smarter regions, I will say. Like they're often like the Euro lane swap is they took a normal lane swap, they added some twists onto it, you know, when the jungles join, how long you double jungle for. They kind of were the people that came up with a lot of these things. And what I liked seeing was how they would stack waves without their jungler there and then have the jungler join with the Rift Herald buff. And that is something that very much has not been figured out and replicated by other regions. I think that Korea does it relatively well, but other regions kind of just give it to their jungler and march around into Summoner's Rift, whereas we saw at IEM especially, like the European teams would grab Rift Herald and they would make you pay with it. Like they would march it into this lane right now and they would be like, we're going to take half the turret with just one Rift Herald buff because you have so many caster creeps there.
MLXG late to the party though, so it's just going to be Name and Mata with the damage out onto this tier 2. Not bad damage though. Name with a couple of quick daggers. In fact, RNG doing pretty typical RNG things, looking for the dive more than the turret. MLXG though is going to make it, so kind of late on the conversion, but looks like they might just get the turret here.
And like Spawn said, the caster creep's doing a lot of damage. They will get multiple chip damage, and looks like the tower as the next wave comes in just in time. So good collapse from RNG, and they're back to playing structure-focused League of Legends that we saw in Game 1.
Beautiful play, to be honest. Look how much further ahead they are of this creep wave right now. That is very nicely done. There's no way you're going to be able to respond with that. Now they can bully out the jungle, you know, make sure they have vision control, and this puts pressure on Rookie's lane. So I really like how they played that lane swap just then. That next step that we talk about, their move was far superior because they traded the Rift Herald for Dragon, and Rift Herald just gives you a lot more map pressure as opposed to that scaling pressure. As Phantom Dancer, wow.
Trouble maybe for Zatai, actually gets knocked up by Name. Pulverize follows in there for Mata, and First Blood is going to go to the Kalista. TP's cancelled because that kill's already done.
All of a sudden, once again, back into that lane, they're going to keep pushing.
Yeah, and we talk about kind of the brute force from RNG, how they'll have like a high-risk, high-reward playstyle. They do burn some summoners as Xiaohu. Oh. No, he's fine. Picking up that kill, though, they're not unable to translate into a tower, so good response from IG to minimize their losses. But RNG, they're on the prowl, they understand that they're ahead, and they're looking to continue to be proactive and snowball this game ahead.
Almost 3k up now as Rookie actually goes top lane with the rest of RNG collapsing onto mid. Rain was here babysitting it for a while, but he's sleeping on the job once again. And this tower's actually almost dead. Kid's going to join in. Marta looks for the play. Chains landing onto Xiaohu. There's MLXG with a flash body slam. Beautiful cleanup by RNG. They CC Least into death.
And RNG, just once again, they make decisive plays around the map. And that's a difference between these two squads, at least at the start of this Game 3. They're going to take another turret. It's going to be a 4,000 gold advantage. They're going to be up by 2 turrets. And they're putting on another clinic.
To be fair to Rookie, I actually think that he expected Sivert, Braum, and Lee Sin to be able to hold that tower just fine. You have plenty of wave clear. You have the Unbreakable. You don't need the Yasuo wind wall available to you. But Rain's just so scared, and Kid taking the long route and walking in front of the enemy team, thinking that he had the cheeky safeguard.
Yeah.
Xiaohu again, pinpoint ulti, able to lock that down and start it off as RNG. 4-2 up now in turrets. Let's see, Rookie is actually on split push duty right now with a Phantom Dancer first. This is common in a lot of split push style builds. Let's see if Looper can hold on, because Yasuo maybe not looking too bad. Although that chain vest and the Balmy Cinder with an extra Ruby Crystal, Looper's probably feeling pretty safe.
Yeah, he would feel safe until he got ulted, and then the armor penetration off the Yasuo ult kind of wrecks your day at that point. So I like Rookie's build a lot. I think the Phantom Dancer gives you great dueling potential. The problem is will he ever get to show that? Because Looper is 22 CS up at the moment over Zatai, who's having a miserable game of League of Legends just because of how they've rotated into his lane time and time again. And Kid on this Lee Sin really has been pretty quiet so far.
It's interesting to see the variations of RNG and where they're starting to stack their power. The reason why they're one of the top teams in the LPL, or the top team in the LPL with Xiaogu faltering, is because like EDG, they have so many carry threats and carry potential where they can funnel their gold. Like you said, picking up Name over Wushin, it just kind of gives them that extra 1% of veteran star power. So it's not only Mata and Looper stepping up, making the plays, Xiaohu becoming a playmaker, and adding Name, who's notoriously been the guy who shows up when it counts.
What matters this game? Because RNG, do you want to hold on to the top spot? And looking good so far is Name with an early Hurricane, actually. Opted for it first. He's going to try and do something here. Rise, though. Pretty scary against the old Kalista. Zatai, though, just wave clearing. Doesn't feel like he can really put the pressure on.
Makes a lot of sense to go for the rushed Hurricane there. First and foremost, we're seeing a lot of skirmishes and pushing waves, more importantly. We're in a lane swap scenario. You don't need the dueling item of the Blade of the Rune King because you're not dueling anyone.
Level 9 Xiaohu just half health Rain with one piercing arrow. This game is getting very scary. And I think that it's going to get to a point where IG once again look for one of those flanks and try and pull the trigger earlier rather than later.
But they just don't have the itemization on Zatai right now. I think it's pretty much entirely up to Rookie at this point in the game.
Dragon is back up. Rookie in that side lane still. Is occupying a lot of Looper's time. But Looper again, not too worried about it. Does get the Grump, does Rookie, so a bit of extra gold there into his pockets. And now the fight kind of starts. Not really. Rookie just getting some harass down as RNG will consolidate. Couldn't get that tier 2 tower in mid, so instead they'll fall back and take the easy objective and claim themselves their first Dragon of the game.
And to IG's credit, they're doing a much better job right now of balancing farm. Sure, RNG are kind of waiting on some big shops to come through, as well as the fact that Name really does need 2 items to start dominating it to Kalista, so it is a brief respite. But you have to acknowledge the fact that, you know, right now Invictus Gaming potentially doing a better job of setting this up.
Here comes Kid. They're trying to give support to Rookie.
It's all a bait. Rookie, though, going to duck and weave and do what he can. Doesn't go for the knock-up that time. Just spins himself out of the way. Kid, I think a little late. RNG were pulling up to that side. Rookie does well to get away.
A concern for me, though, is we're looking like Game 1 territory, where Rookie's playing fine, but the rest of the map is really collapsing around him. And, you know, at some point, there's only so much Rookie can do as a player.
I'm going to say that you can do significantly more on Yasuo in a team fight sense than you can on the Zed. So whilst I agree with a player can only do so much, maybe he has more tools as this game goes on. Zed drops off. Yasuo does not drop off anywhere. He gets much better as the game goes on. So we'll see if that does ever become a factor in this.
Certainly some downtime, though, as players and teams are looking to secure their objectives. MLXG still steals that red buff. How very rude. But it looks like people still waiting on a few items. Name is building in towards that presumed Blade of the Ruin King. Not quite there just yet. Varus needs to scale up. In general, you look across here, a couple tiers, they got to see items coming out. They're going to take a little while to scale.
Yep. Zatai again in his brush.
I've seen this play before.
I'm going to call it Zatai's brush.
The Zatai brush.
It's his house.
Difference this time around there is that there's not the near flank or the burst potential out of Invictus Gaming's comp, at least not on that side of the map, because again, it's a Lee Sin versus a Graves. That's unfortunate.
It really is.
He's
going, though.
Still wants Looper. Rookie, once again, going to get aggressive. Knock up. There's the ulti. Looper now in a little bit more trouble. Does put the W down, though. Rookie going to try and outplay him. Does move out of the circle. And that's Looper forced out completely. But this tower's going to go down. Not a bad trade at all for RNG.
I feel like with that pink, it's pretty much the thought that counts.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. And Rookie handily wins a 1v1 there. Looper doesn't really burn anything, however, and there's not much pressure that you can put underneath the turret as a Yasuo. But Kid being caught out again.
Oh, good flash from Kid. Mata flashed in for him, but Kid's able to get out from under it. Summon is blown.
That time, Mata went for the pole flash. That was instantaneous. That was very nice to watch. Very high level from both the players there. Good responsive flash from Kid to get himself out of that danger.
To be fair, also, that flash from Kid burn does save Rookie's life. He was way behind enemy line, so the only reason Kid was there was trying to save Private Rookie.
Well, he lives this time. And he's going for the Trinity Force build by the looks of things. It is all about the split pushing today for Rookie. Even has the teleport like he did in game 1 on the Zed. So you feel like IG have a very clear path to victory that are trying to navigate through here. But Rookie has a lot of lifting to do as IG is still trying to play catch up 5k down.
Well, right now he does have the 1v1 advantage over Loop, or at least he did in the last trade. So good news there. But RNG, as long as they continue to be decisive like Spawn's been talking about, they should continue to eat out the rest of the map.
It's not even that, right? They just have so much siege potential with Gragas being able to kick off the wave clear. You've already seen how hesitant Rain is to go anywhere near that pickup. Looper's zoning and the fact that he's still scaling into the latter stages of this game. And the dive potential out of Mata. Just right now, they have advantages everywhere except for maybe in the 1v1 split push. But the disadvantage for Looper isn't bad enough that Rookie is like collapsing the map around him. He's just forced under a turret and made to passively farm.
Still farming up though, on both sides actually, as the Thai does not have the rower and the tier still charging up. Tier charging there for Shahu as well, so they're probably pretty close to full at this point.
He's about to get dove if he doesn't either get backup or back up.
That's not your brush, Rookie. This is the backup from IG. Not sure they're in time to save it though. Don't mind this from RNG, saying, you know what, Rookie, if you're going to split push, we're just going to push the lane you want to be in.
Mata grabbing the aggro from the creeps again, giving his team just a few more auto attacks on the tower.
And they've got double wall up as well as a Sivir, and they still have not burnt either to try and save the turret. They're going to let it fall. 7,000 gold now. This lead is getting pretty out of hand for Invictus.
I understand the caution there. Again, like you've talked about, the dive potential and the proactive movements from RNG are terrifying. But I feel like their caution is almost like too little too late. They should have been using the double wall comp and utilizing Sivir earlier, but they've been cautious from the get-go. Now it's respectable because there's a gold disadvantage, but it needed to be on that mid-tier tower about 10 minutes ago.
That is brave from Kid as MLXG takes the blue out from under them. Rookie gets slowed. It's an arrow there as well, and I think that's good night on that particular exchange. Dragon up in a minute, so RNG looking to go back and get their shops in first.
And once again, I always say this about double teleport comps. There comes a point in the game where you have to try and burn both of them to get yourself an advantage somewhere. And that point in this game was about 5 minutes ago for IG. And they just never pulled the trigger on it. And what that means is, sure, if the game goes to 40 minutes, we'll be back once again in an advantageous spot because you have 2 teleports. But for the next 20 minutes, they have to try and open the map up as far as possible and trade farm into carries for what will be increasing pressure around Baron, around Dragon number 4 and 5. It's just going to become so hard to execute on.
No, you're absolutely right. For the next 15 minutes or so, Invictus Gaming are just about farming to their power spikes, and it's going to be a slow game if they decide to win it. And for RNG, the question is, have they learned from their Game 2 mistakes? Have they learned from even their Game 1 failures? And be more proactive around this Baron pit to just really close it out in a 1-2 punch?
Well, they are, but it's the wrong buff as the Rift Herald is going to go over to Name.
It's only 19 minutes in this game, and we're closing in on a 10k gold lead for RNG.
Yeah, does have 2 items up as Name, so I feel like go time is approaching here for Royal. Looks like maybe MLXG is going to go ahead and get it. No, it is actually Name that gets it, so maybe time to shove out another turret. All the tier 2's already dead, though. 6 turrets to 2 right now, so RNG maybe in an obvious spot to make a play. Dragon is a consideration. The Baron is actually up in 10 seconds if they wanted it. Looks like they're checking for red buff. I think Name stole that one, as Looper is going to go ahead and take himself to Dragon. Nope, just aggroes it. Decides to go through Dragon Pit for some reason. He's busy. He's got places to be.
Here we go.
Decisive, huh?
100% correct call.
Yep.
Right now, they're in such a commanding position.
And this is what I was missing out of RNG in Game 1. You know, they were so clean for the first 25 minutes, and yes, it's only 20 minutes here, but I wanted to see them pull the trigger on the Baron before the Rise got up and running and could contest them on small areas.
All of a sudden, pings are coming out. Hey, that's too little too late right now. RNG able to pick up the first Baron buff of the game. It is 8,000 gold, their advantage right now. And Rookie, his split push duty, it's been admirable, but good luck against a Baron buff. I don't think this game gets any easier from now on. And whereas Game 1, they looked better as the game was going on, RNG were like, the only reason they look better after 25 minutes is because the game shouldn't have gone that far first time around. We're not making the same mistake again.
We're at 21 minutes now, almost, with Dragon up and Baron there for RNG. We'll see just how quickly they can look to close this one out, as they are going to collapse back under the Dragon and take it. Looper top lane, busy occupying some time and getting a shove started there. He's going to go back now. Looks like he does want to do some shopping, but RNG can pretty freely take this objective down. In fact, Marta maybe found one. He's found Kitties. Blade of the Ruin King in there. That's going to force out the Brawl multi as well. No cooldowns here for IG to really lose. They also bet on the hunt just to get out safely. RNG already with an early win with that Baron buff.
But it's now translating that into an inhibitor at best case scenario for RNG, and it's still a relatively uphill battle if Invictus Gaming execute their composition correctly. They still have double wind wall. They still have the Sivir for wave clear. I need Rain to step up this game for IG.
I think IG need Rain to step up this game for IG. You're right. IG definitely fighting on the back foot at this point. We'll see if RNG can maybe change their approach with a very similar looking comp from game 1. Plenty of threat though. Looks like they're choosing bottom side as their first point of attack. Looper once again is going to go top, make sure he just keeps those waves occupied. Well, there's a tide to go back to base. He's going to run down. Maybe a window here for IG to fight.
Makes sense that they'd be looking for that bottom inhibitor. Rusty likes to call it the Baron inhibitor. If they're able to pick that one up, it just means a free Baron and double pressure points next time that objective spawns.
Yeah, completely agree with that. However, one thing I do want to say if you're an Invictus Gaming fan is we're getting towards like one kick territory, I call it, where one kick creates that much of a death timer that you're able to relieve pressure across the map. And this is where Lee Sin actually shines, in my opinion. He's able to get that one kick past about 22 to 25 minutes and start turning pressure around. Oh, good move there.
Yeah, you can see the damage from the IG carries. The tie actually chunked out MLXG, I believe. He's going to force them away. IG, if nothing else, are doing a good job of keeping the game where it was before the Baron got picked up. Yes, RNG got some gold off of it, but they're already down 6 turrets. If they can keep these inhibitor turrets up, that's a big win for them. Kind of getting through the early Baron very effectively.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Again, Invictus Gaming, they want to continue to funnel farm in all 3 lanes. So this pressure that RNG are playing into them, it's just giving them free food and free gold. As long as Invictus Gaming makes sure that their base doesn't crumble from behind them.
And that's a key point, right? As long as that does not happen. You know, RNG, they have a little bit of extra gold because they are taking things. Although, I didn't take it.
I thought for sure he was going to pull the trigger on it too.
Yeah, maybe because Marta was there, but I feel that you can flash, because you can flash halfway through Lee Sin queues. Like, lots of people don't realize, but Lee Sin, as long as he gets near his person, you can, like, flash at any point to stop it. You can W at any point to stop it. So the changing of direction with Lee Sin, if you're a good Lee Sin player, actually isn't as difficult as people make it out to be. You don't actually have to go to the AD carry. He could have flashed and kicked Gragas back underneath the turret.
There you go. Kid's going to show some of that off.
For completely no reason.
Still under threat. Ooh, Marta goes in. He finds Rain. Very good pick as Name is able to take him out. Rookie 3-man knockup, but it's not quite enough as Lupa dashes forward to try and get some aggression. Kid now going in, but he gets the kick. It will land onto Name, but nothing in range there for the follow-up. Lupa still occupying times in the front lines as Rookie is going to move back in, but Lupa phase dives back through the base gate. 5v4 now. This turret looking real unhealthy.
They did lose their Sivir, though, so that's the primary amount of their wave clear. Should be able to approach this and siege tower.
And Marta again, one key pick, does open up the middle of the base. RNG will claim mid-inhib here. IG now starting to bleed out.
And look, I know that Invictus Gaming are behind, but that's the difference between Marta and Kid. Marta sees his opportunity, burns summoner spells straight onto the line, and takes out Rain. Sure, everyone else does the damage, but he's the one that makes that decisive call, right? Kid has tagged 3 people with Lee Sin Qs in that and is dancing around and trying to get cute with the champion, when really all he should be doing is trying to take the kick onto Name right now. And it's just not happening for Invictus Gaming this time around.
Well, IG now with a big open hole in the middle of their base, although Baron seems to have worn off. So perhaps a reprieve here for the side. RNG, though, going to go back and spend that gold. They're pretty much 10k up at this stage of the game as the Sterix is now finished up for Name. Definitely wanting to make sure he shakes off a lot of that burst. Doesn't get assassinated by Rookie.
But to reiterate what we saw in Game 1, the middle inhibitor to go down isn't the worst case scenario for I was going to say for Zatai, because it's not. For Invictus Gaming, it's a very similar composition. They want to continue to funnel farm. Again, Sivir is going to be a 3-item power spike 80 carry, so still looking for that last piece, probably the Infinity Edge, to go with that Essence Reaver. Likewise, Ryze is waiting on, again, that Void Staff before he really comes online. But there are options for IG, and we're turning into another scenario where...
Rookie wants something here.
He's so good.
Yeah, Rookie just dancing around, but Lupa just sort of shaking it off. Still hitting him there, but Zatai's also going to join in for it. Lupa does ulti out of the way. Good time minder there as well. And despite the pressure from Rise, they get away from that one.
So they really were trying to bait him in there to committing Looper. That's why Rookie hadn't burnt Ultimate or anything. Ultimate gives you another full use of shield, and they were calculating damage quite well, but Looper, not one to be easily fooled. He's like, no one else is on the map right now. I'm not going to take that one-on-one fight. We're winning without it.
And RNG do get a bit of additional pressure towards these side lanes now as well. Looper, though, has started to push. Looks like top might be shoving in as well towards IG's base. But these turrets are being awfully finicky for RNG, who have struggled to take sidewave turrets. Looks like they're not going to get it this go-around either. Unfortunately, that pressure is not quite lining up properly. And with Dragon back up soon, Baron also available, RNG have other things to think about.
I think the call here is, yes, we can attempt to siege this, but if we lose here, it would be a free cross-map Baron from Invictus Gaming. Instead, let's back, reset the Sight Stone, walk into Baron, walk into Dragon, and start setting up for those free objectives instead of the gamble of looking for another siege and possibly elongating this game further by a counter Baron.
So Zatai as well also needs to get a Void Staff in. We saw the game started to turn a bit more in game 1, where IG were almost able to flip it back over despite the strong start from RNG, because their carries were hitting 3 items. Again, a very similar setup here in this game. The same 3 carries almost between the Sivir, Rise and the Yasuo. But 3 items are sort of the peaking points for a lot of them. And it seems like Sivir and Rise, and honestly even Rookie's Yas at this point, to still not quite enough total gold for the side at this stage of the game to put up a good fight.
I think the biggest issue is the lane assignment between Echo and Rookie's Yasuo currently, if they're going to continue a 4-1.
In regards to
Invictus Gaming win condition and stalling out longer. The fact that Rookie, I don't think, can very safely be in this lane anymore, especially as he's having to teleport out as Looper got behind him as well as the rest of RNG.
So I actually think that Rookie still beats him in a 1v1. He's got lifesteal. I don't think Echo is ever going to be able to do enough damage. The reason it didn't look like before is because he knocked him up 3 times and didn't ult him once, so he just has all the armor there. I don't think that Looper's ever going to be in a position to 1v1 kill him, but I do agree in the fact that Looper is currently the weakest member on his team. Rookie is the strongest member on his team. So if RNG can ever get that lane matchup where they're like, Looper can at least not die, and he's not that useful at the moment, to us at least, and IG are like, damn, that's our strongest member. That's why it's so bad for Invictus right now, because it's literally he's being held down by, like, honestly, someone that has been gold starved in Looper and just picking up side lane farm versus, like, the star of the composition for Invictus.
Oh, Kid caught again, maybe. There's the body slam in. Kid, damage is good. And Name, more than enough CC to take him out.
And Kid doesn't even get to flash.
Which spectrum of Cacao are we on?
Cacao.
We're on the Skarner spectrum.
Cacao?
We're on, like, the 500 damage spectrum.
Well, Baron's going to get started up again. As a result, RNG find the pick they need around the jungle. I'm just going to cleanly take this one again. Xiaohu's not even really joining in.
He's helpful.
He's just throwing in Qs.
I'm helping.
Kallista's doing more than enough here. MLXG tanking it to the face like a man.
That is so many spears.
Yep.
When do you reckon they pull them out?
1,500?
Yeah.
That was way more spears than that.
It was. But, you know, keeping it safe. Basically, smite it so that it's above 1,000 health still and hope the spears kill it, I think was the plan there.
You are correct in the case that you just pull the spears out like 100 health more than smite can ever do, so there's no risk of a steal coming out. But I do want to see one day like just the 3,000.
Got it. I mean, we're almost there. But IG not even in the area really to contest, so probably wasn't an issue there regardless. RNG do pick up Baron once more, and we'll see if they can crack these side lanes this time around. Mid inhib is back up. It really does feel like game 1, and I don't think RNG got Baron in that game. They do have it this time. They are going to retake mid inhib, but IG have done a great job holding on, and they're getting closer to the tipping point for this team comp.
RNG also have a much better wave management this time around. The bottom wave will connect with the bottom inhibitor, so could look to grab more this time around with this Baron.
They also have a Gragas. And Gragas just is so much better at diving turrets.
The Siege Breaker.
90% of his counterparts.
If there was a battering ram Gragas skin, I'd be completely behind it. Because that's what it feels like when he flash body slams you.
The Juggernaut
just
Gragas.
slams through the door. Yeah.
The Kool-Aid Man Gragas.
Here we go.
Setting up the W. Looper going to zone them out, and they will break. Oh, MXG goes in for it. He finds Kitties, who is going to go down after popping out the ulti. Kid looks for a kick, but he gets knocked up by Marta, chained up by Xiao, who Rookie dives into the front side, but he gets exhausted. They will get a few kills, but a massive knock up on the return is going to give him a huge ace here. Nami going to collect almost a quadra for his troubles, and that should be game RNG.
And RNG will take the series, which can spell disaster for Invictus Gaming, as this is the last time that these teams will face for the season. And Kid, I don't think I've seen a Lee Sin kick all game.
Yeah, no, neither have I. But in the end, doesn't matter. RNG, they pick it up 2-1. Very well executed in games 1 and 3. They will retain the top spot of Group B and go through the LPL with the most winningest record of the spring split. So hats off to pretty much your outright first place team.
Yeah, IG, really good showing in the whole series, to be honest, but couldn't quite get it done in one of the other 2 games. RNG definitely showing that, yes, we are still the stronger team, but IG have to be a little worried, still need to clinch their top 4 spot. They would like to get up into the standings where possible, but unfortunately, it's pretty much out of their hands at this point. But if they make playoffs, that could be a scary team.
And a very well-deserved bow from Royal Never Gives Up right here. Again, this is the best that the organization has ever achieved in the LPL regular season.
Who needs Uzi?
Well, you got Name, mate. He's like the counterpart of it.
He is the anti-Uzi. You are correct.
No, but it really goes back to the organization. From the beginning of the season, RNG picking up a 10-man squad, effectively having a sister team in-house, pulling their coaching staff, pretty much gutting everything, making this Frankenstein team of Gamty and King and Starhorn Royal Club, renaming it RNG. They made their intentions clear from the beginning. They say it's not about winning the LPL, it's about winning Worlds. That's their end goal, and they're one step closer to an MSI appearance with their top finish in the LPL regular season.
And the other thing, right, is that this isn't an unachievable goal for Royal. They've got so close twice already. Like, if a Chinese team is allowed to say that it's about winning Worlds, it is definitely the Royal lineup. So I think that it's something that we definitely have to keep an eye on, track Royal and their success as they go to some international tournaments. I would be very happy to watch them try and go towards MSI because I think Name especially deserves a chance at redemption. So many people remember 2014 Worlds with a little bit of a chagrin feeling. Like, they don't really understand what we're talking about, like positive energy Name and how good this guy was at League of Legends. But I think that right now they're showing that when they play their best league, teams can't get close to them. Like Invictus, they're a great team. When RNG fired in those 2 games, there was nothing they could do to slow that juggernaut down.
It's also been an evolution of style of RNG over the course of the single split that they've been together. Again, this is a relatively new roster, not just in their individual talents they have available, like MLXG and Xiaohu and even Woosh, who is starting on the team, but moving from like a battle skirmish ward team where it's just about, deep vading, getting the superior 1v1 matchups in flanking lanes, and then collapsing onto your wards when they go to contest. Now we're seeing such incredible objective priority from them. They're playing the first 25 minutes of the map beautifully.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that when we look at the use of Rift Herald in that game, that's another string to their bow. Like, tick, they understand what... They were maybe about 10 seconds late to that rotation, right? But they understand what Rift Herald should be used for. They use it to get a clear turret advantage in their lane swap. The fact that, game 1, they probably identified and their coaching staff would have let them know you could have gone for Baron much earlier. Well, they got it as early as you possibly can. They stood on it as it popped out of the ground and took it down straight away. So I think that this is a team that learns really quickly from their mistakes and do not repeat the same thing twice.
And I sort of agree with all of that, and I want to just mention that, Royal, we talk about the best teams in the LPL being so good because they can carry from any position on the map. Yeah. We are starting to get to that point for Royal, and big credit to Xiaohu and Name for really stepping up. But I have a trivia question for you, Frostgurn, because I can't remember off the top of my head. When was the last time Name won an LPL title?
Ooh, it was 2013. Positive Energy Name with...
Was it really?
Oh, no, it's LG or EDG with 2014. Yeah. No, you are correct.
2014 split to EDG.
They haven't started playoffs yet, but I think the man may be due.
And technically,
he wants it.
Technically, I think it was Devil the last time he won one on Positive Energy, so I don't know whether Name actually ever won.
No, but he did win it on 2014
EDG.
You are correct.
So, he's one of those players that just like flick through. People won't understand until they actually do it. I think that percentage-wise, he's the highest win percentage to actually ever play in the LPL when you go past a certain amount of games, because he just does not lose domestically. Sure, his world sucked. Like, let's just get that out there. Not an apologist for us. But, the guy domestically has done a fantastic job of winning in the LPL.
No, I completely agree. And like you said, it's kind of this conversation that if you haven't seen 2013, 2014 LPL, it's actually really hard to make a clear call on Name. But this guy was incredible. He's not, I will say this, he's not quite there yet on RNG, but it's definitely a good thing to see him integrated back into the roster and the trust that RNG have that he can be graded again.
What a perfect segue, because there he is, your MVP for that match. 100% kill contribution, 7-0-2. The Callisto was banned twice. You can tell why in Game 3.
Yep.
Completely agree, right? And his decision-making was really good that game. One thing that Name has always been credited for is his late-game decision-making, his team fighting, how vocal he is from the AD carry role. Typically, Chinese AD carries were very vocal on their team, as opposed to lots of other different regions. And I think that Kalista, that's why it's such a power pick within the LPL, because decision-making on LPL AD carries is top-notch.
And here's something that's even more terrifying. Imagine what form Name would be in if he had the entire 10 weeks with Mata.
Yeah. Or if he'd played more than half of last year.
I agree with the sentiment, right? But I actually trust the coaching staff of Royal Never Give Up, one of the few teams that I do that, actually. And I think that they were resting him until he actually was playing good enough League of Legends to be once again in the LPL, because he didn't have a great 2015. Like, in fact, Looper probably wants to forget his, and Name wants to forget his as well.
Mata wants to forget his 2015, that's for sure.
Well, it's funny that you put all those players together, because their overall team fighting has looked fantastic, and I feel like Name has added an addition to their team fighting as well. But it's sort of fun, because I think there's a good argument for who is the best domestic player to ever play in the LPL, and I feel like it's between two very well-known names. They used to play on the same team. I think it's Name and Clearlove.
Yes. No, I absolutely 100% agree. This sounds like such a weird thing to say, but I don't know if I want to say it. No.
What were you going to say?
Clearlove, like if there's a player who I think is most deserving to win, not in terms, I don't know, I can't say it clearly.
So the way I explain Clearlove to people is, so when I discuss best mid laners in the world, I always take Faker out because he's the best player, right? Yep. So he's not the best mid laner, he's just the overall best player, hands down, no one gets near him. That's why when I say Rookie is like the best mid laner, I'm actually not talking like, Faker is better than Rookie. I think hands down, much better. Clearlove is just like the domestic, like his leadership ability, his captaincy, the fact that he's a shot caller, the fact that he's a jungler and has changed through so many different metas. I think that like you would say that he is better than Name, but I think that as far as like linear success goes, like Name is a very important person to track.
This is something that I really want to underline with Clearlove though, because you hit the nail on the head, and it's an argument that's not often brought up with Clearlove. It's his how resilient he is to the meta. Yeah. This guy plays everything. And the thing is we're in like this age where, you know, Kakao was incredible for his limited amount of time. MLXG is now coming back up. You have all these incredible junglers. Dandy is always going to be a favorite there. But the thing about Dandy and Clearlove is both of them have proven that they are meta resilient and they will continue to come out on top domestically and internationally.
And I think Clearlove, more than anything else, arguably the hardest working player of all time. I believe the winningest player of all time, depending on how you weight it. But it's so much fun. And the reason I bring it up is that there's a good chance they're actually going to play in playoffs. Because RNG, they've made it now as first seed. EDG, presumably, are going to secure a good-looking spot. And for the first time in a while, Name may have to challenge for a title where Clearlove doesn't get to carry him.
And you know that Name wants to take down EDG there. Obviously, Deft coming in, taking Name's spot. There was good blood between EDG and Name when they separated there, but you know it has to sting a little bit. I'm leaving, because Name made it very public. I'm leaving EDG because I do not want to be backseat to Deft.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, EDG were very clear when they said that Deft is you, but better. So I think that that's a really fair argument that both teams can have. And one thing I will say on that topic is lots of teams have wanted to beat EDG as we take a look at the highlights throughout this game, and this was a great Name play picking up a triple kill. Lots of teams want to beat EDG in playoffs. Not very many teams have been able to do it, guys.
No, certainly not, but RNG will at least take first in the group over them, and let's have a look back at this series to see just how good both these teams honestly looked in the series. If you guys like LPL, this is a great series to watch because there were so many sick team fights on both sides.
And it's really cool the evolution of RNG over the course of this team fight. Like Spawn was saying, it was very clear that there was some sort of communication like, hey, we could have gone for Baron earlier. They did not make the same mistake in Game 1 that they did in Game 3.
Yeah, give credit where credit's due. Game 2, IG took over. Zatai and Rookie went bonkers. Great support out of Kitties and Kid. this is a team that when they click, they look fantastic. I always say that IG play between a 4 and a 10, and on any given match, you never know which one you're going to get.
It's like the most unreliable shotgun in the world, because Rookie's always there. You load him in, he's ready to fire. But you load the tire in there sometimes, and he misfires.
You lose your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in this, to round things out, felt like hand was lost here. Certainly, RNG really just dominated in these last few fights. Again, building up another good lead. Not quite at the same insane pace that Game 1 was maybe played at, but navigating through all this is hard, and Looper and Mata and the rest of the crew did so much work
I'm glad you called them out there. The Pole 3-man Echo Ultimate, those two players, when they play on the same team, are poetry in motion. Mata and Looper are great to watch.
I love watching just how many combo picks they played. We had so many repeat champions. Mata's like, I'm going to get Alistar 3 games. I'm going to try and carry every game. To his credit, probably carried 2 out of 3.
No, yeah, completely agree. RNG, the question now becomes, have they had enough time for the single split to compete for EDG? Like Spawn was saying, you know, a lot of teams want to be EDG, very few do. LGD is on the rise, EDG is looking back in form. Can RNG, have they have enough time? Was it proven in this set that they're able to compete in this playoff?
Well, RNG at least take the 2-1, looking very strong, and they will secure first for Group B. We had the argument before, though. We're going to get a little closer to its answer. Clear Love and the boys from EDG are up next. Don't go too far away. And welcome back, guys, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We just saw a great series between RNG and IG as RNG were able to ice it 2-1. And the good games keep coming. Group B has been stacked for the last 5 weeks or so. And now OMG are going to be taking on EDG. It's Clear and Friends versus Cool in the Gang. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining me are Indiana Frost, Gurren Black, and Jake Spawn Tiberi.
Hello, and it's actually going to be Icon and Friends, I believe, today. Cool might not be playing Game 1 is what we've been told. We'll see if it actually happens because who knows with the LPL,
honestly. What a gamble, though.
Yeah,
your last game. And this is a super important game for OMG. If they win here, it's taking control of their playoff position. Again, it's a very tight race between IG, Vici, and OMG for these last final spots. But to put out Cool, who's effectively the last standing superstar on the team for Icon.
Hey, Young, he wants to have a word with you.
To put out Cool, who's effectively the last standing superstar.
I agree with this sentiment. I think that as far as like people that sit back on their porch and reminisce about OMG and, you know, how good this team used to be, lovely, going, Cool, San.
I see you're at my barbecue.
Yeah. And then they like fast forward to today's version of OMG, where Cool is a great lineage player and like no disrespect, but he is not playing the kind of League of Legends that Cool would want to be playing. And I respect the decision of OMG and WE that they've been making this whole year. That is, if you are a legacy player, we don't care. If you play good League of Legends, you will play on our team.
Yeah, but then you look at teams like Invictus Gaming, they're like, legacy player and our jungler, nailed
it.
Get
in here.
We'll roll swap any legacy player.
Well, they're working out for IG perhaps, but we'll get the lineup soon and confirm if Icon is back. Because we are going to have a look over at the OMG side. We're going to start here as well, which is always nice. And there he is.
Oh.
Xiang, Xuan, Icon, SMLZ, and 5.
I'm a big fan of Icon, I will say this. This guy came out of solo queue. I almost give him kind of like the pseudo-faker storyline.
Yep.
Like, no one know where he came from solo queue. Guy takes down all these top mid laners. His 1v1 ability, his mechanical ceiling is incredible. He's just a joy to watch.
Well, here's the top lane. Xiang been looking very solid. As Xuan also back on his comfort picks.
Talk about icons, you know. No one knows where he came from. LGD, no one knows who he is. He's Chwed. He's at least in one tree. And honestly, as far as people trying to recreate themselves, TBQ Chwen's story on OMG is great so far. Hats off to the man of pretty much saving his career after a disastrous world run.
There is Icon, though. He's been looking certainly good. Be good to see him back. Haven't seen him for a while. I imagine he's got plenty of practice, at least in that solo queue. SMLZ, though, been the surprise success story almost for OMG. Was the him and 5 his support there in the bottom lane. Known for some excellent playmaking, and I love to see the Bard in his recent match history.
And this is part of the reason why OMG are so strong. Like you said, playmaking ability from 5 on point, and SMLZ is finally stepping up into the AD carry that he was supposed to be 2 years ago.
And he plays everything at the moment, SMLZ. We used to question his champion pool so heavily. Now he is finally to the point where he is like diversifying a lot.
Well, Clear Love is smiling.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to move
terrifying.
over to EDG. And
yeah, you tops as well.
Just changing it up on you all the time. But you know what hasn't changed? Starting 5 roster.
It's like LGD were like, we have black uniforms. EDG were like, so do we.
Well, right now, EDG, we'll have a look through their 5. Like I said, it will be the MSI winning roster from 2015 here for Game 1 at least. Koro, Clearlove, Porntef, and Mako.
Okay, everyone knows EDG. They're the flagship organization, the premier team from the LPL. They may have been down for the middle of their series, but they are climbing back to the top. And with RNG and their decisive win over Invictus Gaming, EDG are looking to meet them toe for toe.
And everyone has been firing, honestly, in the latter half of this season. We just saw Koro, their top laner. He's back in form. Clearlove feels like he never really left form, except when he wasn't there for the team's first few games, and they did pick up a few losses. Pawn, though, it's been great to see him back. Athena was filling in nicely, but there's no player quite like this, man.
I just love, like, if you want to know how I think about Pawn, go watch the last time he played Twisted Fate.
As much as I love Pawn's TF, I have to take a minute and say this guy is playing out of his mind.
Pawn was 0-4 on Twisted Fate at the end of that game and backdoored the Nexus. Like, I'm not saying good things about him. Def picked up a 4v5 triple kill again, and they were able to win the game. Pawn was like, it was like, Pawn's taking our base. We need to fight 4v5. Def kills everyone, and Pawn is like, all me, baby. Get those cards in there. Honestly, Pawn is like, he's a really good mid laner. We say it almost lovingly, the fact that he does not need to fire for EDG to be a great team. When he fires, however, they are all class.
People, we use the analogy a lot, like the Darien of
Yeah.
the Darien of EDG, but the difference is no offense to Darien, but Pawn can be a big carry. Like, you can put resources into Pawn, and he can step up and be like, this game actually is all me. But he's more so a distraction. He streaks across the mid lane. Everyone wants to kill him. He'll sometimes go 1-for-1 even when like 20 people gank him. It's incredible to watch, but he's so chaotic.
And the other thing is, both the players got their reputation, and there's a reason that everyone wants to kill them. It's because if you leave Pawn unchecked, he is still a devastating force on Summoner's Rift, right? He still goes toe-to-toe with the best mid laners, rarely loses a 1v1 lane, is still able to pick up solo kills when he wants to. So there's a reason that he's got a target on him. It's just that he really enjoys having that target on him pastry time. Like, he loves the attention. Honestly, that's what he wants out of his League of Legends experience.
And he gets a surprising amount of it. I think, honestly, you look at this matchup, we just saw RNG play, and they definitely feel like a team that's evolving into 5 strong members that can play well together as a team. That's been the recipe for EDG's success in the last, almost 3 years in the LPL. And I feel like right now they're just playing such excellent League of Legends, looking forward towards International. On the other side for OMG, they are playing for their playoffs at this point.
Yep.
They need a win here. So last series I'll get to play for this regular season. Jesus, there are a lot of tests here.
Yeah, it's uphill battle.
With IG losing, that means that if they win this, if they are able to pull off that miracle and beat EDG coming in on form, then they are in. Like,
Yep.
That's what all she wrote for them. So we'll see whether they're able to do it.
I believe EDG can no longer play for first. They required RNG to lose, and IG couldn't quite push it over the line. So secured second, I think, at this point, but
Yeah.
they
so
always
the way
play.
I described it is that they can't get first. They're secured for second. So this game means nothing to EDG. And I think that actually makes them scarier to play against.
This is the thing. There are no games that mean nothing to EDG. There are only free rolls. And EDG, when they go in, is real scary. The bans are done, though. Clearlove's Evelyn going to get taken out. The Alistar away from Mako, and the Nidalee out from under Clearlove as well. There is first pick Kindred for OMG, so a bit more jungle denial there. Schwann's going to take that one, but Thresh, Maokai, and Kalista real quick. The ban's there for EDG. So a couple bottom lane bans and a top lane ban, interestingly.
That was a very cheeky kind of smile from Trin, like, I got the Kindred. What you going to do about it?
Once
Play
again,
Nidalee?
don't want... it's banned.
Oh, it's banned. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I like it.
I almost want Clearlove to immediately go Lee Sin and be like, what's up?
Haven't seen it in a while, but it does have quite the KDA.
It has an incredible win rate. I'm not even joking. I think the last time I checked, it was like 46-13 in professional play. That's absurd.
Yeah, and there's Poppy Braum for EDG, so we'll have to see if it is a rare sight from Clearlove to Lee Sin. But what? Oh man, that'd be so brutal to beat Schwann with Lee Sin.
Said jungle.
Well, 35 seconds now for OMG. I'll decide on picks 2 and 3. Icon is back, of course. Haven't seen him play in a while. Be interesting to see what he can do up against Pawn, but has had good success, particularly against famous Korean mid laners. He seems to like really killing them.
Yep. Kind of another notch in the belt. Something that I want to quickly touch on for bans. I love the fact that EDG are prioritizing the Maokai ban, especially against OMG. A lot of their success in the most recent rise throughout the back half of the LPL split has been Xiong on that Maokai pick.
And the thing is, we tapped Nautilus, right? We took some damage off his E, and that meant that he actually started losing some lanes, which he never really did before. He had equal or better lanes, Nautilus. So Xiong is one of the huge Nautilus players within the LPL, loves playing at top lane, but it just doesn't have the same punch that it once had. That's why Maokai is taking precedence in the banning phase.
And there is not, and Sivir picked up for OMG, so smart picks here. Plenty of strong AD carry, great way to enable the Kindred and the Nautilus. And of course, like you mentioned, Xiong's pretty much favorite champion, at least from this split. EDG though, where do they go from here? It seems that they've already locked in that top lane. They certainly have a support already. I don't think Def's going to be playing Twitch today. Maybe not feeling it. We'll have to see. And there's Graves locked in.
Another Graves Lucian composition. We saw it last series. Going to see it again. Rapid Star, of course, the drafting coach behind EDG. And we've now seen 2 LPL teams choose the Graves into the Kindred matchup when available.
Seen a lot of Elise. It's been probably the other one, but no love today for Elise, unfortunately. So we'll see if Def does lock down the Lucian. This has been a common counter pick, I'll say, tentatively, into Sivir. People seem to at least favor the momentum you get in the 2v2.
Well, it's just how Lucian's going to interact with Sivir's spell shield in terms of laning against her, and obviously Lucian's always going to be a laning bully. So, not awful. Not a hard counter.
Certainly not. As Rise locked in again, so much Rise today.
Rise and Sivir in particular, again, the #1 thing for Rise is that he lacks the ability to run up and run over opponents with the On the Hunt pretty much augments that one issue for him.
What's Icon's pick? What is this game?
Yes.
Is that mid Nautilus? I don't even know.
Nah, it's
either mid-rise.
Mid-rise.
Oh.
Icon plays it.
There's no way Xiang is playing Rise. Let me tell you. I love
Not
Xiang.
a Rise player. He used to be a mid laner. Come on, man.
Yeah, good Syndra.
Yeah. Good Morgana.
Yeah,
More
not
as a
bad
support,
ball.
though.
I was a fan of the Syndra.
Yeah, no, that's where it stopped for me. I can't actually remember Xiang as a mid laner or anything apart from Syndra.
All-Stars. Syndra was it.
Yeah.
Yep. That was a brutal game. Here we go. Lulu might be the last pickup. Makes sense because they have a double 80 carry comp, EDG. This is very practice for them. They've said very publicly about Lulu that they prioritize and really love this champion because of her ability to isolate targets in a team fight by utilizing her Glitter Lance and her Whimsy and making sure that everyone can get around a team fight. It turns more into a skirmish rather than a full 5v5, and they can really thrive there.
EDG have certainly shown that skirmish-wise they are one of the best, if not the best in the region. But I like this from OMG. I love the Bard out from 5. Be pretty good into the old Braum there as well. Xiang, of course, on a comfort pick. An Icon back in the lineup for the first time in a number of weeks. Going to be battling with the Rise here. A pick that's fourth straight game. Today only of Rise. Seems like the power might still be there.
This comp from OMG is absolutely terrifying. I actually also really like it. The issue is, of course, what they do in the early game or where they have any sort of kill pressure. Obviously, Kindred's a very early game jungler, but between Nautilus and Rise, Nautilus is good, but Rise maybe not so much.
The thing about it, however, is I just am looking at the Poppy and how instrumental it's going to be. If you boot one member out of OMG's team comp out, they either lack damage or tanks. So Koro will dictate how a lot of these team fights go for EDG.
He's a pretty excellent Poppy player. We've seen Echo maybe take Poppy's position as priority top laner, but still teams like to lean on her power. We'll see what happens this game, though. Should be quite an explosive one. OMG EDG game 1 coming right up. And here we are to kick off our second series of the night as EDG and OMG, our second clash of the Group B Titans, will begin now. Icon's back in the mid lane. EDG hungry to close out their season well. This should be a great series, and this game 1 will dictate a lot of that momentum.
So we do see the Keystone Masteries appearing on your screen. The thing that I want to set is the tone for these two teams going in. Again, EDG don't have anything to win or lose here. That said, we've already discussed how EDG never take a game lightly. It's always the playoff match for them. OMG, this is their playoff run, destiny in their hands. But OMG are a very 5v5, brute force, team fighting team, either through skirmish, through fives. They like to tower dive. It's kind of the same sort of identity. That's maybe one of the scariest things against a team like EDG.
They just pull you apart. Like, as simple as that. This team is very cerebral, very smart. They have ways to transfer power into every single person on their lineup. And right now, when you look down the line, comfort picks in everyone except for maybe Clear Love. You would say that Clear Love, there's a couple of other champions that he would rather play over the Graves. Evelyn, Nidalee, Kindred at the moment. But everyone else is like on a first or second pick for them. And that's scary when you look at EDG.
Well, we'll see how early game shakes out because we have had a lane swap here. OMG's bottom side is there in their now 2v0 lane effectively. I think we are going to get an invade out from 5 as well. Clearly trying to start a bit of a greedy one here, but does take the Grump away. 5 going to spot them. And looks like the little Sentinels have been taken out by EDG. So bit of a trade back and forth. 5 actually, it's quite a lot of damage there trying to poke his way in. He might not be able to stay to try and harass this, but EDG respecting the power of the Bard. On the weak side of the map, they'll actually give it up.
I'd respect the power of the Bard on an invade just as I would respect him in the 2v2. Again, cannot be underestimated. Bard has been the LPL go-to that if you want to win lane, you lock in that Bard.
Yeah, 100%. But what you will say is that they're taking a lot of gold right now. They took the little Sentinels and they took the little Wolves. They actually even nabbed the big one for themselves. So denying as much gold away from this lane swap as possible. And they also will get like the 2.5 buff in that regard.
Yep.
Well, it's been looking good so far. Deft and Mako stacking up this wave by the looks of things. Pawn pushing in early is a common feature of EDG's early play because they do want to lock down whatever play they're going to make. And Icon, of course, on the rise. Just kind of has to wave clear up against the Lulu. But Pawn with Ignite, we'll see if he can make a big play. Icon running Ghost, actually. So a different kind of combat summoner, but no teleports in the mid lane today. As Clearlove does get that Rift Scuttler, but Schwan moves over and starts EDG's blue buff.
And again, just a very standard lane swap. If we're going to continue on Pastry's chess analogy, it really comes down to what happens move 4 and move 5 after these initial towers fall.
Well, shouldn't mess this one up. Looks like both teams are going to get what they want here in the initial swap. Blue low does go there to Schwan, who's now going to go for that Rift Scuttler. Not sure I've seen Kindred's mark yet early on, so looks like Pathing's not going to affect that early mark RNG. ZDG, I think, shoving through. This is a very common feature of their play.
Yeah, we'll see whether they actually do keep accelerating. They've pulled off a little bit, so they are waiting for things to die right now, not deciding to shove through. But I agree with you, definitely look like that. And with Graves on your team, it is a common tactic, actually, to be able to take down more than one turret early. Xiong gets a very deep bounce there. Koro replicates the exact same way. We'll see whether they trim the wave and join back up for a very peaceful, fun-loving start of the game.
Well, we'll have to see because it's been quiet so far. These are definitely two teams that like to get aggressive. OMG in particular like to get things frisky early on. EDG, a couple different speeds to their play, but generally fast and furious, especially in this type of game. OMG going to have to be careful as Pawn is getting nice harassed down in the mid lane versus Icon, but Icon holding on just fine.
I just had this realization that in week 10, literally the second to last day of the LPL, I think we've had a lane swap except every game except for one tonight.
I can't remember. We had, like, lane swaps ended up in standard lanes, I think, in 2 games in our last series. There's been a number of them. But the teams are mixing it up a little more. It's not just lane swap or die. Unless you're Vici or Snake.
It's just nice to see, again, the evolution. You know, it's been 10 weeks, how they've grown fond of the Rift Herald, how they've started to experiment with the Rift Herald, and how we're slowly easing in to the hot bathwater of the lane swap.
Turns out there are objectives other than Baron on the map that you are allowed to fight for. EDG have learnt that Dragon is not the only neutral on the map as well as Pawn.
Flash.
Trouble here. Flash hook there for Xiang. Schwan's here as well. They are going to collapse in Pawn. He wants to trade, but it is Nautilus that gets the kill.
And this is what Spawn talks about when he talks about move 4, move 5, and your different options. You can either have a gentleman's agreement, go for the tower trade, or you can get very cheeky with a well-trimmed wave. We talked about how Xiang got a very deep freeze and kind of disappear into Fog of War, appear up in the mid lane, and find a nice advantage.
OMG are the luckiest team in the world. Pawn just missed a point-blank Glitter Lance that I would expect him to hit 9 out of 10 times that would have secured a 1-for-1 trade, and they are so much further ahead of this lane swap. If they had have traded 1-for-1 there because they sent 3 members and Pawn still got a kill, that would have been disaster for OMG. But in the end, they are able to get themselves first blood and still get the turret in pretty much the same amount of time.
But it speaks to the team's styles again, the fact that OMG went for the brute force play and EDG made the very calm, calculated play. So both teams living up to their identities.
And that's the thing. EDG can be an aggressive team, but they're not always an aggressive team. We know exactly what we're getting from OMG, though, as Icon able to pick up some assist blood. Not the kill that he may have wanted. That goes to Xiang instead. But it seems like towers are going to fall. We're 2 for 1 right now, but OMG should finish that off in the top lane.
This is dangerous. Mako and Deft are actually making a beeline.
They pinged it too.
For that Rift Herald. They know what's going on.
Oh.
5's being tagged.
It hurts.
Here
it
comes
hurts a lot.
Pawn.
Harold's really angry.
Oh, Deft.
Are we going to get a steal in the Rift Herald? Not this time. Actually, Deft in trouble. The rest of the members do collapse there as Pawn's actually going to get eaten up as well. TP in from EDG. We will start a fight. Schwan very low as SMLZ dives in and gets exhausted by Mako. Magical Journey maybe going to keep them out, but SMLZ kept out of the exit. Koro is going to get locked up. Icon's here to CC him. Schwan throwing arrows over the side. But EDG get a kill.
Flash wallbang just knocked him out of the Magical Journey. Koro coming up huge in that team fight. And Deft, I never know why I doubted you, mate. Able to live on a slither of hell.
And again, we have to go back and really underline the communication from EDG. So EDG are saying, I have the wild growth. I'm coming in time. It's fine. You can be this aggressive, Deft. Wild growth comes in just in time. Immediately, Koro's like, guess what? I'm also on my way. EDG, this is what we're talking about. Returning to form, and that's an unfortunate journey. That is an unlucky journey.
Clearly liked it, apparently. Happy with Koro's play as he does chuck a rare smile. But I guess given the position they're in this game, EDG have a lot to celebrate. But still some games to play here. OMG effectively trading Rift Tail for a kill. So gold looking about even here. EDG with just the slightest of leads.
I'm all about Koro's face right now. That is stone face killer.
That's
I've
Koro.
ever seen one.
You guys think Clearlove's angry all the time? I don't think Koro makes any faces
I try
other
and
than that
explain
one.
this to people, like when I met the team. That was my exact response. Like I've heard about, like, you know, Clearlove, shot caller, very serious at all time, very, very respectful, humble person as well. But like has oh wow, let's not talk about that. I was gonna say has belief in his team. Koro is like the sternest, I'm gonna say, person I have ever met in real life. He is very, very down the line, serious, whatever you want to call it.
Cool, calm, and collected.
EDG do take tower in the top lane, though, so you can see
massive.
that Graves
Handsome
pressure.
in real life. Koro and
Yes.
Clearlove, both very, very well-presented gentlemen.
Should take note that, again, they did just get a tower for pretty much free. There's 0 response from OMG, and this is what we're talking about. You know, this is going to be probably a very bloody game. Both these teams like to fight. OMG, they've made most of their success in the LPL so far on their skirmishing ability. I don't suspect that they'll back down against EDG at all, and EDG certainly aren't going to back up. But just these small advantages, EDG chip away at you, and these small leads always amass into something great.
I think the worry, though, is that if you are an aggressive team, EDG will ride with you if they feel like they can take it to you. So, yeah, they'll play calm if you want to play calm, but if you ever start pushing them, they push back real hard. And I think you can see that from the early teleports. EDG are up about 1,500 gold. Actually, only about 1,000 now. Blue buff, though, does go over to...
He smite stole it. Clearlove got it.
Very nice. But OMG starting to apply pressure towards his bottom side.
But that's 2 times now. OMG look for the Rift Herald. Bam. Deft and Mako, they're there. The teleport comes in from Koro. They're ready to contest the objective. OMG swing over to the blue buff. Guess what? Clearlove just here in time, smite it away. EDG so clean on these rotations and answering OMG at every turn.
Pawn continues to be annoying. Going to shove in Icon here. He's scaling up relatively well. Tear and a Blasting Wand. Could spell either the Rod of Ages. Actually, it will spell Rod of Ages first, because rip Archangel's recipe.
Big lead is in the jungle. About 700 gold, which is actually quite significant. That was cute.
That was one of the better interactions I've seen. Not a bad counter to the Rise passive. Just turns him into...
I want to clear the wave. No, you don't.
I like it from Pawn. He's going Chalice first, actually. So early items starting to come out, but looks like for the most part, just that turret, really the advantage for EDG, who have done well to play around the map. Now they're in the bottom half, maybe looking to play around Dragon. We are 10 minutes in, so considerations for these neutrals do have to be weighed a bit more heavily. Is Xiong hanging out once more?
And we'll see whether he's able to get something done.
Block up there. Oh, good flash from Pawn. He's actually flashing in towards Icon. Wild Growth's there. Clearlove's up as well. Ulti not in kill range, so EDG will disengage successfully.
Again, Pawn absorbing so much pressure from OMG. Fares better that time around, has the nice flash, and again tries to trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, but one more time, EDG have a bigger wave prep. They've got Graves, who is so much superior in any kind of lane pushing scenario. Clearlove just marches into this bottom lane. It's going to get all 3 shots on the turrets, and EDG just win the turret trade so easily.
And that's it. Turret number 4 now is OMG, still scrambling to find 3. Here is the third potentially, if they can get it.
Pawn's rotating.
He is, like, this is what I will say about Pawn. Like, he takes the long way around. He's going to be back behind that turret. They're going to look to see if they can save it, but they're going to definitely stop. Ooh.
Hook there onto Mako, but the fight will break out. Icon's down here as well, so it's 3v3. Xionglo already low as Mako forced to flash out, but he is going to die to that auto. TP now down as the ulti's going to take out Xuan. Xiong in, but Koro can't quite find a dive.
Deft is so good at his posturing, knowing that Rise was about to come around the corner. Obviously, you have the very deep pink ward from EDG. Immediately, Relentless pursuits and tags him with a full rotation of the calling.
Yeah, 1 for 1, and look, they're still looking to save this turret. EDG just have the responses of the current meta. They are quite slow to adapt, I will say that. But once they do adapt and the meta doesn't shift drastically, EDG are one of the more cerebral teams that we have in the LPL.
And here we go for Dragon. EDG able to take every little advantage out of this map, it feels like. Getting effectively a trade down the bottom side. After the teleport's in, they'll take a Dragon to sort of pad the bonuses they've gotten already from their great map play. Even Mako's getting a bit of extra CS here, taking the tax while Pawn returns with that completed Chalice and some Merc treads. Clearly respecting the power of the Rise chain CC.
Oh, and look at Mako. Hats off to him. You don't get CS often as a support, so when you do, make every little bit count. Like a pro underneath that turret.
Mechanics, man. He has them.
It's going to help him get closer to that, what is it, Eye of the Watcher?
Yep.
No, it's Eye of the Equinox.
Equinox, yeah. Don't know. It depends if you like AP Braum or, health Braum.
It's not because I don't know which one it builds into. It's I just don't know the item names because they're so bizarre.
Let's call them ice stones.
Equinox? What is that?
I don't know, man. It's no face of the mountain. It's just an eyeball. There's OMG. Still looking to keep the pressure off. Rift Herald is back available. Schwann's going to investigate the area. Eats a chair for his trouble. So it looks like it is a bit hostile, at least, in that north part of the river. Pawn also wave clearing up pretty nicely here, especially with blue buff being absent. Because clearly I've got the last one due to some nice OMG pressure.
An equinox is a time or date plus each year at which the sun crosses the celestial equator when day and night are of equal length.
Okay, explain to me how that has anything to do with that item.
It's about the 22nd of September and the 20th of March each year, which has absolutely nothing to do with Runeterra.
I think that just actually proved my point about how ridiculous that name is. Thanks for the backup spot.
Ice Stone, trust me. Just go with it.
Ice Stone.
Thing that gives more wards. You're an analyst, come on. I know you guys don't know the names of anything. It's okay.
He uses the Q, he comes in with the R, he blows him up with the E!
That's actually how I would cast.
Yep.
Everyone's like, how do you remember all of the abilities? I'm like, there's 4. Like, it's not that hard.
You mean the summoner names? Yeah, they're pretty easy too. OMG are pushing in here. Good tag there from Mako. EDG trying to start something. OMG to their credit up, applying pressure.
Oh, wow.
In some of these other lanes, but EDG thwarting them at every point, including this one.
And OMG have to take the long way around to get in front of their tower. Thankfully, the wave's not going to get there quite early enough that EDG don't get the chip damage, but they're really throwing their weight around on this map, and they'll quickly rotate towards Rift Herald.
And I love it. Pawn knew, he's like, I'm not getting blue buff this game. I know how this one goes down, so instead, buys the chalice. Straight to Rift Herald there for EDG.
It reset.
Def face tanking it right now. He's going to go down, though. OMG not ready to respond in time, although looking mid, so maybe that's where they go to next. Position for a fight, perhaps?
I don't know. They gave it to Clear Love. I do like OMG's posturing. Oh.
Nailed it. Mako, though, needs someone to jump onto. No, he puts up the door instead. EDG maybe turn this around. Koro, good old punch 2 away, and now Koro's going to lock people up. Schwann, he's going to take out Mako, but he's already so low, along with Xiang there in the front lines. Kindred damage, not quite enough as the ulti can't save them. SMLZ gets turned into something there. He's going to get blown up there as the Glitter Lens does get spell shielded. Clearlove flashes in, but the flash is going to get him out of the way of the auto attack. Clearlove, though, not done, never done as Icon tries to turn things around, but EDG will not stop running forward. Pawn is going to force the final flash.
We talked about it at the start of the game. This game on Koro, if he gets rid of priority targets, there is no way OMG win team fights because they need all 5 members. On the other hand, 3v3, 2v2, there are so many combinations that EDG can use, and you just saw that in that team fight. Punts 2 out, clear team fight win for EDG.
And likewise, it goes back to how they like to utilize Lulu, an isolation champion, as Pawn might be caught here.
Big latch there from the bar, but Xiang follows in with the hook. It's not enough, though. In fact, maybe a turnaround. 5 almost gets sniped by Winter's Bite. EDG will have to give up on this push. That mid tower looking awfully low as well.
Again, the tandem use of Poppy and Lulu in these fights. EDG are one of the longest standing teams in the LPL right now, and something that LPL teams do brilliantly is their ability to manipulate a 5v5 into exactly the terrain and the shape that they want. With the power of Poppy and Lulu, so easy.
Bring your own team fight, and that's exactly what EDG did. Very nice execution there, and finding themselves getting further and further ahead in goal. 2,500 up now, so starting to get a lead, but OMG definitely still with sprinting distance, I'll say. It's not a huge jump from this point of the game, but we've talked about it before. EDG are a team that tend to not let go of leads once they've got them. Good smite away from Clearlove, does snag that Rift Scuttler as well.
And this is why when people saw Poppy, they were like, she'll be a top laner if her numbers are right and a support if they're not. As we have another culling coming out of Def, because her... she's got CC, but her utility of the ultimate is game-changing. Bard level game-changing, in fact. And you just saw it in that team fight. Bard isolates 1 member. That should be a 1 team fight. Poppy just says no and is able to clear people out.
Also a great response from Mako to make sure that he gets the door up in time.
This is not the person you were looking for. Like, Mako is unpickable right now. He's just so tanky with that door.
I think my favorite part is that, like, looking at that, I expect him to jump away and did the exact opposite.
Yeah, ults down and like, oh, wow.
Def went in, looking to fight the other AD carry.
They want it. I love watching EDG when they're so confident just forward. You want to fight, let's go.
This tower looking real dead. Are they going to get anything else, though? Good Bard ulti, but everybody dodges it except those poor minions. Not quite enough autos to finish it off, but that's pretty much a swift wind away from going down. OMG going to try and turn things around. Mako may be caught. As Schwan does get the cripple down on with that E. Mako now getting exhaust. Does get wild growth as well. Have to burn a few cooldowns, but everyone gets out alive.
Doesn't even burn the flash. Like, they're using the minimum every time.
And meanwhile, Koro was top lane.
EDG just looks so, like, within themselves right now. They're not burning anything they don't have to.
The communication's on point.
Take another turret down. That's 5,000 gold. And in very unassuming fashion, EDG have blown this game open. They're 5 turrets to 2 right now.
And again, it's just that crisp map play. OMG, a team that's definitely known for strong fighting, especially team fighting, but getting out-thought by EDG at this current juncture. Dragon up, though, so EDG likely going to transfer themselves down to that area and see if they can't take that. But could be a juicy pick on the way. Koro and Clearlove going to set up a death brush.
I just love it, though. Again, there's nothing to gain or lose for EDG in this series. They have so many subs on the bench that they could be rotating in. We've seen Athena throughout the series. They're like, no, we're running the MSI roster. We're about to go into playoffs. Let's get our players warmed up. Let's get them in the right mindset. And let's close this out strong.
And there's Dragon 2. EDG continuing to gain advantages across the map. This wave, probably not enough to take out the turret, and Xiang doesn't feel comfy staying. He could have, but he does not. Def runs there to collect the farm instead.
But see, it's a mind game. Pawn ducks into Fog of War. He goes and takes Raptors. Is he heading top lane? I don't know. Am I getting cut off? Have they got another teleport available? Oh crap, they do. It's Koro. What do we lose if we give that up? Probably position around the Baron, all of that deep vision. Xiang can't pull the trigger just because he doesn't have the information. EDG, on the other hand, have been able to get such good deep vision control that it's just been swept out by OMG over the last couple of minutes. And that's the difference between these two teams right now.
Let's have a look at how that gold lead that they do have currently maybe transfers into some item buys. Sunfire up for Koro with the Spectre's Cowl. More of Malmorty is actually done for Clearlove with the Warrior Skirmisher Saber complete as well. And looks like Lichbane second there for Pawn after the Athenes plus the Merc Treads with a Zeal, which could be just about anything there for Deft after that Essence Reaver.
Posturing for Rift Herald right now. They don't have enough pinks, however, and they also don't have enough sweepers, but they may just have the brute force ability to move into this Baron as it spawns in 4 seconds.
EDG on this top side, though, looking to try and get their vision around it. And looks like they actually have to go back and spend some of their money. They did take the Scuttle Crab, so they have vision around the area. EDG not going to spring a super surprise Baron on them.
At least not for the duration of the crab.
It's true.
I'm actually just shocked of how early EDG moved into this Baron pit area. Normally their priority is much more around the Dragon. They actually have one of the lowest Baron priorities in the LPL of any team. And this is a top team in the LPL, so you would think that that would be much higher.
One thing I will say about EDG is that stat kind of lies when they play against worse teams, because what they do is they bait you into Baron fights, kill you, and then just forget the Baron and take your base. So I agree, but when you look at their bloodiness chart, surprisingly a lot of it is still on the top side of the map, especially around your blue buff as they chase you into that area.
Well, Lichbane now done for Pawn. OMG are starting to stack up a bit. We got Zeal, Essence Reaver done for SMLZ.
The sentiment I do agree with is when you compare them to Spring last year, where they were all about translate. What they would do last year is fight you at Dragon Pit and then take you to Baron Pit afterwards. And once they killed you at Dragon, then they'll take the Baron buff off you around Dragon number 3 or number 4. That has definitely gone out of EDG's game because people just don't prioritize Dragon the way they used to.
Yep.
They're like, keep taking them, EDG. And they're like, we will, thank you very much. So, good day.
Free objective, it's fine.
We've got 2 so far, so looking good there on the Dragon counter.
Rift Herald is gone. Or excuse me, Scuttle Crab.
It is.
Scuttler.
It's also, Herald's been replaced by Baron. It's retaken.
No, I mean, they've lost their permanent vision
One
there.
piece of vision that they had in the whole area. Clearlove gets called off the red buff. Mako, Def says, I see what you're doing there. Please vacate.
Looking
The
for the catch.
casual walkout.
Lulu's really hard to catch. She's
Yes.
speedy. As Pawn doing actually a pretty good Victor impression here. Able to keep the lanes pushed out. And Todd reasonably healthy. OMG have made a decent effort trying to take it down, but that's a central point of the map they're missing at this stage of the game.
We call Pawn Captain Jack Sparrow every now and again. And that's what he looks like when he plays a game. When he plays Lulu, it's like hilariously quick Captain Jack Sparrow.
EDG continuing to apply pressure, though.
This also has a ridiculous hat.
Yeah.
That's really what does it.
Now I can't unsee it.
Have a good pirate hat. Good damage here onto Schwan, though. Rapid fire cannon completed, so damage onto this turret's going to be pretty severe. They also know 5 doesn't have his ulti, so what threats really are there for EDG, who chunk out that mid-tier 2?
I mean, at best case scenario for OMG right now is a flanking play from Xiang. I think that the disengage power between Braum, Lulu, and Koro is actually even too much for Sivir to deal with.
Well, the actual threat is that you can't hit Poppy with the hook, right?
Yep.
Which means that she gets to charge up at you, and if Xiang is the one that initiates, he's going to be the one that gets punted out, and that is teamfight awfully wrong. Because if anyone actually tries to follow up, it's disaster. So it's 5's ultimate that has to start these fight up. They need non-committal engage, and then they need to be able to pick their moments when Koro whiffs one of those ultimates.
Well, right now, it's just continued pressure out from Edward Gaming. So they're going to continue ducking and weaving out from mid lane tier 2 in towards that Baron pit. This is really where they're starting to get control of the area, despite the fact that Dragon is going to be up in a minute 20. Schwan, that's cute.
I don't know what his plan is there. He's not Lee
Deft
Sin.
is just in.
That was his plan. Lose all of his health.
Oh, goodbye. Somebody got kicked out. It was Xiang. Made it almost all the way back home on that one. Tag there onto Xiang, but not enough damage there from EDG. Looks like they might have to give up this siege with an objective on the way in 1 minute, but OMG, even with 5's ult back up, just can't quite find a window in.
And so let's talk about target prioritization right now. We keep looking at Daphne's diving into either Chuen, because his ultimate is so good in these team fights, or onto 5, because he realizes that he's the only person with non-committal CC on the lineup. So EDG, once again, are a really smart team, but Deft especially is just picking them apart through his target selection in this game. And unless OMG are able to brute force down and get a mismatched team fight like a 5v4, it's just going to be very difficult for them to win this game.
Well, this turret actually under a lot of threat here. EDG going to try and defend it. Mako moves in with the door. Zesimals gets pretty chunked, actually. Even ulti there. Good juke of the hook there as well. Schwan getting chunked out. They're going to lose it, and now they're just going to start a fight from it. Def does hit the slow, but Mako flash ulti's in. He's going to knock up him, but a decent bard ult. He's going to lock up to Koro, though, straight into the front lines. He's getting chunked out, but the Wild Growth's going to keep him alive for a little while longer. Lambs despite, they do have to kite it back out, but EDG are prepared for this already. Hook lands, though, it's in onto Koro, but Xiang's far too low already. EDG do well and get 1 kill.
And that was without the Poppy ultimate, so EDG just effectively face-taking against OMG and coming out on top. Xiang don't quite know about that revenge hook there.
And Deft again's back in for it. SMLZ goes in. He wants to try and get it, but Deft's going to clean him up. 5 going to be the next to fall. In fact, it's Kindred that goes down first. Deft gets himself a very nice triple as Icon. He's going to try and save the side. He wants a few kills. He's greedy onto Pawn. The last one's not enough. Deft with a quadra.
Deft is an absolute freak show at the moment. The mechanical ability out of this AD carry, but also the target prioritization and the positioning. He's just got it all. EDG pick up a clean ace, and now they're going to swoop in on Baron.
I can't hold EDG. I can't hold it against them that they would substitute Name out for Def. This guy has looked phenomenal since joining the LPL, especially this split. He's turning it on.
And this Baron absolutely dead here as OMG won't even really be up to see it. EDG will collect it. They'll go back. They'll get their shops in. And the gold's starting to get out of control here at this stage of the game. 8,500 gold up with plenty of money to spend. EDG, when they take Baron, they tend to win pretty shortly after. We'll see if OMG can weather the big storm that's coming.
Yeah, and look at this. Flashing forward, able to get down maximum damage. SMLZ thinks he has it, but a great door. Mako and Def, they don't even have to speak to each other anymore. And look at that. Dashes past a stunned target to pick up another kill before turning around. And the rest of the team just facilitates so well. Even the stand behind me, just for the resistances before Mako pulls out of the fight, they use every inch of their champion's kit.
And now a Dragon on for EDG. If the Baron wasn't enough as far as overall objectives go. That's their 3rd of the game. And with the Baron power-up, should make taking some of these turrets very easy. There's only 1 tier 2 left for EDG to take. And these inhibitors should start feeling quite threatened as Koro is going to start pressure down the bottom lane.
And the game is difficult enough when EDG think they have an advantage, let alone when they think they have like 10,000 gold lead. They are suffocating in this kind of situation as a Poppycopter.
Heli Poppy, oh, misses.
Trying to use it for zone, but like you said, swing and a miss. So not quite what they were looking for. But the siege is on, and EDG prioritizing that Baron inhibitor, as Rusty likes to call it.
Problems in top lane, though. You can see the ping from EDG. That wave is not pushing in their favor. Looks like Koro is going to go back and tend it, although Pawn is in the mid lane on the Lulu with a bit of help from Clearlove. Going to start getting that mid pushing in as well. OMG do have to play well around these lanes, but pretty short distances to cover. Icon, though, can't defend this on his own. Although maybe can, actually. Baron up minion's pretty tanky, but they do swoop in to give that health, to give that turret just a bit more life.
But in the end, it's just really EDG pressuring all 3 lanes. They're not going to be impatient about this. They've got Koro in top lanes absorbing that farm. They're protecting the jungle right now.
And it just goes back to more pressure, like you said, on 5 to pull the trigger and to find a good Bard ultimate. We talk about this all the time, how many
there it is.
mistakes teams have left.
This is 3v3 though. Deft actually cleanses out of that as the Nautilus ultimate is going to follow in. Mako grabbed up. It does get the ulti down, but I'm not sure they can turn this one around. So SMLZ, he's able to take out the Braum as now Icon's going to ghost forward there on the rise. 5 with a very creative path, but Deft doesn't even get stunned up. Clearly able to take out 5, and Deft somehow still alive. Lambs the spy forced out Deft, still cutting in. He's actually going to go into the Kindred ultimate to keep cutting in. Trod's going to go down as well, and EDG, a 4-0 wipe.
Deft was lower health at the beginning of that Kindred ultimate than the back half of it, utilizing the champion against... Oh, what the?
Yeah. So EDG run away with game number 1, 28 minutes in. That'll probably be all she wrote. And behind another terrific performance from their AD carry.
That was I can't.
Hey, EDG, one of the best Kindred teams in the LPL. OMG, maybe want to rethink that pick, as they will take the Nexus down. Very clean team fights to end that game. EDG, it's business as usual.
He started the team fight super low because Ryze forces him out. He's got maybe a sliver of health left, sees the Kindred ultimate come out and says, thanks, Chwin, for the boost.
It is not an accident that Deft lives by the smallest of margins almost every time he plays League. He's known for exceptional summoner spell usage because he understands cooldowns so well. Turns out he also understands your cooldowns really well.
Oh.
Baited and outsmarted nerds.
This is one of those times that I honestly don't like breaking down games like that, because I just say, you know, sit back, admire it for exactly what it is. That's just like one of the best in the business doing what he does really, really well, and that is navigate these huge, like these hectic team fight situations where you got to Rise, you got a Bard in your face, and you're playing Lucian, a 500 range AD carry, just dancing around a team fight.
We've had so many enjoyable performances tonight alone, getting to see Rookie on his Zed and such a phenomenal performance there, and then Deft again. Like, this guy.
Well, here are some highlights, and there's plenty of them. SMLZ almost gets away. Love that flash there from SMLZ to get out. But this fight in particular, watch Deft dance.
And the thing is, right, like, people are sitting there like, oh, what made that happen? Is it an item discrepancy? Like, it's just he's better than you.
Yep.
Like, that is honestly, like, as simple of terms as it is that he is all class. Like, he is a world-class AD carry. I don't know if we've seen someone that plays both ends of the reserved, like, good, clean, aggressive can lane as what we have with Deft. He was good enough in 2014 when on Samsung Blue went to Worlds, and people said he couldn't lane. So now that he can lane, like, how much better must he be? Because Deft did not miss a beat coming over to China.
And I think a lot of that has to do with Mako. So we do have to give credit to the support. But you said it there in the middle of that game. The synergy that those two have is just wonderful.
The communication on across the team, again, it was just a matter of time before these mixed rosters started being able to communicate effectively with each other. Think about that Rift Herald. Again, the confidence, Deft, you can go over that wall. If you're looking at anyone else, that looks like chaos. Like, oh my god, Deft went in way too early, he's about to get blown up. He gets the wild growth perfectly, the teleport comes in from Koro. EDG are firing on all fronts.
Well, I actually think that EDG were kind of the team that let us down the false sense of security that all the mixed language teams were going to work, because they never had a communication gap. Like, they were together for 3 months and then won MSI, took down SKT, beat Fakers LeBlanc. Like, then afterwards, like LGD, Snake, all these teams that had missed rosters, we started seeing that struggle come in. But to EDG's credit, they've never lost a game because of miscommunication. They've lost games when they've been in slumps or been patched out and not being able to adapt quick enough. They don't adapt the quickest, but as far as communication goes, this team pretty on point.
Well, certainly seems like they have adapted, and they're looking good there in that first game. OMG, they will see if they can answer back, because playoffs are on the line for them. Game 2 is coming right up after the break. And we are back. We'll check out the MVP for our first game. EDG were able to take it. And it is Deft and his Lucian that picks it up.
No surprises there. 100%.
37% damage?
100% kill participation. 36.8% of the damage spawn.
The speediest alpaca I've ever seen play League of Legends.
Please, explain to me how massive this is, because for those who may not understand.
All right, so you have 5 people on a team of League of Legends. 100% is total. That means that roughly you should be able to do 20% each. Supports do anywhere between like 8 and 12%, depending on whether they're Bard players or, you know, very supportive. AD carries generally do high 20s. That is like off the chain good damage.
That's damage to champions as well. Not the minion damage I'm sure he accrued as well. That's like relevant champion
And the other
damage,
thing, right, is that Pawn is sitting in a lane 1v1, hitting someone the whole laning phase.
Deft is in a lane swap.
Deft is in a lane swap for the first 10 minutes of that game. And look at him, so cool, calm, and collected on your screen. He's adorable. Honestly, I say this with utmost seriousness. He is an honor to shoutcast. That man is so good at the game of League of Legends, and I've thought it for a very long time. And he's reaching close to pinnacle strength of what AD carries should be able to do in the game.
He's coming close to Wei Zhao status, in all honesty. Actually, and I actually think he's participating in a meta that was much harder than what Wei Zhao faced in terms of how proactive teams need to be now.
Well, his support crew looking good there as well, because honestly, that's been the other thing. We talk about what Deft did well in that game, and it was such a wonderful MVP performance from the man, but the rest of EDG, everything felt so clean. The setup was just there. They played very well together.
So the way I describe EDG is that they've got these 3 prongs. They've got Koro, Pawn, and Deft. And then they've got these 2 great support players in Clearlove and Mako. And they can throw Clearlove and Mako behind any one of those prongs and make them successful. It's why they're successful in carry top metas. It's why that Pawn can play such good carry assassins in the mid lane, and they can camp his lane as well. It's why Deft's such a good AD carry. Right now, that is their biggest strength. They can give anyone a lead, and that person can run away with it. So they're a very facilitative team. They're able to transition leads fantastically around the map. And honestly, when they play at their best, the fact that all 5 of their members actively participate makes them terrifying to play against.
And what's super exciting is heading into LPL playoffs. So the fact that EDG, again, returning to form, just like you said, that 3-prong threat. LGD finally coming together. They're actually look threatening. And RNG with their beautiful map play in the last series. We're actually going to have a really good LPL playoffs between these 3 teams alone. Never mind if Gu finally figure out their issues and also show up.
Yeah, plenty of teams moving in towards playoffs, and really that's where we're heading. It is week 10. It's the last week of the regular season. We're going to finish Group B today and Group A tomorrow. RNG already secured their first spot after beating IG 2-1 to start off today. And OMG, let's talk about them for a second, because it's not just that's a tough game to lose, but this is a series they realistically must win.
Yeah, it is. And, OMG, I feel bad for saying this, but this is a team that has done great things, and then in that game was outclassed.
Yep.
That wasn't OMG playing bad League of Legends. Shiyong played really admirably. I think that SMLZ is still showing that as far as growing AD carries, he is very, very good. They played the lane swap terrifically. It's just in those little 1% team fights, every single time, EDG comes out a little bit ahead, and that makes a huge lead by the end of the game. So OMG is... OMG, WE, if you can't tell, are my 2 favorite teams to watch in the LPL at the moment, because how much they have grown in rebuilding their roster, and I think it is so great what they're doing for the league. But right now, you cannot throw a new lineup versus EDG, because EDG are just too good.
Yeah, and exactly, just to echo that, it just is super unfortunate that OMG have such an uphill battle. They do still have another chance at it again. It's only game 1 of this series, but the fact that they had to play EDG for their last game, and it comes down so close between Invictus Gaming, Vici, and OMG, just a really unfortunate end of a very strong split.
And, we say that, but IG had to play RNG, and they looked class in their last game as well. EDG, OMG, they don't want to run into that. And, Hyper Youth Gaming, they're going to want to beat Vici as well, because there's nothing better. The only thing better than, having a great day yourself is ruining someone else's day. When you're in a really bad mood, someone walks past you with a birthday cake, and you're just poof. That's what Hyper Youth Gaming get to do in the next game. So I'm looking forward to that one as well. But right now, unfortunate for OMG is that EDG just look like they're all steam ahead.
And what's a change game to game then? Because so much of this stuff is just EDG's experience and how they've adapted to the meta. If OMG are going to do something here, if they're going to go down swinging, what do you think they should do?
I think a big issue was where they put their strength in terms of early game. They gave it to Chwin, and not that I don't think Chwin, I agree with Spawn, he's definitely kind of revamped himself coming over to the OMG squad from LGD, but putting what you had Nautilus and Ryze is kind of your 2 solo laners, and then most of your power goes to SMLZ and 5, which those guys can perform, but SMLZ is traditionally a farming AD carry. It's the highest CS discrepancy at 10 minutes over any AD carry in the league. I think you need to give power to Icon. Don't give him on a champion that's going to ramp up slowly. Have him be immediately accessible in the game and take the 2v2 to pawn.
I think, yeah, I agree with that. What I want is a 2v2. I think that they need to be more active at their level 1, get the deep wards out, and then, you know, just go towards Jimbard. You played it so many times. I really like SMLZ's Jhin. I think it's like really, really cool, quirky as a champion, and it does weird things in the laning phase. And that will maybe upset Deft enough that he doesn't have a 38% damage game on Lucian and destroy your whole team. And hopefully it means that Pawn has to step up or Koro has to step up. Sure, they had great games, but it wasn't that hard carry game. I think that right now, if you're any other team in the LPL, you look at EDG and you say, we are going to get beaten by someone not Deft. If someone not Deft beats us, we can live with it. If we get beaten with Deft, that means our strategy somewhere is incorrect.
Yeah, because you're letting EDG do the thing that they want to do anyway, as we have a bit more of a longer break coming into our next game. I can't imagine it's too far away. The reason I mention this, though, is if we are taking our time, there is a chance someone else needs to set up the mouse and keyboard. We didn't see him in Game 1. Cool might be here for Game 2. Does that change anything?
I thought you meant Fire Lolly.
Hello. I meant cool.
That got real dark real quick. No, again, we talked about OMG, just kind of the risk versus reward of pulling Icon into this roster at such an important pinnacle game. Again, Cool is the superstar that OMG effectively rebuilt their team around. He's the veteran. He's supposed to have the shot calling experience. OMG have said publicly that they feel better when Cool's in the lineup, that it feels more cohesive. So I'm actually really curious why they didn't start with him to begin with. In terms of Cool coming in as 1 game down against EDG, he's locking in Ahri. He's not playing around. He's locking in Ahri.
I agree. Or if they get Twist of Fate, that they'll lock in Twist of Fate. Like Twist of Fate, Ahri, Cool's going to get something that can impact the map early, and I think that that's going to be great for them. I think that the biggest thing is that we learned is, I think it was actually Chuen that said it. It was Chuen or Xiong. They said that their jungler players, which is Chuen, that's why I think it was him, plays much better when Cool is on the map. And the reason that that is important is we said that maybe he didn't have the best early game. Maybe he wasn't seeking out exactly what he wanted to. So I think that if they can empower, like Cool isn't like, when you talk about Cool, he's kind of like a great captain, right? It's not just what Cool physically does on the map, it's how he makes the rest of his team feel. It's everything else that he contributes there. It's that loud, experienced voice. And Icon is probably the better, at this point in time, like mechanical player, but Cool is classy and timeless.
To use another analogy, it kind of goes back to a Luka. Team WE said for the longest time that they loved having a Luka on the roster.
Somewhere an LPL fan has just thrown a remote through their TV. They're like, you have just compared Train Driver Luka to arguably like
it's literally
best LPL mid lane of all time.
It's the most extreme version of this analogy. And it's very clear to see. Obviously, Aluka was not the best top laner that could have been picked. Probably wasn't the best top laner on his team when he was playing, but he was such a morale booster that they kept him on the roster for so long. Obviously, now he's been upgraded to 957.
And that is honestly an upgrade, but we'll have to talk about it another time because they're not playing today, unfortunately.
Are you going to be okay over there?
I am the LPL dude at home. Like, no, I agree with the sentiment. Like, I'm going to say about what I said at EDG versus SKT at Worlds. You know, I agree with where they took the team fight. I think that, you know, they could have executed a little bit better. In the end, they lost. But, like, I agree with the sentiment that the players do, the leadership, the morale, all those things that happens off Summoner's Rift are incredibly important. And I think that Cool and Aluka both provided that. Cool being able to play something other than Sire.
I just lived to troll spawn, and I got it.
I'm trying to dig her out. Dig up.
Again, it's been a long time. Maybe it's not just one sub. Maybe it's everyone coming in. Who knows? Bring them back.
ADG just storming onto the...
No, not those guys. The OMG guys.
Oh, OMG. Oh, you mean it's going to be like dark and fishball
you know what?
and...
No, get to the retirement home.
Cool.
Lovely, go going.
Oh,
pull them away from the stream contract. And the reason I say this is I think the way OMG should approach this game, you mentioned like if Cool's playing, he should lock in the Ahri. OMG, if you're going to lose to EDG today, do it playing OMG League of Legends. Just go nuts.
Yep.
Pick standard lanes, force them as aggressively as you can, and pretend there are no towers. Exactly.
San's like running up from the audience.
Go grab
Leveling's
Pomelo.
there. Oh, I was going to say Dada 7. Fish him out of the audience. How much deeper can I dig this?
You
dig
can
up.
Yeah, nah. So I kind of agree with the sentiment that like if OMG are going to lose this game, it should be playing OMG style League of Legends, search for standard lanes, like get deep vision, make the teleport play into the duo lane, dive that turret and see what you can get done. I think that Poppy would be a huge pick for them if that is how they are going to play. I really do echo the sentiment that like OMG right now have even though they have everything to lose, they have nothing to lose because everyone has just witnessed how well EDG are playing this map. So now OMG aren't thinking about like how do we not lose this game because like their backs against the wall. It's like how do we win the game? Like what is the one strategy? Like just throw the dice on the table early, make the play, and if we get the lead, we get the lead. If not, we bust.
Big thing also is the Echo pickup in general. The fact that you said that Poppy's going to be contested. Echo wasn't picked or banned that game, and he's so high priority on this 6.6 patch.
I just don't think Xiong would play it. And
no,
then,
I agree. I think he plays only tanks.
Yeah, Koro is going to be like, I would rather play Poppy, and I would not be surprised if he played Echo, but Xiong, Maokai, Nautilus, Maokai mainly.
Yeah, and this is the thing about OMG is that we've sort of mentioned that even though they have obviously changed rosters and quite significantly effectively rebuilt their whole team, it feels like the spirit of OMG just never gone away. And here's my theory on this one. I feel like the best legacy member of OMG, the one that really sold the team to me, was actually Loveling.
Yes.
He was the guy that drove
100%.
he drove the freight train, right?
Yes.
He was absolutely the conductor and the driver, and honestly probably the engine guy at some point. I feel like the spirit of Loveling is still there in OMG. But I think 5 inherited it and not Xuan.
See, I actually, I look at when OMG was playing without Xiong.
Yep.
And I look at a team that was confused and did not have an identity. I credit a lot of OMG's success actually to their top laner right now. And I think that as far as like Xiong was a mid laner that played support and now plays top lane. And I think that his voice and experience is, as far as OMG goes, priceless. I think that Xiong is very, very good. I think the Five's having a great season, but when they were playing Dark, their team did not look the same as when they brought Xiong back into the roster.
I'm glad that you redefine the spectrum of Dark versus Xiong versus Go-Going versus Xiong.
No, okay. I will never say that Xiong is the player that Go-Going was in Go-Going's prime because Go-Going is He's a very good player. He was undiveable at one point. You would throw 3 people into his top lane and you'd walk away with a triple kill.
Yep.
It was kind of that the superhero movies where all the bad guys jump on the superhero, he just knocks the light out all of a sudden. You hear scuffles and dark and then the light comes back on and they're all tied up in a corner somewhere. That was literally Go-Going when people tried to turret dive him. You didn't understand what the heck went on.
Don't turret dive the team that knows how to turret dive. That's foolish. Of course it's going to happen. What do you think? Come on, man.
No, but that's what's really cool about OMG's rebuilding, and even Team WE's rebuilding into kind of old school World Elite is how they've retained the identities of the old school organization. You watch Team WE now and they play a very slow paced League of Legends where they kick their AD carry out into a side lane. He just kind of farms for 4 items, comes and shows up massive. It's I think I've seen this before. OMG on the other side, they're all into this tower diving, let's play really aggressive brute force. Completely different roster. I mean, Xiong's not even a part of the original old school OMG, but it still is, we're going to tower dive. Place the ward, let's go.
More tower dives. That's all I really want, to be honest with you. I miss it. Bring it back, guys. Because I think that, honestly, I think that has been OMG, both historically and this year, has been their most successful season. Again, to apologize, do have a bit of a break going on. Not too sure what's happening, but I can't imagine the game is super far away. It's moving a little bit more now.
I'm telling you, they're digging them out. They're calling up Leveling. This is, okay, they're we need Go-Going in the top, Leveling in the jungle, Cool in mid lane, San's going to play AD carry, and Drug or Allen are going to play support.
Which is not allowed, because you would have to clone a player.
Yes.
And that's not okay.
It's supposed to be a really hipster LPL joke, and now you've ruined it.
I think I'm the only one who got the joke apart from maybe Spawn.
Yeah, no, I got it.
How many people at home understood that joke?
Yeah, please tweet at Froscurrent and let it know you have no idea what's going on right now. But what I want to get back to is I don't care if they go out and they dig up Wei Zhao and they make a super team out of 2013-14 OMG WE and sticky tape them together into a Frankenstein super team. I just don't know if you beat EDG. I'm being as a matter of fact as I possibly can. I think that EDG in its current iteration is one of the best teams we have ever seen put together. Period.
I mean, so
I'm not even going to put a zone in there.
2015 LGD summer playoff run. Current EDG.
Well, I know how the LGD one ends, so I'm going to go with... No, actually, yeah, you raise a really good point. All right, let's get into a philosophical.
Let's go.
We got champion select. Thank goodness. Saved.
Unlucky.
I was like, people at home were
about
going
to
to start
deep.
turning switches off because I was going to explain the fundamental difference.
Let's save it for next time, though, because EDG have to play OMG this time around. Looks like we did not resurrect Cool, Leveling, or any of the other old school players. It will be the same lineup they played in Game 1.
What the heck took him so long then?
I don't know.
I don't understand what happened. We lost in 22 minutes. How did he do so much damage? Check his gear.
Is there like a tactical extra coaching option they can go through?
That guy's got scripts on. Check it out.
Well, Thresh, Maokai, Azir the Vans for at EDG, Kindred, Evelyn, and Alistar actually for OMG. So sticking to a lot of what they had before, but Nidalee is the most glaring champion open. That was banned away in the last series, but EDG sticking to their guns perhaps here. Korra's Poppy looking real unstoppable recently. Never mind.
A challenger approaches.
The blue side dilemma. Which of these hilariously strong champions do I pick for my amazing player?
Look at his face. Do I want it? How badly do I want to murder them?
Well, apparently.
We did get confirmation of why there was a pause. EDG Pawn felt his mouse was a little bit faster, so he adjusted it. Got the whimsy on, took it off.
You know what? In all seriousness, no, that would be a pain in the butt.
It would be.
If you got to your computer and Pawn has played like 10,000 hours of League of Legends, and he's like,
At
this
least.
does not feel right.
And you know what the thing is? That guy probably plays at supersonic speed anyway. So I don't know how much faster it was, but I'm pretty sure the guy plays at light speed regardless. As they do have Kalista was the first selection there for EDG. Poppy and Braum, though, the follow-up for OMG. So draft on looking solid, and Kalista continuing to hold priority in the LPL.
How much of a salt in the wound is that though? You know, OMG, they just got up this pretty big massacre, and then Pawn's like, my mouse isn't right.
What should I do this game?
And he would have said it exactly like that as well. Like, Paul, why didn't you tell us during the game? Oh, it wasn't a big deal, but it's just there's something wrong with it.
Still got him.
Oh my god, that guy is so excellent. Why do you play all these weird champions like Fizz? What's wrong with Fizz? Nothing.
Ooh, Echo Bard from EDG. I do like this. Mako almost throwing the gauntlet over the other side to 5. He knows that Bard is supposed to be pretty good into the
Almost
brawl.
thrown a gauntlet? Like,
It was
5
thrown.
has literally said, I'm picking away your best champion historically that isn't Annie because she's out of the meta right now. And Mako's like, well, that's fine. I'll take what you have played 3 games in a row.
But what that opens up is by picking up the Braum, you get your wish spawn. SMLZ has looked towards that Jhin with no Unbreakable to stop him.
I do like it, but Gragas set for Schwan as well. We'll see how that one goes. Always a mixed bag, but definitely a key component to the OMG aggression. We'll see if they can make use of it. Oh my god, clear left, don't do it. Pretty sure he's not playing Echo Jungle, although it is a possibility. Oh my god.
Rapid Star's like, okay, we're going to play legendary champions.
If there was ever a game where we were going to get a talent game from Pawn, I felt like it was this one, but once again, EDG, very serious team.
Split 2 2015 destroyed it. He'd had a talent game like every single split since his release in between then. And last split, they didn't give him one.
And you know what? They didn't win that split, did they?
I'm following the train of thought here. Coincidence?
I guess we'll have to find out, but this is potentially the last regular season game
Here we go.
for EDG. And there's Twisted Fate and Graves, actually, the last pick here.
Go spawn. I can see it.
They have such a good, right now they have such good pick, right? They have long range, they can set up a team fight from Echo, Bard, Twisted Fate. They can literally come to you from across the map. And the reason I put my head in my hand is because what they're going to use is they're going to use all of those abilities to stop people diving their turrets, and Pawn is going to be gallivanting throughout the rest of the map. Having a good time, taking a stroll.
Yep. Yes.
Well, seen it already. We've had some pretty miraculous backdoors from Pawn, but Icon
This is what I wanted,
will
Icon.
throw down the assassin. He knows it's into the TF. He wants to kill him if he can. Cleanse LeBlanc, going to start things off there. No Zed, but LeBlanc just as good.
I feel like we got everything that we wanted OMG to adjust from Game 1 to Game 2. So we want the OMG League of Legends style. We've got Icon on the Assassin, what he's famous for. He's got the better matchup here, so see how Pawn can make use around the map, especially as he's taking double teleport, because of course he is.
Feel like this game, actually, if EDG win it, it sets up their playoffs even better. because what they've said is we can still prioritize Kalista because Def's Kalista is that good. This is what LGD convinced teams of before Spring Playoffs last year. Imp picked Kalista every single time. They were like, Imp's too good. We're not going to ban Kalista against him because there's just so many strong AD carries. Kalista was clearly the best, and Imp turned it into a must-ban champion. And I feel like if Deft destroys this game, then EDG solidify a Kalista ban on red side 10 out of 10 times in the playoffs.
And the one champion Deft struggled to master last year was Kalista.
Yep, he actually said publicly that it was not a style that he was used to playing, and there was a lot of ramp time for it.
Well, if there was ever a time to show off, it's going to be this game. EDG OMG Game 2, let's go. And we're onto the Rift for the second game between EDG and OMG. EDG, they've mixed it up a bit. Sort of a different looking comp, but Pawn, I'm going to call it almost infamous Twisted Fate, at least as far as this season goes.
Notorious, infamous, crazy, bizarre.
As I said, like I say this a lot, but mad genius. Like there is a very fine line
the
between them.
Of the mid lane.
And I honestly don't know if we've figured out which one Pawn is. He's either much smarter than me or completely insane.
And could still be both, which I think is my favorite part.
I'm going to go for both.
Well, we'll see how Icon matches up with the Assassin this time around. Much more what we're used to seeing from the young Chinese, not superstar just yet, Icon though, certainly making a name for himself. We'll see how his LeBlanc does into the TF. In general though, lots to look out here. OMG have definitely adjusted things here after game one. Looking much more OMG-esque, and they're even looking for those standard lanes. Not going to get them by the looks of things. We'll see how this lane swap shakes out this time around. And I like this from EDG, dodging what they know is a very aggressive 2v2.
And I also think that there's more opportunity for double teleport plays when you're in a lane swap scenario than there are when you're in traditional lanes. So I also really like this, picking on that weak top laner and immediately identifying it.
I just am looking at this, and Graves' Kalista Bard is going to shove waves so much quicker than what Jin Gragas is going to. This is going to be a hard lane swap to even go even in. This isn't a decision-making one. This is just a purely executional, can I shove it as quickly as those champions?
And look, Icon getting aggressive early on, but Pawn prioritizing that wave. Wants to get it down. Icon does get a little bit of damage in, but nothing really going crazy at this point. You can see Def starting to stack the wave up. Bottom side, Koro was able to get a little bit of CS, actually got an extra one out of the deal. There's Mako and Chiang having a battle. Mako is absolutely winning though. Level 2 Bard versus level 1 Poppy. Bard getting in there.
Level 2 Bard against anything. Like,
how about 2v2? Mako trying to get baited in. Oh, that's awkward. Run away. He's okay though. Chuan safely gets his red buff. It's probably the big news there. Xiang does zone him away from it.
But he lost a lot of health on both members.
See if he minds, as Pawn still trying to force Icon back. Seeing if he can open up a bit of early space
wow,
here.
they swap back. So all of a sudden, Echo pinging out bottom lane. Koro's going to be able to get there in time. Catch a wave that is shoving back into him, but this is big out of OMG. They're acknowledging the fact that they want standard lanes, cannot go with a lane swap, and they're going to catch the big wave.
Yeah, doing it nicely and in time, but it was just like you said, we wanted deep wards out of OMG so they could make this smart decision from the get-go. Unfortunately, they're not, or fortunately for them, they're not going to lose terribly on this, but still kind of missed out on that opportunity early
What a battle
game.
this is. Xiang is still level 1, Koro level 2, able to get good damage down. We had a huge trade here in the bottom side, but Xuan's going to try and make the difference.
Here comes.
Has been spotted, I think. No, hasn't. Oh, good flash.
Really nicely played by Koro.
But Chuen didn't flash.
He shoves the lane in.
You feel like it's a matter of time because aggressively they are posturing.
And again, these compositions will come down into their... that was cute.
That was sick.
will come down into their power spikes as Chuen is looking to help out his Jhin.
Good tag from 5. Deft actually one auto away. There's the body slam in. There's the stun, but the heal got popped already. Deft, he's able to flash away to safety, but Mako maybe not so lucky. SMLZ flashes in for the last bullet. Does get the kill. Mako has to flash out, and he's lucky to be alive.
Clearlove makes his way up top, but it's too late. What a play out of OMG. We talked about Chuen holding his flash in the bottom lane gank. Comes up trump because Deft that time did not flash early enough and got taken out.
And this is the biggest thing about Jhin is that he thrives in trades that are only at least 4 auto attacks, but Chuen not done looking mid.
Good gold there from Pawn. Chuan actually eats tower aggro, and they might even die for it. Chain in there from Icon, but not enough damage from the LeBlanc Pawn. Out of mana, but is somehow safe.
Yeah, it's just because they don't have an Ignite. If they had an Ignite, they'd have cut through some of the healing potion. They still would have gone for that play, but Chuen incredibly active at the earlier stages of this game. And, you know, I was saying you're waiting for the melting point to start boiling over. Well, you can see that OMG able to put the brakes on that through some very active jungling.
Yeah, because here's the thing. The power spikes for these compositions, SMLZ is not going to be online until 3 minutes in. I do like the fact that, although we don't know if he's actually prioritizing Infinity Edge over Essence Reaver. I hope that he prioritizes Eye Edge over Essence Reaver. I think it just synergizes so much more with Jin's kit. Obviously, the passive on the Eye Edge working so well with his 4th shot versus the Essence Reaver. He just gets more out of it.
Deft, though, back in top lane. Does have a recurve bow. See if he can be maybe a bit more careful. 5, good block there. And the old Bard Q, so not going to get slowed up there.
And the reason I thought that EDG were going to be able to, I guess, turn it on in this mid game is when you look at TF compositions, and if they are within like 200-300 gold, and when he reaches level 6, they generally pull ahead very, very quickly because of the first Destiny. Bard and Kalista, as far as first Destiny plays go, you probably don't want to be ganking any other lane. It's just so good. You can see that now he's moving towards to make the play.
He actually going in onto Schwan, though. Gold card's already locked in. He is going to get him, and Clearlove falls in for the damage. Flash forward there for end of the line. Schwan, though, should still be okay. Good, another goal. Instantly gets it.
Insta gold card with stack deck. Pawn able to show that he is more than a drunk pirate. He is very, very good at Twist of Fate.
Yeah, just beautifully played right there. And again, the level disadvantage between Chuen and Clearlove also coming into play level 6 to level 5. Not able to have that cast to disengage a very sticky situation. And this is the thing also, that Chuen has been kind of the saving grace for OMG and kind of evening and neutralizing these winning lane matchups out. By being put down directly in the jungle, things are only going to explode more for EDG.
Well, Clearlove, I think, going to add insult to injury and steal away that red, or at least try to. Icon busy clearing a ward as Clearlove does not feel safe enough to get the buff. No, he does. Pulls it into the brush. Able to quick draw down as well. Very nice stuff there.
Mako cheats towards him as well. Make sure that he's able to get out safely in case he needed a magical journey or something like that. Now they're moving towards the top side of the map.
Could be trouble here. Clearlove moves in for 5. Red buff applied, but I don't know if they're to take out the Brom. Deft actually quite low in the last little exchange. So couldn't quite follow in aggressively, especially with the ulti just coming up now.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, you know, he was jumping through a big creep wave, doesn't have the lifesteal yet, relying more on those biscuits to keep himself healthy. Feel that they will just consolidate the map now, get the blue buff over for their mid laner. See if they can relieve some pressure from the LeBlanc and free...
Oh, flash.
Flash ulti in there. Def gets locked up again. Stuns there. SMLZ with another kill as Mako magical journeys out to safety, but the curtain call's going to follow in. First shot misses. It's completely blind. He's trying to guess, but Mako just hides in the brush.
Yep. So well played there from 5, taking the initiative.
So, not level 6 versus level 6 one more time. We talked about it in junglers. This time it was supports for Oscar and, you know, able to flash forward with the ultimate versus no Bard ulti to secure a disengage. But they're coming in with double teleports.
Yep, Korra and Pawn are looking in as Clearlove's up here as well. 3v4 right now as OMG going to try and get a port in, but 5's already dead. They're going to flash in and stun up SMLZ. He's going to try and lock a few people down, but he's got nowhere good to go. Pawn, his second kill of the game.
And Xiong thought about that, but quickly changed his mind, canceling his TP, so it's also a summoner spell advantage.
Pawn throws wild cards, holds auto attack, flash gold cards. SMLZ there. The communication one more time out of this EDG lineup when they are playing well is so phenomenal. They might lose mid lane turret here, but it looks like Pawn's arriving in time to try and save it.
Obviously walking the long way, respecting the cast potential out of Chuen on the Scragus.
He just respects everything. He's playing phenomenally today.
Yep.
He always does this as well. Just when I'm back on my here's a distraction hype train, he always gently reminds me, this time it was actually quite forcefully, that he is very good at League of Legends.
I feel like Pawn would be the greatest mid laner for Invictus Gaming. Like, it's almost his spirit animal.
As Chuen steals away a blue buff from Icon with a red buff. That's not good.
That's not how you want that to go.
That's sad.
And Pawn with his blue buff. Icon very jealous.
Well, not if he takes it off Pawn's dead body.
And Pawn has ultimate available, cheating once again towards the bottom side of the map.
Here comes Clear Love.
Well, Deft and Mako actually down the bottom side
He's
now.
walking through vision. They know what's happening.
They're all walking through vision.
Brute force time. They're going to spot Schwan. They go straight for him. Bard not there. Oh, ult is good actually. And Mako follows in.
What the heck?
He's got Fate's Call. He's going to try and get pulled out, but he does get stunned up a bit. Not quite enough there. Fate's Call not there. SMLZ takes him out.
A little bit too deep.
That was an interesting call. I think he thought Graves was going to go through with him. But Clear Love was like, that ain't my cup of tea.
This isn't my life.
Deft's actually in trouble now. First shot lands. That's a good slow. 5 does landing with a Winter's Bite. Last shot crits. 5. He's going to get the heal out of Deft. Deft will live, but great ulti there from SMLZ. And his 3rd kill after that one. He's starting to really power up on this Jhin.
I just want to echo the sentiment that SMLZ is very much ramping up into a great AD carry, and Jhin is his best carry right now.
Yep.
He plays it phenomenally.
Glad to see also he decided to pull the trigger on the Infinity Edge first. I've seen some Jhins go for the Essence Weaver. Like you've talked about Spawn typically in a lane swap scenario just because they can itemize double long sword, and so the flat damage earlier helps them push down towers faster, but I love to see the Edge rush.
Meanwhile, in top lane, finally get it in top as well. I mean, 1v1ing for a while, but it seems like Koro getting a bit of an edge here in the matchup. And it's funny, we've started to see, you know, Poppy, of course, being a very common pick all season long, but Echo is sort of a newcomer to the top lane. I think at one point we called Echo poor man's Poppy. Maybe it's fair to say that he's a rich man's Poppy.
Certainly looks to be the case.
Well, this is problematic. Good stun there.
Wow.
Well called, sir. Well called.
Nothing much to do there, because that's all the CCs and almost everyone from EDG. In fact, I think it is everyone who take the tower out for themselves here as well. I'm not sure Xiang really liked that visit. I'm not sure we'll ever learn about the Echo Poppy matchup now, because that wasn't really a 1v1, was it?
Oh, hold on. Okay, he's fine. The one thing, though, about OMG's comp and where all their gold is being funneled is that it's on Jhin. Yes, Jhin can be a marvelous hard carry, but he is a 3-item power spike on AD carries, whereas Kliss is going to be 2. This mid-game from EDG is monstrous when it comes online, and EDG have set a precedent to take towers.
So I think that Jhin is at his best at 3 items, but if you go IE Essence Reaver, he's also quite strong at 2. It's just if you put the rapid fire cannon in beforehand. So I would like to see him just go the greedy build, even though it doesn't look like he is going to because he picked up a Brawler's Glove.
I agree in the scenario of like a 5v5, like I completely agree there, but the biggest issue for me is his inability to take towers.
Yeah.
And EDG have already shown that, you know, it's fine. We won't fight the Jhin, we'll lane swap it, and we'll just take the free tower.
Well, tower OMG's way that time around, so do group together and take that. It's 2-1 now, actually, for OMG as far as overall towers go. And actually do have a little gold lead there as well, so looks like Pawn and Clear have actually been the benefactors of a lot of the early pressure and aggression that EDG have used. But OMG have answered back well, and SMLZ certainly benefiting from all their early aggression.
Mako.
Chained up. Oh, it's going to get him right at the end of it. LeBlanc doesn't feel like she can follow. Def hops in just to make sure it's safe. And here's Pawn again. Does have his ulti, but maybe looking for something around this bottom side.
Poor Xiang.
Good ulti. Oh, he gets 2, but not
and
Pawn.
Now Pawn. You don't want to be there.
He flashed after him to get the stun down, but good disengage there from Xiang.
Pawn
Really
was
well.
like, come on, guys. Where's your flashes?
I know, it's really well mechanically played from Pawn. He immediately flashed.
I wonder if that was one of the times that you actually wanted to make the decision or whether it was just like a reflex thing and then you're like, ah, crap.
Well, unfortunately, no one else could follow him as Icon dives in for Mako. Curtain calls there. Needs to dodge a few more bullets. There's another one. Sails past. That one nails, but it hits Deft. Pawn's going to block the last one.
But they have the confidence because the Fate's Call is available. So, like Spawn was saying in the previous game, EDG maximizing the most out of their kit and not using anything that's not needed.
Dragon, though, looks to be going over to OMG as Pawn with another gold card. Trying to keep this from happening in the bottom side. Rift Shard was picked up as well by OMG. They're applying the buff to bottom side right now. Clear Love looks for the steal, but a patient smite there from Schwan is going to take it.
And this time around, it really is OMG dictating the pace of the game. I like how they're playing around their Jhin so far. They're using it to bully the Kalista out of lanes and rotate around the map. And that means they're going to take the last outer turret of the game on the back of SMLZ's stellar play. And Def's still in a lot of trouble.
Yep. Augmenting his subpar pushing potential. Obviously has that semi-crit this time around by giving him the Rift Herald.
And now 3-1 up in turrets. OMG continuing to chug ahead in gold. 2k up, actually. Despite being down a kill, Clearlove is going to very lovingly hold that blue buff. For Pawn, who does swoop in to get it. But the TF, you could see early on they were trying to pick on the potential lane where Def could be in trouble. SMLZ gets some early kills. Pawn comes to answer back. But OMG have converted a little bit better here in the mid-game.
We talked about, you don't want to lose to EDG and lose to EDG Deft in particular. Ball is now in Pawn's court. He's 2-0-2 on this Twisted Fate. Clearlove right there with him, so it's no longer Deft. Yes, Deft will be fine, especially as he comes into his next item, but he's not in the same command that he was last game.
Yeah, the other person that's been kind of unimpeded is Koro. He's going to be a real threat as this game goes on. He's going towards what looks to be the Sunfire Cape first, but already swapping up a little bit and can go for the Iceborne Gauntlet early if he wants to. As Chuen, much more confident behind Icon this game. So I really do think that maybe even Koro can step up this game, but you're right. Clearlove isn't that far ahead of the Gragas this time around. Deft has fallen behind SMLZ because of some stellar Jhin play. So I think it's really the mid laner and top laner, the EDG, that needs to arrive this time around.
Well, Def going to clean out this bottom wave with the Hurricane that he's gotten, so should play catch up relatively quickly, but a static shiv is done for SMLZ, as Icon's going to make his way down to this bottom side of the map. Not too sure they want to get too aggressive as Deft does eat damage there. Icon goes back in, just takes him out. Clearlove's here as well, but Icon might even get away with it. Oh, Pawn does come in, but the cleanser's great from Icon to try and seal it away. Clearlove's ulti's not enough, and now his curtain call is going to get blocked up by Clearlove, but very well played by Icon.
Teleport coming in. This is not over.
Well, certainly not. And now Xiang's going to try and make something happen. Pawn has to make do with a stun, and he does get it, but the rest of OMG are going to try and come in. Pawn does go down there to Xiang as Koro looks to be the next target. Poppy going to keep him up. Bardolti kicks Schwan out of the potential re-engage. He flashes over, he ultis Mako, and does get him with the kill. And now Koro trying to buy some time as Clearlove might even take out Schwan on the backhand. EDG trying to get something back here. But OMG run away with that exchange.
We wanted OMG League of Legends, and we're getting it. They have turned on the aggression. They are using the teleports, finding the flanking plays, and Icon, with his assassin play, is starting to step up.
Yeah, 100%. Now they're going to siege into this bottom lane turret. Def's still not safe.
No, certainly not. Forced to flash the ulti there from Brom, and this turret's going to go down. OMG looking for picks aggressively, but happy to convert to structures where possible.
Teleports are coming behind them now. This time, EDG's chance to respond.
Oh, classic EDG. They're going to try and make something happen here when they absolutely have to. But if this goes wrong, everything might start going wrong. And OMG stand their ground. EDG aren't really in position to try and take this.
They need Echo to get in front of them and to stall for the rest of the team to catch up.
Koro gets one. He's going to try and move in and take out SMLZ, but he's not dead yet. Icon takes him out. And that's not enough there. Def going to leap forward. They need SMLZ. Clearlove is going to take him out, but it's just a little too much. Clearlove, though, does get himself a double. I think EDG have actually found the answer. Xiang is going to fight back as best he can, but EDG answer with an ace.
Okay, so EDG clean at the back half of that fight. Great Braum concussive blows to lock down Deft, but it's, again, Pawn and Clearlove that step up and find the carry potential.
Yeah, and in the end, they're going to use it to translate into a turret as well and just close that gap that OMG was starting to put on. A gutsy play out of OMG. Let's take a look at how it all started. Icon actually gets the 2v1 outplay, and it turns into a 4v1 really quickly, but he uses his summoner spells, gets out safely, and it's the threat of SMLZ. Means that they can't make the follow-up play, and a great teleport then follows out of the Poppy. And this is just them showing that, they have great chase potential and the ability to skirmish on EDG's level.
It's so important that Pawn's actually the one who dies here. So Pawn sacrifices himself for Mako effectively, although Mako will go down as soon as this cask lands on top of him. But simply because Pawn has the TP, and he's able to get involved in the back half of this fight.
Well, it was almost a desperate-looking re-engage, but effective nonetheless as EDG almost equalize out the gold. They're only just under 2k behind now. And that really does sort of reset the game. We're almost 20 minutes in. Dragon is up in a minute. Baron will be up in 15 for the first time. OMG definitely had control of the early game, but that was almost Xiaogu-esque there from EDG. they're always a team that wants to make a risky play if they think they can get a lead from it. They pretty much make that play successful team fight, and it keeps him in the game.
Big issue, though, is that Deft is still waiting towards that Blade of the Rune King, so not initially on his power spike. Once he has that, he'll be much happier than his 0-4 scoreline reflects.
And they're going to give him farm, right? They're rotating Fawn out of that bottom lane. Either Koro or Deft will be the ones that go pick that up. And not great objective control, honestly, out of OMG. In the fact that, SMLZ not going to be able to really tear through Baron the way you would expect a normal AD carry to. If he gets incredibly ahead, he will be, and it's not like it's coupled with something that, like Poppy, not really all that great either. So I think that this game will still come down to how they're team fighting, and OMG certainly showing improvements between game 1 and 2, but not out of the woods yet.
Nope.
You never are against EDG, as Koro continuing to collect farm as well. First major item done, but of course has gone for the mixture of early tank items. OMG, though, do get Dragon number 2. So able to secure that one, but EDG, I think, happy to buy time, give up a couple of objectives, make sure Deft secures the rest of his farm.
This does help them with their siege potential. The burning damage onto Dragon is really important for Jhin to be able to pick up early.
Likewise, the static shiv versus the rapid fire cannon.
Yeah. So I like that for SMLZ. The priority on Dragon number 2 is good right now. I feel like they do need to, however, start picking up their vision and moving it towards the top side of the map, just because that's where the shorter lanes are. They've got outer turrets there, as well as the Baron objective.
Still power, though. Different members of EDG, Clearlove and Koro.
He's going somewhere.
Pawn looks for... Ooh, ulti.
Got him.
Does find SMLZ, but I'm not sure they can follow in. Gragas a little too threatening. Good double chain out on the Bard Q, but EDG burn a lot of cooldowns to engage and just can't quite find the angle.
Yeah, great zoning potential from Twin. Just kind of walk casually, threaten with the cask, and make sure that EDG aren't able to monopolize that.
And EDG know all about Gragas cast. I mean, IG beat them off the back half of a fantastic cask out of Kid in the mid lane, flash body slam into cast. So they really do have to respect Twin, especially when all of his summoner spells are up.
It's also a thing where maybe you don't want to get too aggressive because they are still farming up till their next items. Lichbane on the way for Pawn. Just had a Negatron Cloak to sort of help out the potential laning matchup, although does take the Grump. Still got the blue buff. Looks like he's doing quite a heavy amount of roaming. He'll try and push those side lanes down. Does have TP, of course, so can join in a little bit easier. In general, EDG looking for 2 items on Deft. 3 perhaps as Icon again goes in 1v2, almost gets a kill. In fact, he wants it.
Deft has heal.
Clearlove's there as well. Icon backs out this time, but this LeBlanc's getting actually pretty scary. 2 very cost-efficient damage items. Very threatening at this point.
Yeah, especially going with the Sork boots instead of cooldown boots. We've seen a lot of cooldown boots since they started helping out with summoner spells, but Icon just wants to be able to one-shot the Callista.
Look at his item build. He picked up a Zeal on SMLZ as opposed to going for the Caulfield Hammer.
So he's going for rapid fire cannon as well.
Yep, double attack speed items coming after this in, trying to prioritize that siege potential.
Koro in the bottom side also in trouble as Chunk out in the mid lane from SMLZ's ulti. Koro not sure he can really turn this around. He does get the first stun down onto Schwan, but he's going to get knocked out by Poppy. That's going to force a flash. Now he ulti's out of the way, but I'm not sure he's really got anywhere to run. Pawn, I don't think he can help him right now. He's going to phase dive towards the mini wave and make a little bit more headway. Time Winder misses though, and Koro grasping and dying away. He takes a long time to die.
He's out.
But a great escape using that
Unless
passive. Oh, SMLZ, no, he phase dives past that as well. Koro! Huge outplay.
But that was also a little bit questionable pathing coming out of Twin there to not cut him off appropriately and giving Koro that massive out.
You're so polite at the moment, Prosk. I love you. that was outright bad pathing from OMG. They actually had 2 people collapsing towards the river. That was their AD carrying their support. No mana on Echo means that he's not going to blow up either of those members. Twin, on the other hand, does cheat towards that side of the river. Very questionable pathing in the end.
That's why I love casting with Spawn. He just makes me look so good. Everyone's like, oh, she's the abrasive caster. I'm like, put me on the desk with Spawn. We'll see who's abrasive.
Well, back into the game. Pawn does have that Lichbane ready, so see if EDG maybe now with 2 items on both the Callista and the TF feel like fighting a bit more. Again, gold relatively close. OMG haven't really grown the lead since EDG looked to equalize with their last little teamfight ace. And Koro definitely showing off on the Echo, despite some of the misplays there from OMG to not lock him down. And he's approaching 3 items relatively quickly as well. Although Poppy, on the other side, also not too far away. So it feels like, again, almost 25 minutes in now, 24 actually. This game's getting real close.
Twin, you need to be careful. 2 members heading towards you, one being a Bard.
The thing that I'm actually really surprised that EDG haven't pulled the trigger on is utilizing, again, their double teleport, or more importantly, the Lichbane completion from Pawn there to start being a menace in these side lanes.
Yeah, I really do think that SMLZ is like controlling the pace of this game. One thing about Jhin that is kind of underrated is when he goes into his ulti, how much of the slow is. So if you hit one person, you can start a team fight up incredibly well.
Long range initiation.
Yeah. So I think that EDG are very much respecting that part of SMLZ's kit because when you look at a Poppy, Gragas, LeBlanc, they can go get someone if you set it up for them. All they really need is a slow. They'll be able to take out someone like a Pawn, someone like a Deft at this stage of the game.
I'm ready for the Braum ban, Bard, Jhin comp.
Well, Miko's Bard been okay so far, but definitely the game has felt like OMG's bottom lane taking a lot of that initiative. Good stuff done for Icon there as well. And the Iceborne now done for Xiong. In fact, done for both of the top laners whose builds are pretty much identical.
The fear is as this game goes later and later, 25 minutes into 26 right now, the win conditions for either set. Yes, SMLZ is going to be absolutely terrifying on Jhin late game, but that said, a pick composition like EDG's, it just comes down to one bad movement on a map, and they just clean the game.
And I'm going to go a step further. Kalista loves to persistently put auto attacks into someone, so doesn't really care if she's hitting Xiong, because eventually you get to pull the sticks out, right? She's hitting everyone around him as well, whereas SMLZ has 4 bullets at a time. He does not want to put any of those into Koro, because Koro is so tanky at this stage of the
Potential
game.
catch. Xiong actually getting chunked up with a TF, but not quite enough damage to collect it. The rest of OMG do respond well. But Pawn has actually walked down there to try and create some pressure.
But it's about the lane assignment here. So Pawn can do this as long as he's facing across from Xiong. He cannot do this if he's facing across from Icon.
Because Icon will kill him.
And Icon has shown already. Definitely happy to try and take some people out. It looks like Deft actually going for Hexdrinker next, I think. Maybe a mixture of Sterix and Hexdrinker. That could be a QSS as well. But definitely needs the defensive items is sort of the theme there. And given how strong Icon's looking right now, and even the incidental damage from someone like Gragas, that makes sense.
Here we go. Double teleport finally used.
Dragon over for OMG, but this is the fight they wanted to start. It's actually Xiong that...
No, so they cancel it on Echo. Koro no longer wants into that one.
I was going to say, that was Blue Ward.
Yeah. The OMG cover it, though. They'll take their 3rd Dragon of the game. EDG, not nearly as quick to the punch as they were in game number 1.
Well, I think they were quick into that punch, and then they realized it was not a punch they wanted. So they got the heck out.
Pulled it.
Rare to see from EDG, but again, knowing they're behind, don't want to make any rash decisions. OMG, though, continuing to hold momentum in this game, if nothing else. As that gold lead still sitting about the same spot it has been for about 5 to 10 minutes. OMG actually looking for Kalista.
Deft had to be so careful. Bard's going to have to save him.
Oh, curtain call there. Good chain there onto Icon, actually. Deft going to survive for a little while longer. That ulti might actually turn it around. Koro looking for the stun. He's going to chase him down onto Icon. Damage not quite there, but Icon awfully low as Pawn is able to take him out. SMLZ firing away, but 5's going to go down next as now SMLZ will get jumped on by Koro. A double kill there for the Echo and a huge swing of momentum.
And a single team fight right there. And check out Schwinn's positioning on the map. That was a 4v5. Mako played that brilliantly and a gorgeous collapse from the rest of EDG.
And talking about a team that has great Baron control, EDG is definitely that. Going to be able to put so many spears into that.
Koro's zoning them off, but that's actually going to be a kill down onto Pawn. Xiong's able to take that out, but they'll turn around and try and complete the ace. Render's started, but that's a flash out from Chuan to try and save himself. Xiong, though, maybe not so lucky. He's pretty tanky, but he's not tanky enough. The Ren's going to take him out.
Question is if they're going to turn immediately back on the Baron. Smite is still up and available for OMG.
This could be dangerous. They've got Ren, they've got Smite, but EDG, it's not a guarantee here. With people coming off the respawn and Schwan still threatening. Baron is doing a lot of damage, and Clearlove actually moves into zone away Schwan.
Makes sense. They have the Callisto Ren still available. He doesn't need to be in there for Smite.
Oh, more Mortius procs. That should be enough there. Baron actually getting awfully low, but they do need to finish it. Koro, very low. They will pull the spears out and take it, but can they get out safely is the next question.
Let's see if there's any chase. LeBlanc still wants it. Icon looking for the back end of the team fight. They will pull out. Successful disengage out of EDG means that they grab a Baron for just the life of their mid laner.
So well balanced from EDG as we take a replay on that. The biggest issue in all of this and why it's so close is that Clearlove tanks Baron for so long. He's actually even pushed back into it from the cask. Baron sweeping damage coming across there, but so well micromanaged.
And gutsy to retake this Baron, but they do it. And they managed to get away with it as well. EDG, all of a sudden, even that gold right back up and actually push out to a small lead. But we know what EDG like to do with Baron. OMG again going to have to batten down the hatches.
And wow, Banshee's Veil picked up a Def Blast from the past. Haven't seen that on an AD carry.
Screw you, LeBlanc.
Oh, that's what those 2 items built into. I was like, oh. I looked at them and I was like, what could this possibly be?
And really,
no AD carry builds these items.
But to kind of have a conversation about BV and why it's really come out of the meta, a lot of it has to do with Hexdrinker being so effective and so cost efficient right now, and BV just not quite up to par between Spirit Visage and Hexdrinker. They're always going to be the better options. That said, against LeBlanc, it's a fairly unique interaction.
Yeah, because you want to get rid of the Sigil, right? You don't even want the burst to come out in the first place. Especially against someone like Jin. You would really need a Sterix and a Hexdrinker before you're safe from the surprising burst damage that comes out of those 2 people. Game wasn't going to go that long because Deft was getting starved off gold, so he goes for kind of the in-between item.
Pawn's still pretty massive as well. He's actually got a Zhonya's added into the rest of the inventory, and Rapid Fire Cannon for Clearlove. Something he likes to do in a lot of his AD junglers, although we've seen a couple of other players do it as well. And Koro with that Warden's Mail now built in. Could be looking for Randuins, could be looking for Frozen Heart. Probably not, though, because that'd be way too much CDR.
I really like it on Graves, just because he's such a short range AD carry.
Yeah, I also like Randuins against Jin, kind of the similar philosophy against Yasuo, right? You know he's going to crit you, so you get even more value out of it.
It's probably the only time that Randuins is actually cost efficient these days. No, I'm being serious too, especially to the armor adjustments to Sunfire. It's just become such a better item, but against Jin in particular, the one scenario.
Looks like Dragon is the next point of contention though. Pawn trying to steal this blue buff. He's been awfully cheeky about it. Looks for it, does get it. Nailed it. Absolutely smashes it. Is this tower still up in mid lane? EDG, do you need to make some headway with the Baron?
So I'm going to say like Ashe, Yasuo, Jin. 3 champions you're allowed to play by Randuins against.
No, I agree with that. Poor item.
How far is
I thought you were going to say poor Ashe, and I was going to say, yeah, I know. Like, if anyone builds Randuins when I'm Ashe, I hate them.
Yes, poor Ashe. Took the wolf.
Of course he did. He's the AD carry, man, and it's past 20 minutes. He gets anything he wants.
Did you see him play last game?
Yeah, I've also seen him play at the start of this game.
Yeah, maybe he didn't deserve it. I was looking at EDG actually playing a bit more patiently with that Baron, but I think is pretty much worn off at this point.
That was a consolidation Baron. That was like, let's get a team, let's get a lead. Let's start playing EDG style League of Legends again. Next step is like secure the dragon that's up in 30 seconds. We haven't mentioned it, but Koro went towards Dark Seal.
Yeah.
He's got 11 stacks on it right now.
Yeah. Actually pretty efficient. I mean, a lot of Echoes build it. I assume it's for laning purposes, not for sweet snowballing purposes, but it's not bad if you get a couple stacks.
It's definitely for the laning purposes, and, you know, the fact that you're going to buy the potion, and the great synergy that it has there. But, yeah, if, like, just, you know, win one more team fight, go back, get your me jars, you're fine.
Well, it's also because he's so tanky that just, like, if you get it early enough, you're just going to passively...
Yeah, accumulate.
Yeah.
How do you kill something that you have to kill 3 times and you don't even want to kill once?
With great difficulty, I believe is the answer. EDG, though, good position on this dragon. OMG not even in sight, really. So they do get what they want.
Do they pull the trigger? Dragon. They've got SMLZ.
Pawn wants it. He's looking for it, but a good block there from 5's going to stop that.
SMLZ didn't trust him. 5 had the door up and everything, and he still burns a QSS. And that's huge. Oh, Mago.
Huge chunk, though.
Oh.
Good Fates call.
See, that's trust.
I was just going to say,
no cell phone out of Mako or anything.
He had flash.
That is the trust fall right there.
Well, EDG succeed, although Xiang's in the top lane being a nuisance, so...
Took a turret.
Clearlove's going to answer it. 1v1, not sure I fancy Graves. Clearlove's going to have to dodge the ulti. Not going to get it done, though.
The's a deep TP coming out, though.
Oh, my God,
Where
Pawn.
are you going, sir?
Scuttle Crab. That was my objective all along. And he's not even starting it.
No one will expect me to be here, he says.
I think he assumed that the team would run up the river to help protect and cover Xiang's retreat, and no one came for him.
Well, Pawn does burn his TP there. A little wasteful, but see if EDG can convert into mid lane pressure, perhaps.
If 5 had walked up there, it would have been, like, brilliant.
Yeah, I'm a genius.
The mad genius strikes again.
Not today, unfortunately. Just mad after that play. See if the lack of TP maybe cost them here, but Koro does have his up as well. And again, EDG, they've equalized the game, but they've actually really struggled to make headway. To be fair, I think OMG have also struggled a bit, as we've got actually deep into this game, 35 minutes in. And we're starting to get towards one teamfight territory.
It's just very hard to engage onto the Jhin right now, and if left unchecked, he's going to do way too much work. You can see how much he's critting for already. One thing I do want to point out is with the boots he's going for, as well as enchant and double zeal item, he runs real quick, has a QSS, and has a Braum to keep him safe. So I can understand why this is a difficult game to close out for EDG.
I really like SMLZ and its itemization, actually. Like, the more that I think about it, I don't actually mind the Essence Reaver being missed there.
I just don't think you need CDR on him, right?
Yeah,
I think it was really overrated. I think that it was a nice-to-have, but not a must-have. And every time I look at how much he's critting for, he's still critting for like 800 every shot.
More and better bullets.
It's just a good build.
Well, getting pretty late into the item builds as well. Looks like Clearlove actually has a... Is that Lord Dominic's regards?
Oh, yeah. No, that is...
it points, one of them points the other way, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so Lord Dominic's regards is the one that has Giant Slayer in it. This is the
Mortal
one...
Reminder.
Mortal Reminder.
Grievous Wounds.
Grievous
Execution's Calling 2.0.
Without crit.
RIP. Gone are the days of that item. My
Neon
God.
Tonso, like, blew everyone's mind with that item. Everyone thought it sucked, and then he built it every time.
What's happening here? Koro actually found someone. Pawn going to try and take out Xiang. This could take a while. Good stun chain, though. That actually just misses him out of there. Pawn even going to ulti. Needs to check for the rest of the crew. Xiang going to get chain stunned to death, though. There's just nowhere to run. The lane's too long.
Yeah, so what they were actually looking for is the Baron, and now they've ulti.
I think it's Koro. It is. He's going to go straight in for it, but he's actually getting CC'd up. Decent Bard ulti. Where'd Koro go?
Back into bottom lane.
Peace.
He did the dosey, though.
And they're rushing mid lane because they have the inner track. They're going to get a free tower. What a play.
And you guys thought the Pawn Twisted Fate was crazy. Just wait till you see Koro's Echo. EDG.
That was one of those times where I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, well played. That's very, very cute. But also say, Koro hit spacebar and he was like, where am I?
Missed the flash here as well. Icon of 5 here trying to take him out. No ulti here for Koro. Needs the shield but can't quite get in range for it. Phase dive out. Don't want to lose his stacks, but he does. He gives them over to Icon.
Koro, you can see, he's like, that last 30 seconds of play, I don't know what happened.
Right idea. Execution not quite there for
How
EDG.
I got here was cool. How I left, not quite.
We will see whether he goes towards Abyssal Scepter. We've seen it picked up as the last item just because his execute damage is magic. So Abyssal does a lot of work. Wouldn't mind it as a pickup. He is massive at the moment. 347 CS. Has got so much, and they start up Baron. This is a risky play.
This time Koro has no TP, and he's dead for a little while longer. EDG, though, looks like they're happy to pick a fight. Schwan gets stunned against the pit. But OMG are not pulling off this Baron.
I'm not quite sure I agree with the call here.
Icon, though, wants to go in. He looks for Mako. Fate's Call's going to pull him out of the chain. OMG still taking too much damage. Pawn going to look in, but somebody got punted out there. Still low and does go to OMG as they will claim the Baron.
OMG!
And now Clearlove blown up on the front lines. They'll keep running forward and try and take him out. Magical Journey gets a couple save. But Mako can't really follow in, although they are looking to turn things around. Death! He's going to look for the first kill, but he doesn't quite get it. Pawn, though, able to take it out. Icon, though, doing work as Pawn. He's going to have to suffer the consequences. SMLZ executes the TF as Mako barely escapes.
And the disengaged champions for OMG in Poppy and Gragas pay off tenfold. That was beautifully orchestrated from them.
Yeah, it certainly was. But once again, this was one of those team fights that the victor was by a very small margin. Let's take a look at it. Good early ult from Mako. Make sure that Pawn's in place. And really, Mako doesn't do all that much in this fight. Great flash initiation onto Clearlove means that he's gone. Takes no part into it. And then it's great kiting back and a really nice chase here. But as soon as Jhin goes into Curtain Call, they realize, hey, this is our opportunity to fight. But they don't realize that he cancelled it early and actually gets a cheeky shot onto Deft, which allows Icon to clean him up. If that Q hits, Mako kills him. You know, if the wild cards hit, that's another person dead. But in the end, no one dies except for Mako, Pawn. No, Mako then. And that's OMG's team fight.
And the damage from this assassin and from Icon, we're starting to see why he prefers more of the assassin-style picks. Dragon 4 actually going to go to OMG as well. EDG just thankful to have
items
one.
Right now for the Jhin. He's completely done.
Can he be the hard carry that OMG need, though? We talked about this. SMLZ in the last few weeks has really turned into the AD carry that he was supposed to be 2 years ago. The Jhin pick coming up in spades for him.
There's curtain call again. Not a bad poke tool. Pawn starting to suffer. Last crit does not hit though. Clears the wave nicely, however. EDG still on the back foot. OMG have so much momentum in this game.
Certainly do. It was only really that one play in the bottom lane that EDG pulled the trigger on an overzealous OMG lineup. But now it looks like they're well and truly in control.
And trusting in SMLZ's power here. So happy to wait and be patient. Icon and SMLZ have done an admirable job with the rest of OMG. Team fighting EDG, which is no mean feat. EDG, they still have base to hold on to, but all that split push shenanigans, kind of difficult when you're getting pushed straight into the base.
Again, pressure still on Mako in particular for engages like this, or even just a counter engage, especially if a dive comes through. The siege potential from OMG is stronger with the double attack speed from SMLZ, but still, Jin's not really built for this.
Oh, Icon looks to blow somebody up. He's one chain away from doing it. But this is probably not defensible here. Maybe it is. OMG getting aggressive though. And that he's going to get taken out. Corona on the front side, getting crit off by SMLZ. Not taking too much damage, but his inhib's very vulnerable.
But it's also the champions that compensate for the siege.
Oh, got two.
Good ulti there from Mako, but Xiang's going to try and disengage them. Does get one out, but Cora's straight into the front lines. He has to ulti out there because it's not quite enough, but 5 has actually died there in the front line.
Teleport for Pawn.
Now we're going to go for the re-engage, but good traps there from SMLZ. He's going to slow down the re-engage. Mako, though, looks for the latch, does not get it. And there's another TP. They have to keep running all the way down the lane. They need SMLZ. But Koro, he's not quite healthy enough to do this. OMG, get out with only one death.
Maybe.
Oh, that was...
That was an attempt. It was desperation from EDG. You saw what they were trying to do. Unfortunately, they do lose their inhibitor tower, but they do still keep the inhibitor.
They were leapfrogging over each other, trying to slow down a retreating OMG lineup. The danger is now, however, that is like a once every 3-minute play that you can make. And now the teleports aren't up. They're going to have to go back, try and clear out this base. And OMG, in a straight-up 5v5 where you just draw battle lines and run at each other, they look stronger.
And that's the worry. You can see the goal difference this game. It's been very topsy-turvy. EDG, they did have a bit of a window, but OMG were able to play patiently, find themselves back ahead. To be honest, at this point, 42.5 minutes in, we're starting to worry a whole lot less about the goal. But like you said, Spawn, execution-wise, at least with these two teams 5v5, OMG are looking better. EDG have struggled every time to find a way in onto the key carries.
And Pawn's item build just needs a death cap and a void stuff. So even though the rest of the people, wow, that's a big Baron power play as well, they're starting to cap out. Pawn actually is in the point of the game with Twist of Fate where you need to start swapping out items as opposed to just purchasing, and that becomes expensive as the game goes on.
Yeah, again, just echoing the fact that it's Pawn that got all of the gold as well as Clear Love. Very clear difference when Deft is not in full control for EDG.
Well, they are going to push forward now.
Twins behind them.
It's a good spot for Gragas to be. Feels like the engage definitely not really as there for EDG. They wanted to play around the lanes more, but OMG have now forced them into a spot where they kind of have to team fight. And if we have another EDG Pawn Twist of Fate game, I'm not sure what I'll say about this one. There's always potential, but OMG are doing a very good job not getting run around the map. In fact, they're forcing EDG to come to them, pick fights, and for the most part, OMG is still winning them.
And it's so good because we said, what do we want out of OMG? Standard lanes, run team fights, be your usual aggressive self. And that is exactly how they've gone toe-to-toe with EDG throughout this game. Sure, EDG picked more of a cute composition, I will say, this time around. But you still have to take your hats off to an OMG lineup that is going every step of the distance right now.
No, completely agree. That said, I still feel like despite OMG's lead, just because of the nature of EDG's composition, if it's ever executed correctly with a massive pick, they could very easily still win this game.
And that's the thing. This late, it really only costs one, whether it's a pick, a team fight, or just a misstep around the map. Cannot afford to make mistakes late into a game like this. EDG can certainly punish, but OMG have shown that if they find an opportunity, they will go straight in wherever possible. And these gold numbers are ridiculous. Everyone just filling out the inventories now. We're pretty much getting to the point where we're overbuying stuff or replacing other slots because everyone is stocked up.
Jhin sold his boots.
Oh, we did too.
Wow, for the Essence Reaver.
Yep.
705 AD. Mako nearly dies. Dragon number 5 coming up in 50 seconds. Baron also available in 10. This is do or die time, and he goes Void Stuff. I really respect that decision out of Horn. I think it is 100% necessary.
EDG know they have to win a team fight. This game's getting real tense all of a sudden.
And it was a GA out of Corey. God.
You did say it. Don't want to kill him 3 times. Now you have to.
They also need to get on top of this Dragon Pit, so this is why they're making sure that they're grouped up, utilizing their trinkets, because they need to get in here, clear out the vision, and take control. Again, this is do or die. It's 5th Dragon for OMG.
SMLZ is
EDG
going to
must
be late.
fight.
Sprinting back, but 10 seconds up to the Dragon. He's awfully slow after Home Guard wears off. I think they spotted Schwan, but they don't face check the brush. Dragon's up almost. 1 second left. It is up now. EDG, I think they'd rather a pick, but they kind of have to do the Dragon. And SMLZ's back.
I actually think EDG are just rolling the dice. They want the team fight.
They're going to look for something. They've maybe found Schwan, Pawn. I think pop the ulti trying to get a pick down. But Icon's actually up to the other side trying to take out Mako. SMLZ still left free, but Koro is stunning up the front lines as best he can. SMLZ blows up Mako though, but he does hit the Bard ulti. Pawn's gold card wears off, and EDG are trying to kite back. Icon though doing work, but he is going to die in the front line. No, he's going to live, but Pawn flashes forward to take him out, and SMLZ now in trouble as Koro is going to dive in on top of him. SMLZ will get the Twisted Fate on the other end, but Deft is still alive. SMLZ finally goes down, and EDG somehow pick up almost the ace.
I said they wanted the team fight. I couldn't figure it out why. That is exactly why EDG out-execute OMG. And you have to say that one comp looks awfully like it wants to split push versus one that wants to team fight. And EDG just are able to get the pick at the start.
It goes back to game 1. EDG simply outclass OMG for how well they're playing. It just speaks to how synergized, cohesive, and brilliant EDG are right now.
And they're making a beeline towards that Baron as well. They have the teleport out of Koro, so they have someone to tank it up. They drop it. Base is going to come under siege. If they lose this Baron, it's going to be very bad news. So Chuen, get your bomb over there, mate, and try and steal it.
Well, they feel pretty much compelled to do it because they have to take it off the map. Schwan, he's lining up the steal. They're just going to go for the Ren play here. Have to be very careful. Schwan goes in for it! Oh my god, he stole the Baron!
With so many Ren stacks, the Smite available, and EDG, after a brilliant team fight with a pick composition, throw to a cask.
And now they lost the turret in the bottom lane. 2 inhibs are open. It's going to be an OMG lineup that has double Baron buffs. They're going to lose any semblance of split pushing pressure that they should have had after that play. EDG should have been able to send Pawn into one of the side lanes. They're going to have to team fight again.
That's a morale killer.
Oh, yeah. Party definitely pooped on that. Feels like, again, that the late game Kalista first world problems. I attack too fast, I can't spare them enough. Shuang was able to take the buff away. Clear Love, though, looking for the red, but Xiang's going to zone him off it. Pawn does get his blue buff, which is actually quite good, given the situation. But OMG, everyone back. Certainly ready for a fight. This base looking real fragile once again.
Going in on Deft, pop the Banshee's Veil. He does have 6 items now. Does Pawn have the...
Ulti missed. They're looking for SMLZ, but they don't get it. It's an important tool now gone for EDG.
Pawn has a GA now.
Everyone's got a GA today. Clear Love, though, gets chunked by Icon. This is just poker as well from SMLZ. He only fires a couple shots. This inhibitor looking awfully low. OMG going to try and swoop in and finish it off. I don't know if EDG have to defend it and they'll give it up. But the bottom one, they're pinging it. I think that's the one they really have to fight for.
The thing is if they die for the inhibitor there, it's a game over. So you might as well give one. Again, we've talked about how the mid inhibitor isn't that big of a deal. But this one, this is do or die.
Better find the right angle then, because teamfight's going to start soon. Clear Love again getting chunked. That's actually going to pop his more. Corridor on the front lines trying to get aggressive, but Xiang's just too much of a threat along with Schwan. And this inhibitor's going down. EDG kind of have to pull the trigger, but Koro just can't quite find the line. And OMG just going to disengage.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're looking for a deep flank. They got SMLZ.
That's a key kill, but can they go in? Paul goes straight in for it. Huge knock up in there as well, and the damage is done. Clear Love takes out Jin, and now Xiang's going to fall down as well. Deft already with a triple kill as Koro's going to look to take out Xiang in the front lines. Deft does fall to Icon. I don't know if OMG have salvaged it, but they are going to try. Mako now locked up as well.
Where is the teleport out of Pawn? Top lane is so big right now. He's pinging it out.
He goes.
All you have to do is keep Icon from recalling, and Pawn should be able to get some work done on the top side of the map. But how do they keep doing it?
They let him recall. They couldn't chase him.
No, so they're just going to go up there, see if they can end the game with it. Death timers are so long. It's 4v1.
Where the hell does a team fight like that come from?
A Bard ultimate onto one person and one person being SMLZ.
Oh.
And then the most messiah of messiahs. Straight into 3 people with a perfect follow-up. Icon, I don't know if he can defend this.
Oh my
20 seconds left. They're going for it.
They're going to try and end it again. Def did die, but the rest of the team's going to pick up the slack. These turrets will melt under the damage. Icon, though, he needs to save the team if he can, but Anotric can stop them. EDG in one fell swoop. Fires back alive, but
Icon's
Icon's
hit the
crossing his
Nexus.
Azonius. Nexus is going to get low. EDG, they will take it and barely get the 2-0.
Just another day in the office. Look at how casual that team is. Sit back, take a sip of the coffee. It was all planned, boys.
Oh, my God. Every time Pawn plays Twisted Fate, this is what happens.
That's actually true.
Yeah. Might as well be a TF backdoor, to be honest.
What the hell?
So, Bard ulti.
Right on SMLZ.
3-man knock up afterwards. 3-man echo stun, and then Graves blows everyone up. That was so well coordinated in the last team fight. But it all starts because Mako gets the pick, and this is what I keep talking about. Give power to any member of EDG. They will do work with it. Def, not the cleanest game, still able to pick up a triple in the last team fight. And then as a unit of 4, they close out the game.
Well, I mean, we often call Callisto utility style AD carry. Let's be honest, that was not a game that Def really carried. He was a supporting member of that particular film, and the rest of the team comes up huge.
Again, we talked about this. If you lose to Def, that's not where you want to be. Something went terribly wrong, but this time around, they really lost to Pawn.
Yeah, Pawn had a great game. I think that, like, you know, even the Echo, like, Echo is so strong right now. And it's so funny because when it came into the meta, I was like, what is this actually doing? Like, it's kind of like Fizz. Like, remember, like, when we were having tank Fizz everywhere?
Fizz, yeah.
Yeah, and it was really annoying. And I was like, Echo is just annoying. And then I was like, hang on a second, he has execute damage. Wow, that's a little bit strong. And then as a tank, as with Spirit Visage, you get, like, that's a heal. You get 10% more back. I was like, wow, that's really strong. And I was like, this champion is straight up busted. Like, his zoning field becomes as big as his stun field. Like, there are just so many things right now that Echo does better than any top laner.
Not even his parallel convergence. Like, yes, that's a zoning tool, but the other thing is if an Echo walks past tower and you know he has ultimate, you just have to respect him and back up.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's just the presence of Echo being there that also acts as his own.
And we've seen a lot of Poppy. We saw Koro play it in the first game, despite the fact that there was Echo available, showing us an Echo game. Clearly can play it. I believe has a few plays on it this season because it come into the meta quite late. We had this debate a while ago. Echo versus Poppy. Is Echo just the better top lane in it?
Well, I think that Echo is the better champion in terms of everything that Spawn listed out on his kit. But going back to what EDG love, especially love to run their compositions, it goes back to isolation. EDG, we saw it literally executed just that last game in that last team fight. They know exactly how to set up a team fight, exactly how to layer their cooldowns. Nothing is wasted. And Poppy just gives them such a powerful tool to say, this team fight, I want it to look like this.
I think that the thing that makes Poppy so strong is if you hit a ulti on one or more members, you turn any fight from a 5v5 into a 5vx. And you cannot put a gold value on that. A lot of things of what Echo brings is tankiness, like speed, things like that. You can actually purchase in a shop. You cannot purchase forcefully removing someone like across the other side of the map.
If that person is SMLZ and has 16,000 gold, guess what? That ultimate's worth 16,000 gold.
Yeah.
Well, definitely. It's kind of fun to see Koro play back-to-back games on these strong top laners and clearly come up big in both. Definitely a much trickier game, though, for EDG. OMG did a great job getting aggressive and playing how we expected them to play. So what was it? Because that game got bogged down for a while, it felt like.
So go back to the start of the game and actually look. OMG forcefully shove in bottom lane. That's where they sent their duo. Recall and get standard lanes. And I just want to highlight this over and over again. SMLZ is a great standard lanes Jhin player, and that was the right call. You know, you sacrifice a couple of minions on your top lane, a couple of minions on your AD carry as well, because you have to swap. You don't get the same shop that their AD carry gets because he gets an extra crate wave, so you get potions and he goes back and gets a color or something like that. There are so many things wrong with doing it that way, but what you get is standard lanes in where Chwen can put in work on Gragas and SMLZ can win the 2v2, and that is exactly what happened for OMG.
No, I completely agree right there. And again, it just came down to end of the day. The game went so long that the deficit that Deft was put in, that SMLZ was able to get the advantage, didn't mean anything anymore because we got to late game. It was all 6 items. So EDG were just able to stall it out long enough and say like, oh, right, we're still the superior players, and that's where we're going to beat you.
Worse yet, SMLZ, if he goes back in time 10 minutes and has to run away from that Bard ultimate, actually gets out because he was that quick. He had boots of swiftness with alacrity and would have been able to make it out of that. As the MVP is Mako, and very well deserving.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with it. It was that Bard ultimate that was the game-winning play.
What a bottom lane. 2 back-to-back MVPs for the lane, and Mako certainly came up massive. Deft again did not have the best of games. That Mako says, don't worry, buddy, I got you. Put you on my back. And it's just cleanup after cleanup. So many clutch Bard plays.
And I say this all the time about Mako. It's no longer his rookie season, but he's actually one of those where, you know, people have rookie seasons and they come out amazing, and then it's kind of like, oh, you know.
Look at this. Triple bounce. Oh.
It doesn't get better, and you expect it to, because there's always this this idea that, okay, this is their rookie season. It only goes up from here instead of this is their ceiling, and it can actually even out from here. Mako is actually continuing to go up.
Honestly, I have sung my praises for this guy for a very long time. I honestly think that, like, he's mechanical, he's very, very smart, he's humble, he's very gracious in victory and defeat, unassuming. Like, Mako is a lovely person from meeting him, and also just, like, a superstar support. Like, he is very, very good.
Certainly is, but on the OMG side, playoffs now in trouble, actually, after this potential. What are they looking for to try and keep that spot open? I think it must be our next game. We only have 1 left for Group B.
Vici have to lose.
They are going backstage, and they are pulling on HYG jerseys, and they are sitting with fingers and toes crossed that HYG are able to pull out a miracle against Vici.
I have to double check, but I also think that HYG have to 2-0. As I also think is kind of the other caveat there.
No, so they're definitely a game behind. So Vici have 7 wins, OMG have 8. So if Vici lose, they are out. Vici control their destiny right now.
Well, I guess that's what they wanted. So it's good to see. But I think from OMG, it's been such a good run for the regular season. As I said, I wanted to talk a little bit about the latter end of that game. I feel like OMG had control and just couldn't close it out. Maybe the sign of a younger side, but it was a little weird to see them get a lead and then just not quite convert on the end.
Yeah, it goes back to experience and individual decision making, and we credit ClearLove a lot with having the shot calling potential. Mako is also the other primary shot caller, or I guess secondary shot caller for EDG coming out. He controls all of their vision, things like that. Obviously, was the one in control of that team fight with the Bard ultimate. So OMG, they're a squad. They just need time. If they don't manage to scrape into playoffs, they should still be very happy with the plays and the growth that they made during the season. This is the first time ever that it's such a dynasty organization completely rebuilt their roster from the ground up, and they looked great in their last game.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the other thing that I want to point out is that it's just that 1%. Like, Icon chunk someone, Chuen should be flying into that flash body slam, not giving EDG that time to reset, go back to the fountain, and use their teleports effectively. And the only way you can fix that isn't coaching, that is nothing else apart from trusting your teammates and playing additional games with them. The perfect example, we had it in that game, was
Bard.
5 jumping in front of his AD carry, putting up the door. SMLZ still burns QSS. Bard has all of his summoner spells available, looks like he's going to die, burns nothing and just gets plucked out of the team fight by Deft because he 100% trusts that is exactly what Deft is going to do. That's an unspoken thing, and that is, like, once again, OMG will get there. Their lineup is that good, I believe, but it's just going to take some time.
So back on the EDG side then, finishing second now for the regular season, I believe, locking that in with RNG, picking up a loss in that last little series. How are we thinking about their playoff chances? Because that was a decent series for them. Maybe not as clean game 2 as game 1. But EDG always looks scary come playoffs.
You want to take it?
Everyone always asks who's going to be the MSI representative. And they're like, oh, is it going to be QG? Is it going to be RNG? You know, LGD starting to... It's EDG. EDG is going to be the MSI representative. They are playing incredible right now. I think that going into playoffs, they're by far the scariest team, especially because RNG and QG both faltering a little bit. That's my personal opinion.
Well, Highlight City, certainly from this series, as we get a couple of looks in from this game. Really good Baron attempts actually here from OMG. But EDG, they always find a way in. Not this time, though.
No, this time it was OMG running that freight train over the top of them, just the ability to continually go forward. The smart move from SMLZ to fire 2 shots and then get out of curtain call because he acknowledges that he needs to be there for his team. Crits Deft on the first bullet, able to get another one in that sets Icon up. SMLZ, fantastic game.
Have to agree. Jin looked good. You can see EDG were able to turn some of these fights around.
This was really Koro. He gets a 3-man stun after the Bard ulti, and is just able to, you know, utilize all that CC that Mako had for follow-up CC, then allow Mako to get in there. This was kind of the leapfrog action as well.
Oh, the double TP.
Yeah, here comes the next one.
Koro's like, I got it, boys. I don't got it, boys.
No, not
Immediately ejects out.
But I think we'll see the last team for here. No, still actually around this. This was still well fought by EDG. I don't even know how this team fight happened.
So this was, once again, like, Pawn had a really good game, but look how Def navigates his team fight. He's hitting whoever is the closest priority member. You know, in jumps a mid laner, he flashes after him immediately. Def's target prioritization is so good, even when he's behind.
Likewise, also Pawns, for how long he held that second gold card, making sure that it was just at the right time to land on Xiong. Like, so good. Team fighting, EDG, top notch.
Yep, and that's always been their thing. This Baron, though, that was a bit awkward. Very nice steal there from Sean. You can see Icon pretty fired up about it, but this last fight.
So once again, let's look at the MVP. Nails the AD carry, gets thrown in, 3-man bounce, stuns 5 into SMLZ, I believe. Might have been Chuen. Either way, doesn't really matter. Effect exactly the same. Hats off to Mako, hats off to EDG. They played that last team fight perfectly.
And always looking threatening. You have to worry. They're a team that does not like to seed LPL titles often. Now they make playoffs. They'll be second, not first in the group. One of the first teams in a while that haven't finished at the top, but still looking good.
No, yeah, completely agree. Going into playoffs, EDG look on point and ready to go.
So my theory about LPL is actually EDG is just always the team to beat. So I kind of echo the sentiment of Frost Current, where like EDG are the elite team, and then when you beat them, you get to hold that claim for a split, right? So LGD, they beat them. We expected huge things because they had finally kicked EDG off their throne. They dropped that ball, so EDG go back to being the best. And the next challenger can arise and try and take them out. And I would not be surprised if RNG, LGD, even if QG get their team back together and look back to where they were, are able to do that this split. But going into playoffs, there should be probably RNG and EDG at the forefront of every team's mind as a team they're going to have to get through at the end of the day.
Well, seems like the Kings still stand tall there after a victory versus OMG. OMG, unfortunately, hoping for the result of the next game. We have one more match for Group B to play here in this regular season. Vici, can they control their own destiny? We'll find out as they play H5G right after the break.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my
And welcome back, guys, here for the final best of 3 of the night for Week 10, day number 3 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Cards to get a few shots of the arena there. The Vici fans still waiting because Vici, it is your time to shine and take your playoff control into your own hands and see if you can push through versus HYG. Joining me for this one is just going to be Jake Swanter. Indiana Frost, Girl in Black, has stepped off the desk to
what did she do?
go play League of Legends, I believe it was. Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Of course. We want to close up apparently.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Credit to Frost. She's actually quite unwell today. So not going to play League. I hope she's gone home to bed. In fact, if you're not,
go to bed.
Go to bed. Yeah, hopefully she gets better soon. But really looking forward to this game between HYG and Vici. I think that HYG are a team that got put into a very difficult League of Legends group. You know, Group B, everyone thought it was going to be the group of death. They were right, turns out. You know, one of the teams out of OMG, IG, Vici has to miss playoffs, and HYG have the perfect chance here at Pastry
They
to,
do.
you know, top off what has been not a great first split of the LPL, but they'll go out with a bang if they're able to shut down Vici here.
And to be honest, like, everyone's looking at this game. We have 2 strong playoff important games already. RNG secured first, EDG secured second, although, to be fair, they had it locked up before beating OMG pretty handily in a 2-0. And all of a sudden, it's the Vici who are like, we can do it. We actually have the opportunity. And OMG like, we do as well. Just don't beat them.
Yeah, so the heads-to-head will go around in a circle. You know, we think that OMG are pretty unlucky with the fact that so many of their sets have gone to best of 3. So right now it will be OMG missing out, I believe, if Vici are able to nab this win. And, you know, everything points to the fact that Vici should be able to do it. They have such a classy top side of the map. Lung, Easy Hoon, Dandy. Everything spells Vici victory here, but I woke up this morning, you know, I rolled over and I was like, it's going to be an HYG kind of day, I think, and there's just something in the air right now.
It's one of those things where they have nothing to lose. We know that they're a good team and they're able to play almost recklessly and get very aggressive and use their strong early laning to try and get some work done. Again, there's just nothing to lose. Maybe, you know, get your practice in towards, I think, promotion relegation is maybe the other thing to think about for the side. But HYG, they're a team that came in with probably not too many expectations, played very well despite how few wins they picked up. And Vici, they're the ones that have a whole lot to worry about here because this game must be nerve-wracking.
Exactly right. Vici has all the pressure on them. HYG, as I said, they're just looking to go into promotion relegation with a very good mindset. They've had so many good early games. As you take a look at the lineup on your screen, they're very young players and they're only going to get better.
S17, Chimin, Gosu, XQ, and Shu. Definitely Chimin was the change that the team needed, picking up their first and only win, I believe, as far as total best of 3s go. But we'll start in the top lane with S17. Perfectly solid player.
Yeah, it certainly is, you know, very good laner. Maybe would like to see a little bit more Maokai out of him because I believe that they do need that bridge, someone to start up the ganks. But Chimin is that carry that they were waiting for such a long time.
Yep, he's just a big playmaker. We saw his Gragas get it done. He's been playing a little bit more Graves recently, but if there's anyone that starts the action early, it is going to be that man. Gosu is another player that's super hit or miss for me, but when he hits really hard.
Yeah, he's kind of the very good mechanical player with poor decision making, and when his mechanics really shine through, does great things. As XQ down in the bottom lane, a little bit more Jhin, a Kog'Maw game actually, surprisingly, but this is the area that has been struggling pretty much consistently at the moment.
XQ and Shu. We talk about a lot of different bottom lanes that some of these lower place teams in the LPL do seem to struggle in general to get things going, and with the amount of talent in those lanes, I can't really blame them, to be perfectly honest. But I think every now and then we see like one half of the lane's good, like a great AD carry or a great support. Unfortunately for HYG, I think that's easily their weakest spot, but I guess against their opponents today, Vici Gaming, we could probably say the same thing.
Yeah, it might not matter all that much. Endless and Caveman. Caveman has been stepping up, but Endless still a big question mark for me right now. You see Easy Hoon in his share as well. I think that Vici are a team that out of the top 4 right now, because I do consider them one of the 4, I think that they are better than OMG or IG. They are the most exploitable because of how uneven their power is.
Yep, and Lung Dandy, Easy Hoon, that's the powerful top half of the map. Endless and Caveman sort of occupying the much weaker bottom, but we are going to start in the top side. Lung, this is the player for me that I measure so much of Vici's games on, because when he's doing well, it is usually very easy for the rest of the team to follow up. And look, he's been very good recently.
There's a reason that they went out and traded 3 players for him. Lung is a star when he wants to be. You know, he's able to absorb a lot of pressure, still come out the other end. Great bruiser player, not only tank player, and do expect a lot from him. But Dandy on your screen, Easy Hoon, they're 2 Korean imports, 2 world-class players.
You only get 2. As far as 2 Koreans on your team go, these are pretty good. And they've both been living up to expectations as well. Endless, though, that bottom lane player, has been getting a little bit better. I've seen flashes of brilliance from the man, but it is only flashes. And usually, Dandy's there to help the early game.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, that's what I like. I call them the pushing bottom lane just because they do push up a lot. They want to have pressure on the turret and make sure that Dandy's free to invade whenever he can. And Dandy will gank enough to get them in a position where they can safely push. And after that, they're kind of on their own. But Dandy will help them out early. That is a key difference between Vici and IG. IG are on their own. Vici's bottom lane does have support when they need it.
And honestly, we've, again, seen games where Endless, he's able to pick up, say, the Lucian. I remember that game fairly fondly. And, you know, actually team fight relatively well. There's things they can do, it feels like.
Yeah, 100%. And look, they're a great Sivir bottom lane as well. They surprisingly played Tristana at the start of the split quite well. So I think that this is a team that when they're playing the way they want to play, when they're shoving in bottom lane, controlling the top side of the map, when Lung is able to translate some of his leads via teleports, when Dandy is very, very active, they're a team that is hard to beat because they play such a clean style of League of Legends. Clinical is like what I would describe them as. But the problem is that they're like a house of cards. One thing happens, it all falls down.
And that's sort of been Vici in a lot of different ways, really. They've always been that team, even when they were playing well together and just constantly team fighting. Let's talk about Easy Hoon, though, because he's, weirdly enough, the new kid on the block.
Yeah. Let's talk about his Rise. As far as Rise goes, Easy Hoon is a really good Rise and a great Azir, and both of them are seeing a lot of play right now across the world. And Easy Hoon, he's got a small champion pool, but it seems to be 4, and it's on like the edge of you cannot ban him out and successfully pick away from him at the moment. So I really do think that he rides being a master of a very specific champion pool, but being able to have enough picks that like you cannot actually target him successfully. We've seen teams try and do that, and it has not really worked against Vici.
And almost conversely, Dandy is just a chameleon, really, from the jungle. He does everything you ever want from a jungler.
He plays everything from Nunu to Rengar.
Yep.
And every step in between that. And I really do think that Dandy, as far as being the other half of Dandy versus Marta, Marta on a team right now is showing why he is so good. You know, the leadership, the ability to deep ward, roam around early. But Dandy is also showing that, you know, early aggression, relevant late game jungling. He's also right back into the form that he was playing brilliantly in towards the end of season 2014.
Yep. And so we sort of know the winning formula for HYG. It's really just get your lanes going, try and make something happen. Chimin does want to be aggressive here, and if you can snowball lane, great. That's probably somewhere they can look. I think they want the top half there as well, but maybe a little trickier for them to get going, given the opponents they have today.
They kind of want to play catch league all the time. I describe HYG as if like you could actually isolate all 3 lanes and they could never interact with each other, right? But Chimin could go top and interact with his top lane, and then he could go mid and interact with his mid lane, then he could go bot and interact with his bottom lanes, but his lanes never get to touch. He would be the happiest jungler in the world. They are so good in isolated environments. They have the PvE style down. They have good 2v2 set up as well. It's just when it comes together into the big 5v5s, big 4v4s, like vision control becomes a very important factor in League of Legends that they do struggle. and they struggle a lot when it comes to that part of the game.
And I guess on the Vici side, if they are looking, obviously, to win here and get themselves into playoffs, you have to think their chances are good, given that they've got a decent matchup here against HYG, who are, I believe, record-wise, the worst-performing LPL team for this season. So clearly, Vici come in and say, okay, we've got a pretty good shot here. What do we want to see from Vici then moving into playoffs, assuming they win?
So
they have to show us something.
I like when EasyHoon is active. So I like when EasyHoon gets onto something like the Rise, something like the Azir, and is able to head up and down river a lot. I want to see EasyHoon helping out Long, trying to help out his bottom lane. When he stays at home and farm, they look like a very scale to 40-minute composition. When he gets out of his lane and roam, they're much better around the 25, 30-minute mark because EasyHoon does get them that advantage. Dandy does need some help, and right now it is coming from Caveman, but I think it better suited to come from EasyHoon. That's why teams ban TF away from him, because that's a champion that forces you out of your lane, right? And I think that should be indicative of the play style that he wants to be playing continually.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that from the Hoon. His roaming was very impressive. His Lissandra, still a champion you have to worry about despite being kind of nowhere. But we are going to have a look in with the playoff bracket now that we've finished our last match. So this is how it stands before we get into this one, I believe.
Yeah, it should be. You have to double check the Vici side of it because I do still believe that right now OMG and IG have 8 wins and Vici have 7 wins, but we'll see. I think that this is how it will most likely turn out at the end of the night, definitely.
Well, you can see EDG and Snake sitting there, QG and RNG, where we expect them to be. Still have games to play tomorrow, though, don't forget. So we'll see if we can get any changes there. But EDG finishing in the second place spot. I mean, they were looking there, hoping they could get it. Didn't pick it up that time.
Yeah, that was really... A small part of me weeps, but is also really happy that RNG were able to close out on top spot because it does show that the LPL has come a great distance this split.
Certainly has, and we're almost at the end of this day. We've only got 1 day left for the regular season. That'll be tomorrow, but we'll finish this best of 3 first. HYG versus Vici. Vici control firmly in their 2 hands. HYG will see if they can play spoiler as we start off the draft here. Rise and Lulu both banned by HYG, so continuing to ban away the EasyHoon champs. Nidalee, though, is an adaptation. That's away from Dandy. And Gragas Cogmore banned by Vici.
Well, we've seen Nidalee once tonight, I believe, and MLXG certainly put a clinic with the pick. I honestly am well and truly on the rusty train of thought that Nidalee is better before, competitive at least, now than when she was changed. Double jungles at a rapid pace.
And the last ban is Corki, actually, from Vici, so taking that one away from mostly Gosu. Although I'm sure XQ can play it if he feels like it. See where priority lies for HYG's first pick, though. Because there's an awful lot of stuff open.
I wonder if they're setting up Gosu for an assassin pick, something like an old Blanc light right now, and trying to bait EasyHoon onto either Azir or Twisted Fate. Although that is completely shot down, Pastry Tub.
Yep, because they first pick Azir and open the door potentially for that TF.
Yeah, that is blowing my mind. I am so surprised by that pickup. I think that, you know, Azir has to take Cleanse into Twisted Fate from what I've seen. It means that you give up teleport advantage quite early into the game. I don't mind it as a matchup. I still think Azir players can win it, but more importantly, we're talking about Gosu versus EasyHoon, and I think there is a little bit of a mismatch there. I would have liked to see if they could have baited one of those picks out.
Well, looks like they won't need it this time around, or at least need to pick it, because they've got plenty of things to consider. They already know the mid lane matchup. I guess denying it from EasyHoon might be the thought there, which is understandable, given his proficiency on the pick. But Vici lining up picks 1 and 2. We've seen a lot of Alistar today. Might be Alistar Kindred to start things off.
And what a duo that is to start things off. You know, Kindred can save people. Great CC that is going to come out of Alistar, especially Caveman. He is a very good Alistar player. That's what they go for.
Yep. Standard picks here for Vici, but very strong ones. Seen Dandy do so much work on a variety of different junglers, but Kindred and Nidalee seem to be picks that are not only strong, but that he would prefer to play. Dandy's got this, it's not surprising, but I think it's unexpected for some people that maybe don't know him as well. That man is surprisingly aggressive.
Yeah, no, really aggressive. I think that he was at his best when he was playing Rengar.
I agree.
I honestly think that Dandy is one of those junglers that's going to come around like once every 3-4 years in League of Legends. He plays like kind of like Clearlove, and like Proskurian says the same thing. He plays a range of styles incredibly well, but I think he is at his best when he's playing aggressive.
Well, can do on the Kindred. We'll see if you can maybe boss around Chimin, who with a Nidalee absent may have to go to something like his Gragas that we've seen time and time again. Looks like maybe Poppy Kalista, though. Kalista again. Awful lot of attention in the LPL still Not sure if she's dropped off a bit internationally, but certainly a strong pick here. And it will be Poppy Callista for picks 2 and 3.
Yeah, still a very strong core right now. A lot of disengage, a lot of consistent damage coming out of the HYG lineup. But that's lockdown and burst for you if I've ever seen one.
Just give me the TF, man. I feel like Easyhoon's TF has been left open so few times in the LPL this season. I feel like we're in for it.
I feel like something happened in the first week, like he got there for scrim.
Yeah.
And like teams were just like, never.
Never give him this champion ever. Known for it, of course, but it has been amusing to me to see just how many times it's been banned away
Chinese
from him.
mid laners are like famous for like, we will give you your best champion and beat you, ha ha ha. But like, they never gave him that opportunity with TF.
That's true, not even once.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Vici want to do. Maybe a bit more for team here. Oh, actually going to hide the mid lane pick, which I like. Echo and Lucian get through here for Vici's 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and maybe it's just the fact that, you know, they don't need to pick it. And Echo is potentially a jungler right now, so they don't want that to go over to Chimin. We'll probably go back to the Graves. He has locked it in.
Yep, it's already there. He knows exactly what he wanted. Gragas going to drop back through. Oh, no, it was banned. That would make sense. So no Gragas available. It means that he does have to fall back to Graves. Feels like Graves is the fallback jungler in a lot of ways in recent games. We've seen a lot of him today, but maybe not everyone's first choice, but always solid, if nothing else.
Yeah, he's really safe, right? And he has a defined playstyle and does add a lot of damage late game. So I do like Graves still as both a top laner and a jungler. This game in the jungle, and I think that one of the few champions that can farm as safely as Kindred and kind of bully her off camps if you ever catch her unawares.
Well, we do have the Thresh pick there for HYG, so their lineup is finished here for this first game. But Easyhoon, who's hovering the Lissandra last time, Caveman's going to hover for him again. Does he take it? He's been a very good list player. Don't play with my heart, Easyhoon.
That's not Easyhoon at all.
Caveman.
Easyhoon's like, give me the Lissandra, dude.
He's like, no, you must have this. I'm so... Oh. I mean, clearly we can tell what they're thinking about.
That is some serious APM, by the way.
I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure how the alphabet works.
Yeah, no idea.
So I'm not sure how close they are. Can't imagine they're too close. Is it happening? It is!
Yeah, it is. I'm really happy about this.
Easyhoon's Twisted Fate.
So, you know, we've seen so many bans thrown at Easyhoon for this. And I mentioned the fact that I think Easyhoon is at his best where he's not playing against the other mid laner, when he's roaming around, helping Lung out, helping out Endless and trying to generate leads with Dandy. Kindred Twisted Fate have some serious dueling potential right now. And wherever they go around the map, they should be able to make action happen.
Oh, this could be great to watch here. And Vici might get to see a bit more of that proactive side. HYG, though, strong picks, decent lanes, I'll say, for the most part. Can maybe get strong-armed here and there, but HYG pretty much got what they needed here. Just run straight at the enemy, try and win those lanes early.
I think the bottom half of the map is a little bit of a worry. Callista Thresh has lost some potency, and we've seen Lucian can be a bully, but top half of the map more than willing to go the distance. And if XQ and Shu get an advantage, they will look to push this because it's range versus melee support. So much pressure on Easyhoon and Dandy, and you probably couldn't pick two better suited people to have that pressure on.
Don't think so. Pretty clutch players as well. Dandy especially. No stranger to intense situations. And it is intense here for Vici. It may just be all fun and games for HYG, who do want to walk away with maybe another win and a bit of pride. But Vici, this is their playoffs. They saw OMG get taken down. So now they can control who gets into that last spot. As far as they're concerned, they want it to be them. Code is going to shake hands. We'll see if it is. Start off with game number 1. And here we are out in the Summoner's Rift for our last best of 3 of the evening. HYG versus Vici will be our last best of 3 as Vici gonna see if they can pick up the win here in the series and push themselves into playoffs as the last spot for group number B. Group B, number B? Letter B. Whatever. Easyhoon's Twisted Fate doesn't get through often though. Curious to see what work you can get done with it.
Yeah, certainly is seeing whether they get standard lanes here. It looks like Vici will secure the standard lanes. Have to think that. Oh, no, they're aborting. So blind lane swap out of Vici. Just does not surprise me one.
No, they love it.
iota.
They absolutely love the blind lane swap. Right there with him and Snake, as far as teams that like to get that going early. Shu and XQ, though, lined up for those Krugs. Looks like Vici will make it for their first neutral of the game, though. So nothing's going to be really lost here. And Chimin and S17 will be close to each other if they do want to do a bit of more double jungling when they realize that Endless and Caveman have swapped themselves to the top lane. But here's EasyHoon, got that early blue card. Trying to get aggressive onto Gosu level 1, but it's going to burn on a creep maybe.
Yeah, just running up, trying to zone as much as possible, get some early harass. This is one of those lanes that, as I keep mentioning, Azir kind of nullifies lots of people just through the wave clearing control he has over creeps. But if you ever misplay, the continual CC that can come out of Twisted Fate is quite oppressive to deal with as well. Lung actually trying to get greedy and get more than just the 3 standard creeps. Gets experience for a 4th.
Not bad, but he'll have to get away now, of course, which is standard stuff on these early swaps.
Whereas S17 got nothing. He stayed around for an extended leash.
And then went to lanes like, oh, it's not a 1v1, I have to leave. So unfortunate stuff there. But Gosu back in control now at level 2. EasyHoon certainly knows the way around both of these champions very well. We'll see how he navigates against Gosu's Azir. Definitely a bold thing, taking Azir into a player like EasyHoon.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that that is something that could come back and bite you, because at a certain patch, at a certain time, EasyHoon was arguably the best Azir player in the world. I don't even know if people argue with me anymore. I just like saying that.
I think you argue with you.
Yeah, I kind of justified in my head as Caveman actually looking for an early gank here.
This is great.
The Goon Squad.
This is the Goon Squad. 4-man gank. Oh, they gave it up. That actually disappoints me. But I like the thought there from
It's
Vici.
because the other people were disappeared off the map as well, so there was a return Goon Squad on the other side. Either way, someone was getting gooned, and then no one got gooned.
And now the turret's the only one getting aggressed on, so Endless and Lung are going to work on it here. We'll have Caveman actually rejoin. And now S17's down here as well. So, you know, interesting adaptation. Kind of go for the, I call it the Hail Mary mid lane gank, where you're hoping that they're sleeping and you're able to catch them out. Instead, we'll just get a little later to the turrets, but not much later. And should be able to take out these outer turrets at a pretty easy pace. And we'll see what happens from here, whether the teams do want to swap back into more standard lanes or continue their pushing out. Again, this is the real standard start of all your lane swaps. And Long, he's going to bounce that wave, which is the norm now. Looks like he's going to get all the gold out of it as well, so very well timed. Oh, eats a tower hit, but only one.
So no blood today for Summoner's Rift, unfortunately.
Why does the 17 have no health, though?
He must have tanked some as well.
That's not the way you want it to go. Looks like another wave is coming in as well. So Vici going to be a little, sorry, HYG going to be a little later on it, but shouldn't be too bad here. It looks like Lucian's going to make his way down towards that bottom side as well. And Lung's going to stay top for as long as he can and pick up some CS while it's free.
Yeah, mirrored purchases and kind of mirrored movements from both teams here. They're looking to continue to push in. No one really the big benefactor, although, as you said, a little bit of tempo gained by Vici. You can kind of say that because they're already at their creep wave. Endless and Caveman.
And we have swapped back, but we are actually going to continue the 2v1 lanes. You can see S17 tried to get a bit of extra CS. Dandy now moving down towards this red side of HYG's jungle as well. Could maybe just see some turrets getting traded here, but Dandy is going to try and invade.
Or go for a gank. He's in behind, was not spotted.
Not too sure, though. I guess waiting for the right time. EasyHoon going to try and line it up. There's the gold card in. Good cleanse there from Gosu. He's going to get him out to safety, but big damage from that Kindred. But nice trade there from the Azir.
Yeah, so able to turn around. Although it is mid laner that gets the damage versus just jungler. So a little bit stickier onto Gosu, you would have to think, as well as the summoner spell being burnt. So good early gank from Dandy, relieving some pressure from EasyHoon. See if that gets him something like a free shot before level 6 to make his first ultimate really count.
And Lasso able to shove a nice big wave into this bottom side, so he's going to get great damage down onto this turret. In fact, looks like waves are stacking up on the other side. Long's going to be a little late to this bottom half of the map. But they are going to try and take down this outer. HYG, again, a little bit behind on the play. But we should have a pretty similar look here as we're going to outer turrets are going to fall everywhere.
And this is really probably in favor of Vici, because you have to think with Twisted Fate, they want to open up the map, although it will be hard to siege into Azir early into the game. So they might funnel a little bit more gold into Gosu, but if EasyHoon now can go back, start setting up plays, they can control neutral on what is a Kindred who wants to be able to take those dragons for the Seder Devourer stacks. It's going to be a very quick tempo game for Vici. But HYG, they're not too worried right now. They're 400 gold ahead. Going to lose out on a dragon, but that's not a massive deal.
Turrets get traded, so gold about even, really. But I like it. HYG doing what they can. And we'll see what they do after this. Dragon, though, is certainly a big factor. No Devourer stacks this time around, but do want to make sure you keep control of those neutrals. HYG, though, will make a trade. And again, all standard stuff early on here as the Rift Herald is going to go over to Hyper Youth Gaming.
Yeah, now it's really what they do with the Herald, right? As they also hook up the Rift Scuttler. So they want to just control every portion of this map. They give it over to XQ. We'll see whether he marches that into mid lane and they start trying to siege into EasyHoon, make sure that this Twisted Fate can't really utilize the ultimate.
Gosu forced out, though, from Dandy's earlier pressure. Twisted Fate did actually return with a non-magic mantle and the blasting one. So looks like Abyssal first. Pretty normal stuff there for TF, but I do like the choice from the Hoon. Gosu, though, on the other side, does have his Stinger and that refillable potion, so things going about as normally as we expect here, but decent damage on the turret in mid lane for EasyHoon more than anything else, as XQ has made his way back down. He does have that cult on the recurve boat, plus the longsword, because he's going Blade of the Ruined King first. Seen a couple Hurricanes first today, but not necessary here for XQ, as he looks to be swapping to another 2v1 lane. But it looks like Lung's going to go back, and we'll sort of reset with pretty weird-looking standard lanes, but standard lanes nonetheless.
Yeah, we certainly will. Chimin actually trying to steal away the blue buff now. Isn't spotted.
Okay, Ben, though, getting in onto S17. Just a bit of poke, as Vici are trying to push down and get some damage onto the top outer turret. Endless hit. Decent damage. So here actually comes an ulti from EasyHoon. He's going to try and get something happening. Has the gold card, but doesn't get the poppy, but Vici might get a tower out of the deal.
Yeah, they certainly will. What a great play coming out of the mid laner. Shoves out, able to get that teleport into the bottom lane. But now, all of a sudden, aggression.
Good flash, but Caveman might not be safe yet. The hook in there from Thresh as the blue buff still under threat, but a good Lance Respite's going to maybe keep him alive for a bit longer. Caveman, though, probably can't survive it. Is going to go down. It's first blood to Chimin.
So all of that damage for naught onto the bottom lane turret. It is going to be HYG with a good tackle, actually, bringing Caveman back in towards his team after the hook out of Shu. So, top laner and support combining. And now EasyHoon in some trouble.
Yeah, XQ actually just going to straight up gank him in the face. Fate's call's good. Shu's going to follow him with a flay. The hook lands in. EasyHoon just going to go down to that Thresh.
And
very well played.
Sorry, EasyHoon, but you did not insta-pull the gold card, and therefore you die. This is going to be mid lane now under fire. No wave clear inside. Azir goes going to make short work of the turret. And time again, HYG just get these early advantages. I don't know how they don't keep more of them, but they're always up at 10 minutes.
And looking good so far. In fact, that mid tower took a beating as Endless and Caveman have to try and fix that pretty quickly. Vici, though, will continue to play around the map. Dandy with the double daggers looking for that Devourer. He's going to take this Scuttle Crab away. But HYG going to go back, spend some much earned gold with those two quick kills. And like you said, we'll see if they can keep the snowball rolling, because traditionally they do. Or else wheels usually fall off around the mid-game, but so far so good.
Yeah, so right now, 10 minutes in, they're looking very much in control. 600 gold only the lead, but that's concentrated onto the jungle and support. You see that's early Moby boots coming out for Shu. See whether he's able to get any work done with those. Danger sending EasyHoon into top lane. Honestly, right now, probably not a great place for him to be against S17.
Well, it's fun there, I guess, so he's going to take it. And I think they've swapped Endless and Caveman mid lane. This is pretty common in a lane swap, but this is a weird composition to do it with.
The reason that it's weird is that Azir just wave clears so easy, right? There's no way that he's going to go down unless you get level 6 and dive him with the Alistar and TF combo. It's going to be very hard to siege into that Azir, especially when they leave Thresh around, right?
Yeah, I mean, even by himself, Gosu, more than enough damage. And the Callista's got free time in the bottom lane. I mean, EasyHoon right now is getting free time on the top side farm. Lung's actually going to have to travel back and clean up the farm as Shu pushes it back towards him. So XQ pushes it back. He does have teleport, I suppose, but we'll see if HYG can punish this. And this is the tricky part of a lane swap. When you get to, 10 minutes playing through maybe 10 to 15 to 20, the decisions you make when the lanes are this long can be very punishing or very low impact, depending on how you set it up.
And this is a criticism of a lot of LPL teams, right? They just wait for the next objective to spawn. There's still like 2 minutes on Dragon. Same on Rift Herald, because they're taking a little bit, pretty much at the exact same time. But what decision do you actually make in this time? Right now, the proactive move does actually come out of HYG. They send 3 people into the top side of the jungle to shove this wave into Long and try and deny him as much CS as possible.
Dandy's here, so tower should be safe, and no tower dive is really forthcoming, as Dandy does have his ulti ready. Dragon up in a minute, though. We'll see if HYG are looking to get it set up early, as Dandy could be the target of a hook here from Shu. Pinkle, though, going to get cleared. No one really around to help him, although he might just guess he does. Dandy now going to get absolutely smashed on as he does pop the ulti. I'm not sure he can get away. He's got so many spears in him, and Gosu just able to take him out. Another proactive play.
And we say this about Kindred a lot. There's so many interesting counters. One of them is just throwing spears into people while the ultimate is going. Then you can just pull them out as soon as the ultimate falls off, and it's generally enough to execute. But once again, that's HYG committing to, okay, we're going to play the bottom half of the map. We're going to make sure that we ward up nicely, look for picks if Dandy ever comes down here and rotates. And this is why it's so confusing. 2,000 gold at 12 minutes into the game. That's quite a significant lead, 3-0 in turrets. And HYG, they look like they know what they're doing. It's just when it comes down to the team fighting, they're not able to execute.
Well, we'll see if they can get themselves further and further ahead, because maybe that's the answer. Just get so far ahead that the team fights play themselves. Dragon up, though, so HYG going to keep the ball rolling. An easy hit in that top lane. Sure, he's got teleport, but it's kind of far to join with your ultimate as TF.
It certainly is, and it looks like right now they're just happy to just scale. Like, they're like, we've got the Lucian, Echo, we've already seen how powerful he can be, as well as the Twisted Fate. Very good scaling composition, let's just go with that. Problem is, I don't think they've looked across the board, because, you know, Kalista, as well as the Azir and Poppy, no slouches in their own right.
Well, Dragon goes to HYG, so Dandy moves in for the Rift Herald. He's going to look for a trade here. Does have the Devourer built up, so he's wanting to start build some stacks up. This will be 2 here for a total of 3 early on into this game. But Nash's 2 done for Gosu with a Null Magic Mantle ready. Endless. Honestly, can't really do too much here against Gosu. This is the issue, like you said.
I'm going to go beyond that. I'm going to say he needs to start worrying for his life. I think that if ever Gosu gets anywhere near ultiing him, Endless will fall down. There's not really much of a way he's going to be able to kill Gosu either. So we'll see whether that does eventuate. Shu looking for a play on the top side of the map against Long, but nothing forthcoming.
And Vici still hold decent CS leads in a lot of their lanes. Pretty much even, with, I guess, top the only one having a lead. But given how these lane assignments have worked out, I'm actually quite impressed that Vici is still able to secure their farm. But I think HYG are more than happy with the way this game's going, because I think their farm's in the right place. Vici, I'm not going to say lucky to get their farm, but it's a little riskier to have Twisted Fate in the top lane, for example. Look at Shu. He's just, whereas on the other side, XQ with Shu in his back pocket every now and then. Easy farm for himself there in the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that it's the fact that they are prioritizing getting farm onto the Kalista versus ganking Twisted Fate. As a good hook comes in.
Oh, going in for it. Flay back in there as well. XQ's going to join in for it, and Lung just can't really go anywhere. He does ulti back in onto Chimin, and now the reply is going to come in for Dandy. Ulti there from Chimin's going to try and get it started. XQ a little too low there as Gosu. He's going to swoop in. Endless. He's able to take out the Kalista, and Lung awfully low there as Lucian is able to get the double. Lambs just bite down though, and Chimin now has to flash out of the way. Dandy getting awfully low. That's a massacre as Endless has got himself a triple kill.
Wow.
Be more as Gosu rides back in for another one.
He got him.
Does get the kill, but he gets taken out. What happened there?
Easy Hoon all of a sudden wants Chimin as well. Can't get the ward over the wall in time, and Chimin's going the other way.
Does flash in, gets the gold wildcards down. Avicii get themselves an ace.
So it's an ace for 3 in what is a very messy team fight. But once again, as soon as 5 people in the same direction, looks like HYG just aren't able to get it together. Let's take another look at it. It's a great hook, but it's onto Long. And there's just so many problems with engaging onto the tanky Echo. Able to get the ulti, goes back into his zone. Dandy then gets out all this damage. And Gosu, one of the 3 members, did not want Endless by himself. I think that Gosu could have just killed him, and that means that all this damage goes down. Great land respite that Chimin's not able to participate in. Credit to S17 and Gosu for getting the scraps that they do, but somehow, Vici always have a janitor on their team, and they always pick up these kills. It used to be Hatong, now it's Endless. Triple kill over to the Lucian. And Vici pick up an ace this early into the game.
Really nice stuff there from Vici, and you can see the Easy Hoon Twisted Fate. That's stylish.
Yeah, I can't believe they paused on that as well. That's beautiful.
I hope that was intentional.
But you see 3 kills now onto the Lucian. Is mirrored by 3 kills onto the Azir, and I do think that Azir scales better, but the game back to pretty much even right now.
Gold Blue looking the same, so I'd agree. HYG, though, grouped up together, might be trying to get something happening here in mid, given that it's just those 2 outers in the long side lanes that have been taken out already. Vici, though, going to play this game. Happy to clear that out. Lucian and Twisted Fate able to hang around with K-Man for a bit of insurance on the alley. So we see this pattern a lot after lane swaps. Takes a while for the mid lane turret to go down with all this wave clear hanging out. People don't like to give it their mid turret easily. So with no objectives up, they'll try and poke in where they can, but we get a bit of ARAM status.
Yeah, it's a one turret that you really don't seem willing to trade, and the way that you normally get it is by deep invading the sides of the jungle, setting up good vision there, and then trying to rotate people between tier 2, make them choose between getting farm and kind of that turret. As Dandy now being collapsed on, does hop himself over that wall to safety.
Just fine. As Dragon up in a minute 40. Long, though, able to push this down
So
all the way
exactly what's
towards
Lung
the tier
doing.
2.
Expect Lung to shove up this wave, and then Caveman as well as Danny to walk into that bottom half of the jungle, start placing deep vision. What that means is if Kalista ever wants to farm the bottom lane, she has to walk back through the base towards mid lane, and that should allow Twisted Fate enough time to be able to recover it. There's a collapse actually coming out of S17.
He's in fancy to go. Good ulti, though.
Goodbye.
And now Dandy's here, but Jimin's actually the one under threat here.
Whoa.
Caveman goes back in, lands a spike pop, though. And then this is also in the area. Everyone's going to disengage from it. Nice collapse there from Vici.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ultimate for ultimate. Dandy lucky to live with his life there, because that was a lot of burst damage that comes out of Chim and Graves. Cannot be underrated at this stage of the game. Now they're trying to sneak in on the Hoon.
He just wants his farm. He's going to run away, though.
Lung doing the same thing here.
Not sure XQ really fancies a 1v1, but...
I don't know if Lung can catch him right now. It doesn't have the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, just takes the CS instead.
Because of the Blade of the Ruin King is what I'm thinking, right? If he gets a third proc, surely he'll be able to catch up, but the slow plus the speed up for the Kalista might be able to cause enough separation. So that's actually quite a risky trade for Lung.
And of course, if anyone else is there, it's probably lights out for the Echo, or maybe he has to burn the ulti to get away. Game continuing, though. Vici again. Found their way back with a nice little ace. Happy to play a little bit softer now. And just calmly and slowly collect things.
And this is what we expected out of Shu. We heard that Shu is a big playmaking support, right? Especially on things like Thresh. Wants to be able to get his team going. Certainly proved that at the start of this game, but still a little bit inconsistent. You can see that they're trying to set up around this dragon. Deny it from Dandy.
Well, not sure Dandy wants to be denied. Vici are going to try and pick a fight here. Dragon, though, a little too low. S17's going to zone them off on the Poppy. And that's actually enough to get Vici out of the way.
Certainly is. See whether they pull the trigger on the mid lane as well. It is quite low. They might be able to tank it. Instead, they're looking for Dandy cheating through the forest.
And they're going to push in.
Culling burn.
But that's not enough, I don't think. Damage is there. Vici will lose that very crucial mid outer turret.
And once again, HYG look like a practice team at this part of the game. 20 minutes in, they still retain their lead. Sure, it's only 300, but they're up at a turret. They're 3-1 and 3 on their mid laner. They're still farming very respectively. They're trading kind of top lane farm for 80 carry farm right now, putting a lot into XQ. But they don't look like a 1-13 team.
Certainly not. And this has been true of a lot of their games, I think. They have been pushed to the limit a decent amount of times, and it's overall best of 3 wins, not necessarily game wins that the squad is lacking. And a lot of the early games do look a lot like this. Vici going to have to work for it here. And to be honest, with the game still even, 20 minutes in, definitely not counting either team out. HYG, their plan to play spoiler is still in place.
It certainly is, and we already saw that Vici, they execute well in the 5v5, but when you have this much power in an Azir, you are never quite confident that that is going to be the case, especially with Rylai's on the way quite soon. You have to think with Gosu, especially after he picked up his mid lane turret, just probably waiting for a weekend to go shopping on. He's got his paycheck already. See whether he heads back and picks that one up. And finally, we get to see standard lanes between Lung and S17 because 2 items pretty much done for XQ, although he goes with the QSS over his Hurricane first. That is a defensive pickup, probably because of Easy Hoon.
Yeah, I guess so. Rylai's done for Gosu is good stuff, though. But that is going to delay Kalista a little while longer. But with the pace of the game, I think HYG are confident that they're going to get to that spot in the next few minutes. We'll see if Vici can punish, perhaps, as Lichbane up for Easyhoon means he is a massive threat.
Yeah, he certainly is. I really like this itemization out of Easyhoon as S17 getting aggressed on. Not really that much happening between those two.
Top laners.
So cooldown reduction being added to Lichbane, as well as a cooldown reduction boots, means that you're able to get to 20% so easily on Twisted Fate right now. And it was always a great item on him. Just gets tipped over the edges. They literally swapped positions and did the exact same thing. One dives out of the brush, gets 2 attacks, like, oh yeah, I won the trade. Then Poppy loops around, dives out of the brush, two abilities. Nailed it.
This is the thing. Everyone sees the top lanes like, why are they even bothering trading? No one's going to die. You have to realize.
Bandit.
Oh, it's true.
If you take Bandit, every time you do that, you come out the other end richer. It's also about sending a message.
It is. And I think more than anything else, making sure you get your farm. Because if you don't challenge for your farm, they're just gonna try and get you off.
Ooh, you're in trouble, Gosu. Good flash.
He's out, though.
So he flew over that wall to secure his pink ward. And now burn a flash, and the pink ward's still gone. So maybe not the best decision making. Baron is available. Dandy took a long, hard look at it, decided, you know what, I can't solo you yet.
Not ready. 21 stacks, though. Maybe getting closer. As Vici lining up a place somewhere. Mid turret is a very sore spot on the map for Vici right now. HYG have a lot more space, and Azir. What's worse to you? Is it Victor or Azir as far as impressive wave clear goes?
Well, Azir actually has to repetitively hit, so I would rather play against an Azir than a Victor. The thing is, however, is Victor is countered by things like Gragas, Lee Sin that can kick him out from underneath his turret. Half the time you go for those plays against an Azir, he like shoves you under the turret and makes your life miserable. So I honestly don't know what's worth. His teleport play potentially coming out.
Lahoon thinks about it, but it's just for vision this time around. Oh, he's going somewhere. Top lane, actually. Squad moves in. Easyhoon, though, a little late on the pressure. And that ulti, unfortunately, is going to go not too far.
He's just going to run back mid lane. And he's going to go the long way because they don't control the jungle.
Misfire, perhaps, on the old TF ulti, but not going to matter too much here. Still plenty of space to play with.
Such a slow-paced game from what we've seen tonight. Although Echo now wants to get involved.
Oh, Long, good little play here, wrapping around onto Chim. And Gosu actually is going to force to burn that cleanse, but the damage might still be there. Gosu can't really run far enough away, and Long is able to take him down.
And great pick in the end coming out of this lineup. They look to see if they can secure Caveman in response.
Lahoon wants it. Okay, but Chiminster is getting zoned out by Long, who's pretty massive on the Echo. Easyhoon, he's going to get flayed in. S17's going to move back, but Lamps Spite's going to save him. XQ now going to get knocked out of it as Long's able to take out Shu in the backlines. Dandy able to take out XQ, and the 5v5 seems so good here as Endless dances around the team fight. Easyhoon is going to die to S17, but Vici will chase down for their other ace, S17. I think he's just safe.
Yeah, 4 for 2. We'll see whether S17 is able to execute. That's probably his only hope. Dandy got him.
Tagged. Dandy going to take him out, and there's the ace.
Yeah, so clean. Ace for 2, but it was a clean team fight right there for Vici, and this is what we said about Hyper Youth Gaming. All of a sudden, it gets to a 5v5 scenario. They get picked off at the start of it. They still choose to fight anyway. Endless going to knock down the mid lane turret, and now things looking very dire for the young team.
And it was even kind of when the turrets were up, HYG 3-2 after that trade with the mid lane turret down. It's Vici that do take the lead with a nice little team fight for themselves. Again, Vici, compared to the pace of tonight's games, maybe a little on the slower side, but decisive when it matters there in that 5v5. And HYG, same story all over again.
And that's actually the difference between Vici now and Vici last year. They're kind of like Vici with Vasily without the really weird Tristana play. As now they're also looking here.
Fight time. Oh, Long. I like this teleport a lot. He's going to go straight into the back lines. But he just jumps on the carriers and tries to get work done. Easyhoon off to the side looking for a flank, but the knockup's dead. Caveman goes straight in for the play. Batescore's going to pull one out there for HYG. A Shu, he's going to get out to safety. Goes to just trying to cut them off with the ultimate, but S17's far too late for this fight.
Yeah, it certainly is. He got there as soon as he possibly could, but the teleport is too much. Lung going to be able to secure his team a dragon. That will finish up the Sated. Also, nothing really to trade here for HYG. So they lose out big time and starting to fall even further behind. Now 2,000 gold. I was going to say that the difference is that Vici were very cautious as a team. They still are. But when they team fight now, there's a decisiveness at least about that specific team fight. And then what they're immediately going to take. And then they go back to decisive match play until someone else makes a mistake. really do respect that about the team right now. And I think that it is Easy Hoon and Lung that add that to the team because they call out their targets very well. You saw in that team fight, Easy Hoon runs in, gold card, uses the Zhonya's straight away. Was it the Zhonya's? No. How did he turn golden? He didn't. Maybe he got hooked. Goes in there, picks out a target, gold card straight away, and then is able to skirt the fight. Lung dives in with the stun as well. So their target selection is very good as a team, Vici.
Yeah, and it's the tempo about the team that was missing last year. Have to agree there.
They just didn't fight last year.
Correct.
Summer split.
And now they fight.
They would do all the map things, but would always shy away from confrontations. It meant their games went for 40 minutes. Also meant that it was very hard for them to close out.
And their winning record, I think, didn't quite reflect the talent of the team, perhaps, but definitely X factor, decisiveness, whatever it is here for Vici, certainly made the difference. As Easy Hoon, he's going to pick himself up the blue. Dandy finds straight into the enemy jungle. Does get the steal there, I believe. He's sated, so apparently that makes him very angry. Going to try and steal this red buff away as well. How very rude. As HYG do move in to kick them out, thank you, sir. Dandy going to have to leave.
So HYG, they still have a 3-2-3, 220 CS Azir, so they can never really be counted out of this game. If it ever gets into one of those pile-in situations, Azir does a surprising amount of damage and it scales up relatively quickly. But right now, Vici, they just have all the objective control. With Dandy being sated, they're turning their eyes towards Baron. And Echo is quite tanky, so always have to have vision on that objective. Wonder if they send their TF against the Poppy, as was EDG was doing in the last series. Because there's no way for Poppy to really be able to kill the Twisted Fate.
Certainly not with this build. We'll see if Easy Hoon does stay down here, because he is there now with the teleport ready. Almost level 16 as well, so rank 3 ulti going to be nice, as Dandy was on this side of the map, but he's going to give up some of that pressure. Is HYG actually pushing him for this tier 2? Vici randomly out of position, actually. Have to burn the culling to clear the way if it isn't enough for now.
Teleport coming in. They still have to fight underneath the Sun turret, however.
This is the play they want. Easy Hoon's down here as well. They've all joined in. Jimin maybe stunned up there. Does take damage from the gold card, but the rest of Vici can't really get in there. Lung, though, does burn the ulti to move his way back into the fight, and Shu is just getting collapsed on there by Lung. He is going to go down as that Jimin goes back down as well. HYG answering with a bit of help from their turret as well, but Dandy is just going off there as Shu can't quite do enough. He's very low in the fight, and Easy Hoon's going to try and chase down the ace. He will get it with a wild card.
And they ace for 3, ace for 2, now ace for only 1. That means Vici turn their sights towards the Baron objective. Their 80 carries down, but it doesn't matter because they have Kindred, who's going to make sure that the team doesn't die. In fact, heal them up quite nicely.
This is a bit precarious, but I think they have enough health for it.
They're Gucci.
Certainly are. They are going to take this one out. Endless not going to receive the buff, but I'm not sure that's too much problem.
And one more time, an early game goes in favor of HYG, only to collapse around team fights. This was a pincer attack, and you thought that they should just be able to throw all their members towards Lung and Easy Hoon, but they come through the turret in droves. Endless pumping out so much damage on the back end of this fight. S17 is able to do a good job, but it's not before Dandy, Easy Hoon, and Lung have ripped through the rest of the team.
And it was wonderful to watch here. Even Easy Hoon, even at the end, in that swag ulti, just to take out the last kill. Once again, very decisive from Vici, and a weird tower dive, but very well played.
And I'm going to go as far as to say is that Easy Hoon is a really good team fighting Twisted Fate. I wasn't really impressed with his teleports at the start of the game, but he has team fought phenomenally on the champion.
Doesn't really surprise me, I suppose, given the man's pedigree, but have to agree. Difficult to do. You kind of play like a really crappy AD carry a lot of the time.
Yeah, you skirt team fights and you wait to stun priority targets. It's about how long you can hold your gold card for a lot of the time before you snipe someone out. They're able to grab another turret for themselves, and they're also pressuring mid lane. This is going to be a 7,000 gold lead.
Oh, Lung actually goes for the kill almost there onto S17. Fancies himself a bit of extra damage. Echo ulti, not needed. Rest of the teams are around there. Shu looks for the hook. Does get it onto Endless. Rides in there to try and clean it up, and Endless will get taken out by S17.
Here comes Easy Hoon.
Caught into the middle of the fight, and Lung can't get back in there. Caveman is going to drop here as well. HYG answer for 2.
Yeah, so really nicely played out of Shu, especially able to pluck the 80 carry. That will be a couple of kills and maybe some pressure marching down mid lane. Still need to be careful because a lot of the damage is still up right now for Vici. But HYG should be able to knock this turret down, at least bring the gold back within a couple of thousand.
No teleports, though, make it tricky. Tier 2, it does fall, though. As the rest of Vici are rallying to try and protect this part of their base. Damage is there though. Long though able to zone them away. No minion wave probably means this is called off, although it arrives right now.
Still have the Azir ultimate, to be perfectly frank. And you see that Easy Hoon takes a lot of damage. Now they have to back away because everyone's back up.
But now they're going to go back in for it. Lung actually getting caught up a little bit there, but he's going to be okay. Dandy trying to chase down, but HYG stick together. They should be able to disengage safely.
But does the push just come straight back down mid lane now that everyone's available out of HYG? They win a team fight, save their turret, but with Baron still available, it's going to be a difficult feat to protect this one. Instead, Vici trying to secure themselves a blue buff. They might just get both.
They've got a mark to take as well, and they will get both. They take the tier 2 out, so effective trade as the teams chase each other down mid lane. This game's starting to open up quite a bit there as Dandy does grab that mark off the Grump as well.
In saying that, if you're trading when the other team is 7,000 gold in the lead and they have Baron buff, that's probably a good thing for HYG, so credit to the team for being able to make that play. Dragon number 3 going across for Vici now. And HYG, you feel like they're a major item on probably their top laner before S17 becomes unkillable from really being able to start winning these team fights again. We'll see if they are able to get the game to that point.
Well, a few more minutes, I think, until we're there, as we do have a pause here in this one. 17 hanging out, waiting for those 3 items, but appears to maybe have an issue there as well. And Vici again, always expect them to play quite slow. Very impressive lead they've built up so far. HYG, though, to their credit, did exactly what we thought they would do. 10, 15 minutes in, starting to win early ganks and trades.
Yeah, completely agree with them. And HYG is such a confusing team because their early game was really, really beautiful to watch. One more time, they're able to get in on Easy Hoon. The hooks were coming out. They were repelling invades from Dandy, which is such a tough thing to do, right? They're a team that when they are in the first 15 minutes of the game and understand what that next chess move is, they're able to take it time and time again. But as soon as the grouped up team fights came in, the hook onto Echo, probably not full engage worthy. They just start making these questionable choices, and then Vici were able to claw their way back into it. Eventually, they win one too many team fights, take a Baron, and open up this big gold lead. But HYG, they should just never have got to that point. They were up. They should have just kept chipping away.
And that's the thing. HYG are a team that maybe don't know how to convert at a team level, whereas on the other side, Vici are very good at converting on a team level. For me, the most impressive thing, and this is a weird compliment. Yes, they're good at playing around the map. They have Dandy on their team. It makes sense that they would continue the trend they started last year. But for me, how well they play reactively when team fights start is actually quite impressive.
I completely agree. I think that we've seen 2 reactive team fights, 1 proactive team fights. They've won every single one of them. But it's just the ability to be able to recognize what the right play within that team fight is. So like the right play is to start the team fight, obviously, but then like to run through the turret, to prioritize the way they do, like who is attacking who, like get the most out of it. In that last team fight, they even sacked their AD carry. They were like, we cannot peel the Poppy efficiently enough. Just go kill the other backline members and make sure they can't die. And that's exactly what they did. They were like, sorry, unless you're on your own, buddy. But we killed everyone else for you.
Yeah, and I guess on the other side, we do have a pause at this point. HYG down about 7,000 gold, so are looking to battle back. They did get a trade there, able to take the turret, and like you said, they're happy to take trades at this stage, given that the gold is just gold that they want to get anyway. Where do Vici go from here? Because I look at this comp, I look at how they've played so far, and it feels like they don't have very many good go buttons.
Yeah, they don't have any good go buttons, actually.
And that's kind of a Vici thing. It's like, I don't need engage. We'll figure it out.
Exactly right, because what they do is they set up around key objectives and make teams come to you, and then that is the reactive side of their play. So right now they have Sated Devourer Kindred that can take dragons and barons incredibly quickly. They've just picked up dragon number 3 for themselves, so they've got another couple to work around there. And there's about 3 minutes until the next baron buff's going to come up, so they'll also wait that one out. And what they'll do is they'll just keep farming out the jungle, setting up deep vision, look for picks. If the pick does come, they'll take it. If not, they'll just take them back to the baron buff and continue to beat them in reactive team fights.
And I think Vici, it's just how they like to play, I suppose. Is that something their teams can look at? Because it's so weird to see Vici in a league like the LPL. And even players like Easy Hoon and Dandy who have a very specific, I'm going to say, like very Korean way of playing, which is clearly very, very good. But they play in like just not a Chinese way, right? Like, we've seen a lot of the other Korean players that have come over and played, and they've picked up some of that aggression. Feels like Vici are the most Korean team.
But to Ku's credit, or the Rocks Tigers credit, they're also the most like aggressive Korean team, and they have shown that the way to beat this is like they've put out some crazy stuff, right? Like even KT have done this as well, like the Malphite tops, the Ashe pickups, the prioritization of Kalista and Alistair and things like that. There are ways to break open these defensive teams, and that is having that big go button yourself. So I think that good teams will be able to do that against Vici and force the tempo before they're ready for it. Gragas is another great example of picks that just are able to start team fights out of nowhere, especially good team fights. But with the team comp that they have right now, it's really only Poppy that is able to start these up, with like exception of miraculous Threshhawk.
Yeah, or huge as your olds.
Yeah, like Poppy is probably the person that you're looking at starting, like Flash Wallbang, such a good initiation tool.
And it's like, that's kind of a flanking thing as well, right? So I think the issue with HYG is that they pick strong lanes, they play well early on with their pick champion, and then the rest of the steps are kind of missing because they either have to like get vision and get a pick or force a team fight and win it. And I feel they didn't really, they picked themselves into one thing and then tried to do the other.
Yeah, completely. But we also saw EDG pick kind of their split push comp into a team fighting comp and then use that to out team fight OMG last game. So anything is possible.
True.
I think that like if they get, for example, if they're able to sweep people out of the Kindred ultimate, follow it up across with a Graves ultimate, there is potential to execute a lot of people in this game. But pressure on Gosu. There's a reason we call them control mages, right? It's because they should be able to control the tempo, especially of these team fights. So Gosu, he was the one that got the early lead, has kind of squandered it a little bit, but is well and truly on his way to his 4th item and needs to be that huge carry HYG need.
And Gosu, he's not a player that you maybe expect to see huge carry performances out of, but you're right. I think if he's going to step up, it will be here in this game. I guess moving back down to the rest of it as well. I think Kalista is our AD carry for this game, if I recall correctly. We talk about the bottom lane all the time for both these teams. Endless, I think he's getting set up very well in a lot of these situations and is able to do well, but is there maybe life here for the other side? Because S17 is maybe the other player to look at. I'm just trying to think, like, HYG, they've got a clear path with Gosu, but someone else has to do lifting. It can't just be him all the time.
Yeah, I actually think it's going to be Chim in this game. I think Chimin's also quite strong at the moment, so we'll see whether he's able to step up. In response to Vici's AD carry, Endless, he's on Lucian. I think that he is having a very good game, especially given the fact that he's against a Poppy, something that's very hard to do as Lucian is navigate Poppy team fights. So the fact that he's got anything going right now is definitely a good thing. And he picked up an early triple kill, so he's quite strong at the moment. I think that he is... we call them janitorial style AD carries. He's never going to start the team fight for you. He's not an imp or a def that's going to blow your mind with great positioning, but he's able to get out a lot of effective damage right now, Endless, and he is set up for a lot of success because there's threats everywhere. I always say this about Vici, but I'd love to be their AD carry just because you know that if you die, it doesn't really matter all that much as long as you do your job because Dandy's a threat. Lung's a threat. Easyhoon is a huge threat right now, and that's kind of the position that Endless is in.
I feel like that honestly explains to me why Lucian is his best champion. Because it is actually, like, for all the aggression you can have on Lucian, for how much work you can do, and Def showed us that already today in his game, but you can just play cleanup on Lucian if you absolutely have to. And Endless, his best games have been his Lucian game.
Yeah, and he can navigate team fights like surprisingly well. Like for all the just pushing and, you know, not a great late game AD carry, his ability to navigate team fights is actually quite good because he gets hunted out quite often, and you can understand why when you look at the rest of his lineup, and he doesn't get all that much peel. Vici are very much a dive team fighting team right now. So, yeah, I agree that Endless and Caveman grow on you, right? They're an endearing bottom lane. You look at Vici and you're like, I know where their strength is. It's the beautiful top half of the map. But then you look at this bottom lane, and Fish describes it the best. So you're like, they do one thing, they do it well, they get help doing that one thing. They push lanes, they take out structures, they know what their job is, get global gold early, then transition into good team fighters. And Endless and Caveman, especially the last couple of weeks, have definitely done that quite well.
And I think thinking ahead maybe a little bit because Vici, again, they are expecting to make playoffs, assuming they can win here. That's not a guarantee, but we have a bit of time here as we do still have a delay. Apologies. Thank you for sticking with us. Let's talk a little bit about Vici's playoff chances because they will be, if they push through here, I believe the last slot for Group B. We've talked already about the top half of this group and how we think their strength is. What do we think maybe about Vici's playoff chances? Because this is a team that consistently makes playoffs, and I feel like that was their goal. They did it, and they're, I don't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, so they're going to be up against third over the side of Group A, which will most likely be Snake, who has a huge hyper carry in Crystal in their bottom lane. So they do very much have to watch out for that. If they do run into Snake, you would expect Crystal to try and target Endless and Caveman and get that lane ahead.
Well, have to think so, because Snake have sort of been coming back up, but we are back into this game now. We'll see if HYG can maybe salvage a bit more, or if Vici can continue the momentum they've started. And I'll push through for a win here. 32.5 minutes in. Vici still about 6-7k up. Easyhoon busy farming up the jungle. He's level 17 now, though, so plenty of ultimates ready to go. And let's going to shove this out. Seems like Vici are just resetting their map a little bit here. Have to go in for a few shops as we have pretty stocked inventories. In fact, Dandy just went back and bought himself a rapid fire cannon. He is massive on the Kindred right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. 3, 2, and 10. You know, 4 items as well. Just waiting on that last one. Very accelerated. Across the other side of the Rift, Graves is also quite strong. Pretty much a full completed Sterix behind, but the burst damage that comes out of Graves can never be undervalued. We'll see whether Vici, this is their game now to close out there. 6,000 gold ahead. They've got good control over every part of Summoner's Rift, but they just need to be able to execute on that last team fight. And it looks like maybe a collapse onto Gosu is the way they want to go with this.
I like how this is starting. Endless and Dandy up there, but can't quite finish it. Easyhoon actually continuing the split pushing. A little dangerous on the Twisted Fate, but he does have TP. Pretty much just has to not get caught, because he certainly wave clears just fine. You can see Poppy is going to answer it. We'll see just how effective this is for Vici. Now the S17's back in the lane. Easyhoon's like, yeah, all right, I'll give you the respect you deserve. Doesn't want to face check the Poppy.
Definitely can appreciate that as Shu goes fishing one more time. Easyhoon now looking for a rotation potentially into the mid lane. So Vici once again just trying to pull HYG apart with good macro play.
He's got Lung in his back pocket, so not a bad strategy, but Lung's actually going to transfer down, and they'll move their teleports around the rift a little bit here.
Oh, flash wallbang just missing there. Easyhoon blows the flash in response. Proactive play out at S17, but not able to get it done, and they lose a turret over the other side of the rift.
All right, 6-4 now in turrets. Vici do claim the tier 2s now as they're all falling down. Lung actually decent damage, but poking that turret, unless you do it repeatedly, not too effective. Lung, though, is going to stay and be a nuisance for as long as he can. You can see Vici so far ahead. We'll see what they do with their lead, because that's the thing I like checking in, especially in this sort of matchup. You know, Vici are ahead. We expected them to get ahead in the matchup, so what do they look like when they close, particularly the playoffs right around the corner? I think your form about how you play every stage of the game is important, because, hey, they know they can probably beat HYG. They're playing a better team. Can they? As Easyhoon looks for Jimin, and Jimin's like, yeah, peace.
Yeah, Jimin just burns the ultimate, burns the summoner spell and ultimate to get himself out of range there. I kind of agree with you. League of Legends is very much like what you do with your league. How do you play it? For example, EDG, very aggressive when they get ahead, yet able to play reserved and pick their moments when behind. LGD just always aggressive. They don't really pick any moments at the moment. They just fight you
all
and win.
All of them. Those are the moments.
Yeah, exactly right. So it is quite interesting to watch how slowly Vici are always willing to play. Ahead, behind, they kind of play in the same plotting, methodical way. They're definitely not a freight train. They're more like an army truck. As Dandy looking for the flank one more time.
Seen this before, but Lung's going straight in for it again. XQ locked up. He's just taking way too much damage on the other side. S17 here, but he's a little late. Dandy forced to burn the lamps for a spike, but the other side of the team fight not looking so hot. Jimin's going to try and chase him down, but Endless is there to cover for Dandy. He gets taken out as Graves will fall. And now S17 maybe going to get caught up here. Stun card lands there after the Iceborne Gauntlet proc. Gosu though, snipe on it. Endless now going to look for Easy, who does get in there with the ulti, but he'll get taken out, and Lung is just doing so much work.
Yeah, Lung and S17 go toe-to-toe. So far, it's a 2-for-2. Lung kind of backing in a greedy spot in the middle of the lane. Not punished, however. But HYG won that team fight. When you look at the health bars, they are definitely healthier.
We talked about it. The massive Azir plus the Kalista. Plenty of late-game teamfight damage here for HYG. Vici not quite as clean on the execution, and it cost them.
Yeah, so let's take another look at a good teleport play in this time. They're able to peel Dandy, and we already mentioned this. He does so much of the damage right now. He is so far ahead. 5-item Kindred is no joke. Unfortunately, S17's ulti misses, and Jimin kind of goes too aggressive here for Dandy. But they're able to turn it with a great Azir ultimate. But teleport now coming in out of Lung one more time.
Yeah, going to stop the Baron attempt that was started there by HYG. Now he's on the blue buff. The rest of the team trying to catch up. S17 knocks him into a wall for the stun, but phase dives out, doesn't steal the blue. But Vici do stop the Baron.
Yeah, so they stop the Baron, but good bait there. Does pull out the teleport from Lung. He's also maybe been caught.
Oh, Flate, not quite there. Lung still dodging around.
Now Easyhoon has to teleport in, so that's double teleport burnt.
Vici no engage though, because couldn't quite get the third proc on the passive there for Lung. Probably didn't want to chase the Poppy anyway. So VG burning a lot of resources to stay afloat, honestly, around the Baron area, but here they go. They're going to start it.
Yeah, so they pull the trigger on it. So they burn 2 teleports. They have to start it up. They're going to get it. HYG don't even really know.
Instead, already too much damage there from the composition they've got. Kindred is such a threat on neutrals.
Oh, this is so bad.
He's looking for Chimin. Does get punted out, though, but
Doesn't
Chimin
matter.
actually gets stunned still. Long, he's going to chase in a Dandy, crits his face off.
Yeah, so in the end, EasyHoon with another great initiation, able to pick them off because they had split up. This means that Vici, now with Alistar Ultimate available and a huge creep wave marching down mid lane, going to be able to break the base.
I'm going to try and zone them off and does so successfully. Base completely shattered as Vici easily take that out. Damage is there for Gosu, but Vici take the inhib and run.
Yeah, so it is middle inhib, and we've kind of been talking about it all night. The worst inhib to take, honestly, on the map, unless you're going to end the game straight away because it is the most direct path into the base. But still is the base broken. It's going to be Dragon number 4 picked up now. Deathcap has been picked up right now. HYG is strong enough to 5v5 fight. It just comes down to the execution, and it's been lacking all game long.
It has. Just good picks there for Vici to start a lot of these fights. And even when they haven't been able to do so, just doing a great job collapsing and fighting together. HYG, they've shown what they can do in some of the situations, and Gosu's certainly the key to all of this, but lining it up every time against a team like Vici could be tricky, because Lung and EasyHoon and Dandy just giving them the runaround.
Yeah, they certainly are. Wow, Lung's also massive at the
Lung
moment,
is
working
huge
on his last item. I'm just looking down the line, and I'm thinking, where the heck did they get all the experience and gold from? Dandy's 3 levels up. As the death brush has been set up.
Battle line's drawn.
Surely someone will fall for this.
Not yet. Well, they move into Vision of a Ward too. The jig's up, boys. Time to leave. They do clear the ward, though. I mean, HYG, it's not the worst strategy at this point, but I don't think Vici are going to fall for it. They're a team that likes to hang out in the lanes anyway. They've got Baron. They're going to try and push.
Yeah, certainly is the case. So now you just pretty much, if you're HYG, you're tracking exactly how much damage Gosu can output. Get 3 soldiers out. See if you can repel this invasion. They're also looking for a teleport play right now out of their top laner, although bring him back to the front line.
Ping bottom lane there for Vici. Long is actually causing some problems as EasyHoon does spot them with his ultimate.
Yeah, so he was checking whether they were going for that teleport play. Turns out they were because they had S17 just camped in base. Able to spot that one out. Send EasyHoon to shove the mid-wave turret a little bit. Lung going to solo take bottom lane by himself.
Yeah, Baron buff helping out. Damage is there. He's kind of ignoring the poppy and tanking the turret. And that turret's quite low. About 60% health left. Not going to take too many more passes to take it out. Although Long, he's taken an awful lot of damage from this turret. Bamisinda not his friend today.
Yeah, it certainly is not, but they've sent EasyHoon over, and the rest of the team...
Oh, team's here, but Shui's going to get stunned up. EasyHoon just needs to kite this one out. The flay's going to miss. Long's going to get out. Still got a GA just in case he falls down, but he might have to ulti to safety first. He can't now, though, as he does get the GA popped.
The rest of the team's trying to end the base.
Yeah, Vici actually still pushing through. Sun turret put up there as well, but EasyHoon takes out Shu on the other end. HYG just split up a little too much there. And now they're caught in a very, very weird place.
Complete split focus. All of a sudden, Endless is in the middle of the base.
Tanking turrets.
Dandy's still quite low, but has the ultimate available, and they're going to shove in on the bottom turret.
It's a little messy, but I think they're going to get it. Oh, no, they're not. Whoa, TP in there from Long. Now he's back to full health. Here we go. Straight back in. He's going to start the fight up. Fate's call, though, is going to pull the support out.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, it's only the support dead. Lung had to use the ulti. He's back in base. What a topsy-turvy game. This is not clean League of Legends from either squad right now. And I think that at this point, you take a deep breath. You say, all right, guys, enough's enough. Go clean the lanes. Let's fight at Dragon number 5.
Well, I guess they'll have to, because Vici almost made a very chaotic sequence of events work out for themselves, but the other inhibitor turrets do stand tall, and it is simply mid left to contend with as Gosu shoves out a huge wave towards that top half of the map, and Vici, do take your advice. They'll go back and reset. Dragonaut up for a few minutes, though, so once again, HYG can settle in, pick up their farm, and continue getting stronger. EasyHoon also.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, that's a catch. Goodbye. Endless able to take him out. Very good play from EasyHoon.
So Shu's trying to be cheeky. He's trying to get a very deep ward into the middle of mid lane so that they can go for that teleport flanking play out of the Poppy. Pick one of the backline members. But EasyHoon recognizes it, burns the ultimate, takes him off Summoner's Rift one more time. 1-5. not having the best game right now on the Thresh.
Certainly started well, but
The whole team started phenomenally.
Yeah, that's true. This tower's dead, though. Plenty of Spellblades there, able to take that one out. Now this is problems for HYG. Again, Ghosty doing decent damage, but that inhib's going to shred. As now Ghosty's going to get dove on by Lung. That's probably the target they want. S17 going to peel off, though, but a nice ult from Echo is going to get him out of the way. Vici just burn a couple cooldowns after bail.
Yeah, they certainly do. But all of a sudden, they've taken double inhib, and there's only a minute and a half on both major objectives. So hats off to Vici. They've finally got themselves into a position. The middle hit inhib will start to respawn now. It's just so close. You feel that this game is like 2 kills away from Vici. If they're able to pick that up, they will steamroll the rest of the base. But if HYG, because of how late Vici had left it one more time, and this was always their mistake last year, Pastry Time, if they lose one team fight, they lose the game.
And to their credit, they've gotten better at team fighting, but you're right, it is a dangerous spot to put yourself in a game where playoffs are in your hands. Have to worry for Vici, especially moving forward. I feel like they're growing in aggression, but it's taken really a season to cultivate it, and they'll only get better, but how long will it take? Maybe is the question. And even in this game, HRG putting up one hell of a fight.
And the problem is, you do this against Snake, you do this against EDG, QG, teams like that, they win the one team fight at 40 minutes.
We do this against Snake and they'll love you forever.
Yeah, this is how they play. In fact, Snake has, like, this is a 0-0 game at the moment if it's against Snake, because Tank is not going to make the aggressive plays that Gosu has made throughout the mid game. Setting up another Sun turret for himself, gives them positioning. They need to get over towards this Baron, however. Trading Baron number 5 for 5th Dragon, we have seen time and time again, is not a good call for the Baron team, because the other team just fights you and you lose.
Well, Vici are already in position for this Dragon. I think they agree with you. HYG around the Baron area.
They're just going to leave 2 and do the Baron Dragon with the 80 carry.
Easy who ulted already. Does he find a pick? No, actually, they're going to leave. I like it. Rest of the squad assembles, and the solo's just out. It's just so easy.
They get nothing for it, and they're going to lose Baron and Dragon 5.
And the Sun turret. Abysmal.
Everything's collapsing Pastry Time.
I mean, jokes aside, I think that's quite true. Vici now inside track towards mid lane. This inhib's back up, but for how much longer? Watch Dandy. He'll do massive damage at this stage.
Yeah. Azir really the only hope right now.
Long says no, it's going to dive in and try and zone them away. He's actually taking quite a bit of damage. But
they got Easy
Hoon. Hook onto Easy Hoon. He gets played back in. The Hoon, though, isn't quite low enough as Long ulties himself out. The Zon is enough to keep him alive as Caveman tying up everybody in the backlines. But Gosu did get that kill. Endless still going to fire back in. The damage is just too much here. Vici still alive. The Lamb's Respite's going to keep them alive for longer, but Gosu is still alive. Can't sweep them off the ulti. He's going to try and make it happen. Gosu, he does get it. And HYG get themselves an ace.
They get an ace for 3, and they have the 80 carry as well as the jungler, who is also an 80 carry alive. They're pinging top lane. They're going to look to win the game.
It could be it. Gosu up as well. He does do good damage to structures at this point of the game.
They don't care. Observer, that's not enough creeps to kill the base.
No, it's not. Not yet. HYG going to try and close this one out. We talked about it for Vici.
Oh, maybe it is actually. They need to send Azir back.
This could be bad. Where's Gosu? He's with the team.
They're looking to just win it. The roll of the dice
is a big gamble. Oh my god, that's so many creeps.
What are they doing?
Making a split decision, which is not what you want at this stage of the game. XQ's not even going to get that
so
in
they're
here.
going
they
for Baron. I don't know if they can do it with 2 people.
All right, Chu's back up. He's going to have to stop the waves of super creeps. They can do 2-man Baron, by the way, although Chu is getting awfully low. I'm impressed by that.
Yep.
But to win an ace at 45 minutes and not win the game, that is a rare sight in League of Legends.
It certainly is. And Shu, he's going to potentially be able to save it. Play back. Where's the hook?
Cannon creep. He's working on it.
You got it.
Whew.
We're safe for now.
We're okay.
Oh, don't you
Get
worry,
in there, Easy Hoon.
little inhibitor. But this is what we said. Right now, gold, irrelevant. Scrap that. No one really cares because everyone has maxed out apart from the supports. And even them, pretty much done. And HYG, they're just able to win that team fight because the good thing about Poppy, knocks out 2 members in the team fight. It's a 5v4. And I don't care how far ahead you are, you do not win 5v3s because he got 2 members on the back end of that one. And they've lost Dragon number 5. Now they're against a Baron buff. And Vici, they're sweating bullets.
Yeah, this is... Vici have to be thinking... Not again. Not like this.
Not like this.
No one playoffs. Oh, straight there in front of them. S17. He's busy with super creeps, but
One
he's got
member that
teleport.
doesn't have Baron, however. So he's like, God damn it.
Why does this take so long?
I wish I had big creep friends. But the inhibitor's back up available, so they don't need him there anymore. That's going to create a slow push.
Look at the panic things from Vici. He's like, Poppy's back. I do not want to get teleported on. And HYG still showing some aggression. Baron up for a little while longer. In fact, they've got about 60% of the buff left.
Yeah.
Vici has to chill out. And this time, if they lose their team fight,
They lose again.
they will lose the game.
Yeah. And they're just shoving in. There's a teleport play.
I like it. Going to try and brute force down the turret. They are going to get it. S17 low, though. About half health. Vici, not enough. HYG not done. Calling out from Endless, but it's just kind of a tickling at this point. And Hib does fall. HYG may be doing it here. The Faith Core gets him out. Twisted Fate gets blown up by Chimin. Vici, what's happening,
It's
man?
a 5v4. They blow up the mid lane, and that is so much of the effective gold.
He just got smashed.
And HYG, they are not done.
And we talked about their late game not looking that flashy, but they may do it here. HYG going to keep moving in for it. First turret looking to go down. Caveman, huge pulverize there, but Ghostu flashes out of the way. Ultis the rest of them back for the scoop. He's been exhausted, but he needs to try and clean it up. Lamstra's fight in there as well, but Ghostu still standing strong. Endless slaying people left and right, but Ghostu is untouched. Not enough those. That's a quadra, I believe. No, not quite. And now an ace for Vici.
And all of a sudden, 3 members of Vici going to be marching down the mid lane. It's going to be 40 seconds on everyone. That has to be enough. Only one turret standing. They've got an Echo to tank it up.
Just don't even worry about the minions. Just run straight down. That's what they're going to go for. 40 seconds, I think. Maybe 35 on Thresh as the next available member. Vici, what a roller coaster of a game.
30 seconds on Shu, 30 seconds on S17. Turret 1 falls. Lung's got a GA.
Oh, here we go. They are going to get it. Vici, teleport in as well just to secure it.
That's done.
Oh my god, what a game. We will take the Nexus. They don't look too happy about it, but a win's a win.
The win is a win, is a win is a win. And Vici are able to pull out game number 1, but that was definitely not in the fashion that they wanted to.
No, it wasn't. As HYG, a commendable end to the game almost. I thought Ghostu had it on that team fight, but Dandy's ulti saves the day.
Yeah, it certainly did, but more importantly, Caveman, one more time, he's my MVP. 4-man pole in the last team fight. It was able to come up huge, and then he got another key pole, and it was actually onto the Callista, because at the end of that team fight, she was ready to pull the twigs out, but you know, waited for the Kindred ultimate to nearly expire. Gets a pulverized down, but this game was way too close.
It certainly was. As you can see, HYG really picking some good moments here. This was a wonderful fight for Vici, but I feel like unfortunately, as good as this is, we get this not nearly enough times from Vici.
Well, they did this, and they won 3 team fights in a row, and then they just stopped team fighting. And I don't know whether it's credit to HYG for putting the brakes on, or the fact that Vici, they just got a little bit too cautious.
I think I'm willing to go with that one, given Vici's history. Although, absolutely awesome play there from Easy, who did show up on the Twisted Fate. Problem started here, though.
Yeah, when they got hooked, Endless got deleted off the map. You know, S17, he definitely doesn't hesitate. Talking about someone that's willing to go in.
Hey, if you play Poppy and hesitate, you're playing the wrong champion. Let me tell you. And then it was a cleanup here. These team fights were messy.
There were just so many of them. And look, booting 2 members out, booting out your Lucian, booting out the Kindred, just means that they were able to take down the front line relatively easily. And we've seen time and time again, Azir is just so good against Kindred for exactly that reason. Get the heck out of the ulti. But let's have a look. So watch Caveman. He's my MVP. Caveman goes in. Boom. 4 members right there. Ulti resets the fight. They're able to take down S17. Kindred ultimate does come out. Now look, Caveman on top of the Callista. Bang. Ultimate goes down. Able to clean her up. Otherwise, twigs come out. House of Cards collapse. Vici lose one more time. Instead, off the back of some great support play, Caveman able to save that game.
Certainly an awesome looking game there for Vici. And it feels like the bottom lane, not stepping up together, but certainly maybe in one half as Vici. That was just the weirdest way for that game to end. But I think actually, surprisingly, a good thing for Vici.
Yeah, definitely. I actually think that their whole bottom lane stepped up. Endless also had a pretty good performance. So Endless Caveman, take your bow. I've been critical of you all season long, and you came up huge in that last team
Well, a bit of a messy game, but a win nonetheless as Vici are able to take it and get themselves one game closer to those playoffs. We'll find out if they can take it and in what fashion they will. Don't go after the potential last game coming up after the break. And we're back here for our last best of three of the night as we check out the MVP. It was Lung, actually, on the Echo despite your personal vote for Caveman Spawn.
Yeah, and look, Lung had a good game. I just think that Caveman saved it. Like, he honestly saved that last team fight. So, hats off to Lung 4-2-18. Was up huge. Like, monster on Echo. Definitely had a good performance. And yeah, maybe even got his team ahead. But you know what? Didn't win them the game.
Certainly didn't, but maybe Caveman didn't need to save the game, perhaps, as Vici got themselves in a surprisingly precarious position, given that they were up 7k comfortably in the middle of this game. Lung, though, certainly looking good in the team fight, so Vici were looking proactive, and Lung does feel like the member that can push forward and start a lot of this up for his team. Easy Hoon, though, certainly finishing it in style. There's Lung on your screen, still looking pretty serious.
Yeah, and look, I would have a similar expression on my face if I had gone up 7,000 gold, 5 dragons as well, a Baron at the early part of the game, double inhibitors falling. Vici, you had everything in your favor, and you end the game by winning a team fight underneath your 2 Nexus turrets. Like, that is way too close for comfort, and they need to close games out before 33 minutes. That is when gold starts becoming irrelevant, where champions like Azir just scale to the point where they get 3 Sand Soldiers up, your team melts like butter in front of what is a very powerful mid laner out of HYG.
I have to agree, and I think for me, the biggest thing is, you know what, Vici? Potentially your last game you have to play before you push into playoffs. If you win here, you will be in the playoffs. There's lots of good teams you're going to be playing up against. You're expecting to need to make a splash and do well. Send a message to everyone else and actually have a game where you smash a team. HOG are a team you should be able to outclass around the Rift. So if there's ever a time for Vici to come out swinging and go crazy, it's this game.
Yeah, completely agree. Like, even just go their standard lanes, take a 2v2 to them and show that you can actually play a really clean game of League of Legends.
Well, on to the draft though. Vici up a game as Kragus and Thresh are going to be the first bans for Vici. So Thresh being banned away from Shu. Rise and Echo, though, the 2 bans for HYG. So some adjustments already.
Kog'Maw also banned away right now. I like the adjustments, you know, taking away the Echo from Lung. He had such an impressive performance. I still think you need to secure S17 Poppy. So hopefully, fingers crossed, they take Nidalee here. They did not.
Unlucky.
Yep, unlocked.
As that is the Poppy being picked up here for Vici. Pretty quickly there as well. Lung, a very savage Poppy player, so I like the pick all around. Kalista, the last ban from HYG, though. Clearly respecting
you have
the
to do
of the
this,
champion.
right?
Yeah.
If you're Chivin, you have to play Poppy now.
Nidalee?
Nidalee.
Yep. Oh, got you.
Thank you for catching me.
That's fine. I knew what you wanted. I'm always here. Lucian, though, maybe the pick. Certainly impressed by Endless Honor. We'll see if he shows a different carry. Lulu, though, I feel like they have to take it away, and they do, but they also take the Lucian. And now we have problems, perhaps. Because now we could have obvious pick.
Dire problems, because Lulu Lucian is a great core for a composition. Do not get me wrong. But now I don't understand why you banned Echo. Ban Nidalee. That means you get one of them yourself. And he takes Kindred. I am so confused.
Well, looks like Kindred priority here. Alistar up for Caveman as well, so sticking to some of the similar stuff from game number 1. But it's weird. We've actually seen a surprising amount of Nidalee bans, but she has fallen through a few drafts, and the only Nidalee we've seen today has been MLXG. Maybe people just not as up to practice. I don't believe that from Dandy's side, because he's an excellent Nidalee player. But it is a bit weird to see Nidalee get all this attention.
Maybe Dandy just thinks that Chimin's Kindred is better than his Nidalee. And
Maybe.
even though he's better at it, he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm happy to take it. Goes through Locks in his ear. That's no surprise.
Certainly not. Almost won his team the game on it.
Kind of a surprise, actually, because they have a Lulu. So, you know what? I take that back.
The old 1-2.
And a Janna now.
All right. HYG's new plan. You know how we win a team fight? But he's having all of the disengage.
We don't team fight.
In XQ, we trust. It's the Vici Gaming 2015 strategy. I like it. I like it a lot. See if Vici Gaming 2016, though, have any changes to make here for this
That's some
draft.
hard engage.
It was missing. Oh, yes.
That's even more hard engage.
Here we go. Endless has one job.
Hit the Janna with the arrow.
Can't cleanse all of these. Can you go, Sue? I like it. We'll see if they rush it, though. I do like Lissandra, actually, for Easy Hoon. Seems like they were considering it. over the Twisted Fate.
Ash locked in.
Oh, baby. There's the Ash for Endless. Is Caveman going to troll me again? Or are we getting Lysandra this time?
All right, so you asked for a comp that can smash a team. That is a comp that can smash a team.
Freight train ready. Everybody all aboard. We'll see who starts driving. As Vichi's comp is done, that is engage everywhere. Pretty much just Dandy, actually, without an engage option. We'll see what HYG, do they have any more disengage champs to pick? There is Gragas not open, so that's not going to be one. But they found a lot of disengage already with these picks. What else can they find? Because it is Chimin's champion they need, I believe. I'm just so curious. And it is Graves. That's not a disengage pick, but it'll have to do.
Yeah, so they also need some damage to be able to go with what is pretty heavy utility out of Lulu top lane. I'm really worried for HYG this game. Last game they had a really nice composition that they put together. Callista, Thresh, great duo lane. Poppy is your power pick. Graves seeing still a lot of play within the LPL, especially against the likes of Kindred. But right now, when you look at how much brute force power is out of Vici, plus the fact that I think Ash is a great laner, see whether they're able to withstand what should be a much earlier team fighting comp out of Vici.
And I think Lung Poppy, with no Echo available, 17 forced onto Lulu duty, which is a top lane pick. Not something we've seen in quite a while. Work to be done here for HYG, but if they can scale up, that's very strong. Vici, though, this is the kind of comp where they can really finish in style. I guess we're going to find out if they will.
Yeah, exactly right. From Vici, what you want to see if you're a Vici fan, group up around Easy Hoon, Endless, get the arrow down early, clean up team fights, close this one out in very clean fashion. See if they're able to execute on it.
Well, coaches shake hands. We're going to get ourselves into what could be tonight's final game. It's game 2 between Vici and HYG. And we're back for round 2 of Vici versus HYG after a pretty dramatic end to game 1 there for Vici, who are looking to win this game and push themselves into the final playoff spot for Group B. I believe Group A will play out tomorrow to finish off our top 8 playoffs teams for the LPLs. We are coming to a close for the regular season of Split 1.
Yeah, and as far as Group A goes, unless some really wacky stuff happens with the top 3, pretty solid in the way that they're going to match
teams
up.
are locked in there, but not necessarily seeds.
Yeah, teams are locked in. LGD versus Snake is a game that you have to watch. If LGD wins, Snake has a chance to drop down to 3rd. LGD aren't moving anywhere. If Snake win, then QG have a chance to move. Lots of crazy things that are going to happen, but it'll probably be QG, WE, Snake, LGD. Spoilers. I didn't write it. Right.
But you did predict it.
That's my prediction.
The LGD playoff rush.
Which, if you watch Worlds at all, you know are horrible and should never be taken seriously.
Well, let's see. Vici.
Oh, the pigeon.
Oh, it's Azir. I was like, what is that?
Yeah, it's a pigeon.
Which creature? Yes, it's Azir.
Definitely not Azir. That's what I want. I just want the big pigeon suit running around.
Well, we'll see how Easy Who navigates yet another Azir matchup as XQ and Shu got spotted. That is going to cause Vici to bail towards the Wolf Camp. Very smart adaptation here. Is Dandy going to use this smite, though? Doesn't look like it. XQ, though, is going to take out one Sentinel. Doesn't fancy all of them, though. Just takes one of them for a bit of XP. As the Krugs actually shared over. Caveman took the lion's share of that XP.
Yeah, he certainly did. The reason being is they want to try and force S17 away as soon as possible. Lulu, a little bit of a different double jungler.
And now to roam.
And you see they march her directly out of lane.
I like this, actually. Smart stuff, but S17's pieced. Grump in trouble.
Oh, that's why they gave it to him.
Yeah.
He's level 2.
Yeah.
Get in there, son. He's not getting in there.
Why'd he get level 2 then? I'm disappointed.
Go gank mid lane.
That's what I hoped you would do. Now, here we go.
Oh. No, you've been spotted.
Come on, man.
Splinter Cell. Oh.
Forward from HIG.
Yep.
All right. Well, shenanigans called off, unfortunately. But I like the spirit there from Vici. Caveman, feeling frisky after his big All-Star plays at the end of the game.
That was not a shenanigan. That was a shenanigan. He was as good a ninja as Shen. That was not great.
Spotted early.
Spotted early and often.
Much like Shen.
They swap back again. Okay, this makes more sense. HYG swapping back. Endless pushing out. We'll see whether he swaps one more time.
Yep, time to leave. Again, we've talked about Endless and Caveman. Looking better as the games roll on, certainly in team fights, but laning does not seem to be their strong suit. So lane swaps.
Actually, they go get the cull and they get marching back into the 2v2. I said this. If I'm Ash, I like 2v2 laning.
All right, I like it. A bit of a mix-up for Vici.
She has the second highest range of 80 carries behind Caitlyn.
That is true. A bully.
Yeah, and a W. You're back to maxing W because we took some power off the Q.
Thank God. Q-Max was that was oppressive.
Yeah, that was like lose every trade after level 3 if she ever got full stacks.
It was a bad time.
It was kind of like headshot off turrets, right? Because you would just stack it up on the creep wave, walk past the creep wave, and start firing bullets into you.
Well, yeah, back in 2v2s. We'll see how Endless fares.
In saying that, Janna's always destroyed Alistair in lane.
Especially with the Lucian in tow.
Yeah.
So it could be tricky, but I like the spirit of the change regardless for Vici. Easyhoon continuing to take these creep waves out. Shimon getting aggressive on the Scuttle Crab will take it out. And back in topside. Lung actually struggling a bit, but we do expect this a little early on. Lulu, still a good laner.
And the thing about Poppy is with the buckler, it has the benefit of being able to just ignore some ignore some harass from Lulu and just prioritize farm. As Dandy actually very smartly smites away the wolf camp.
Gonna spot Shimon, but doesn't go all the way in. Does back away. But
yeah, Easyhoon disappeared into Fog of War and Shimon had a heart attack.
Not even 6 yet, but getting closer. I think I would as well. Easyhoon, a very good Lysandra player, and a lot of his play on Vici in particular has been how decisive and swift his roaming has been. Keeping Gosu back towards his turret is actually quite nice here in this matchup. But Easyhoon again, all he really wants to do is leave the lane. Go on his heavy farming days. I almost miss them. Almost.
No, I want the Ziggs back. I miss them a lot. S was one of my favorite teams.
There is something very wrong or very right with you. I haven't decided just yet.
Hey, there's a reason Rusty and I get along. Another terrific Ziggs player.
It's true. Oh, Caveman.
Goes in solo.
I like it. Again.
Sending a message.
Definitely got some confidence from the last game. After the big plays. Probably feels robbed of MVP. Wants to try and steal it off of Lung this game.
100% was robbed.
Looking for blue side jungle though now. Vici having a roam. Oh, no. This is the gank we wanted early on. This could be trouble for Gosu.
Gosu.
He's level 6. Lysandra moves in. Oh, good flash. Gosu gets out.
Yeah, so fantastic flash burn there. Also keeps the cleanse, which means that he can maybe get out of a 1v1 with Easyhoon as well.
Has to go back though, so pressure there. Easyhoon's going to let the wave fall back and then trim these all out.
Caveman further swatted to where he's MVP. He's like, damn it, Gosu, just let me kill you. I need this, man. I need this more than you.
Falls back to the Krugs though. And the sort of take these out. He's a little bit down on CS. XQ's gone back as well for a quick cull. So standard stuff here from the AD carries. As dueling skirmisher sabers. I like them. But also expected. Dandy also going for the early Hunter's Potion. Something I've noticed. Kindreds in particular seem to like.
Yeah, it's just because you always want to be full health anytime there's like a Graves on the other team. And Hunter's Potion is that thing on especially Kindred. You just take one camp, you just pop a charge. And she never goes below any health. You always have enough free when you go into lanes for ganks. It's not the most gold efficient thing, but if you keep it for long enough and you use it well, Hunter's Potion can keep you topped off. As you can see, Dandy, a little bit under, goes for an invade, just wants to be topped off.
Roaming into this Raptor camp though, because it does have a mark on it, but it's already taken by Chimin, I believe. Dandy though will find the pink ward. Certainly was taken by Chimin. He's going to pop the Raptor sense and clear that ward out for himself. Also has a pink ward there, so a bit extraneous, but he'll be okay.
So many sweeping devices.
In League One, as it turns out. So overkill, but still gets the ward.
I'm a results-oriented man.
That's true. He got what he needed.
He did.
Doesn't matter. It's not about the resources you commit.
Oh, Endless takes 2 really, really nice Qs from XQ there.
Even Shu getting in there with some of the auto attacks from the Janna. For an ancient coin, I haven't seen that item in a while. Usually favored for Soraka's, but to be fair, John has been absent as well from the LPL.
Well, you can understand why they need it when you look at the hard engage, but might not actually go for the upgrade. Could potentially turn into, well, you're in trouble.
Oh, good arrow there. XQ absolutely in trouble. Dandy going to try and chase him down, but the flash might be enough. Dandy, he's going to move his way forward to try and take him out. Graves down there to protect, though. XQ lucky to be alive.
So in the end, Dandy actually burning an additional summoner spell there, probably not needed. Chimin also arrives inside, was able to give over the blue buff to Gosu maybe a little bit quicker than they expected. Therefore, be there for a counter gank. And XQ even sticking around.
Easy Hoon is going to farm this out. Oh, very well played. The man does farm absolutely gorgeously. As Gosu's going to get his pink ward.
You should see him farm on Ziggs.
Maybe I should. It's been a while.
Has been paid.
Don't miss the champion. But he'll be back at one point, I'm sure. There's Long, still in the top lane, hanging out.
I always thought it was kind of silly that we gave Ziggs an escape, because it means that if he's ever strong enough to be a meta, he's way too safe. And therefore, like, completely busted.
Unfortunately, too many Xerath, Varus, Lux running around for poor Ziggs.
Yeah, well, like, but that's the thing, right? They're all stronger damage-wise, but don't have the safety that he has. Whereas Ziggs, when he was strong, did more damage than all of those champions and had Satchel to get himself out of tricky situations. And a slow from Hextech Minefield.
Curious champion, the old Ziggs.
And side wave will clear of a gangplank. I like Ziggs a lot. He's actually one of my most played.
I was not a Ziggs player.
Ziggs and AP Cog. AP Cog is also fantastic.
You too. Dirty AP Cog players.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, you play Lux, man. I don't know what the difference between Lux and AP Cog is.
Yeah, I guess I can't talk.
As he goes in.
Easy in looking for it. Gosu locked up, but there's a cleanse.
Oh,
goes wide, and that's it.
that was a lot of people. That was an arrow as well. Bless you. As we actually saw pretty much every member out of Vici roam into that mid lane. And that's what this comp is designed to do, right? I think that Gosu is not the right person to do it on. They should be trying to get deep vision behind the bottom lane turret and use it on XQ, who has no summoner spells right now. Bless you again. However, they go for the play in the mid lane, get a summoner spell for it.
Well, I like, again, the go buttons on this comp. Definitely allow Vici to make more proactive plays. Haven't quite worked out yet, as we have had no first blood, but not without trying. As both bottom lane and mid lane have all almost resulted in some kills. Dandy, though, still happy to farm up on the Kindred. Doing nicely on the early CSing, but Chimin keeping up on Graves as well. As Endless is casually farming away. In fact, there's been a lot of that this game in the first 11 minutes or so. Although Long, he's going to get aggressive, finally getting a bit more tankiness with the Spectre's cow early on. Can start fighting Lulu a little bit more, who is going for Frost Queen's claim.
Yeah, we see this a lot out of Lulu. Frost Queens into another CDR item, get the 30% cooldown reduction. It's very important to be able to get multiple spell rotations out of Lulu into something like a Lich Bane, Deathcap, Void Staff. Doesn't really need a defensive item, just for the fact that when you have 30% cooldown reduction, you can put so many shields on yourself. There's now Dandy potentially looking for a gank on the bottom lane. Everyone's coming.
Hey, man, another big play, but XQ, he's going to get aggressed on here. Dandy also looking for it. Chimin actually stunned up again, but XQ's going to get tagged by so many slows. Dandy moves in. The arrow's true. And XQ, he's going to get taken out. The first blood does go to Kindred. TP not there. Dandy pops the ulti just to be safe. And the Hoon's here just for backup.
And they're hitting all the creeps inside Dandy's ultimate. None of them are dying. Why won't you die, creeps? But in the end, they do pick up a kill onto XQ. Much better target prioritization this time around. Should have been the AD carry all along. And they're able to pick up first blood, and they'll translate that into a lot of pressure on the bottom lane turret.
Maybe even the turret itself, although Endless probably no time to take it out. Looks like he's going to back off, but that's good money to spend. Great arrow from Endless, honestly, to ensure that that kill...
Long.
I actually assumed it was on cooldown. That's how long he held it for.
Didn't want to burn it. He was like, can I kill this person without using ultimate? Because that means that he can get double summoner spells out of him again. But in the end, did need to burn it. And when he did, that was pinpoint accuracy.
Looking good. Vici starting to make a few more plays. Gold still even, actually, because it's just been a lot of farm back and forth. But those are the types of things they need to look for this game. It was nice to see them coordinate very well for that particular play. I'm actually surprised Vici don't play more Ashe, because they feel like the kind of team that like wants to set up for that perfect play and is really good at executing once they've set up. And Ashe is a great champion for a lot of these big setup sort of team fights.
Yeah, I can see that. I like giving utility to AD carries, especially AD carries that like are pushing AD carries. That's why I like when Vici plays Sivir a lot. Utility AD carry that pushes very well. Ashe feels a similar vein. Instead of running really quickly, she just stops one person in the track, kind of the opposite. And Endless so far is playing it pretty well.
Looking good. As Gosu, he's going to get his blue buff.
He's getting boots of swiftness for XQ. That's a pretty key pickup against an
It
Ashe.
certainly is. You can see struggling there as he dashes away from Endless. Caveman also wanted to continue his aggression. Arrow back up for Endless, so maybe can try some harass here. But a little tricky with Shu's ultimate almost coming back up as well.
Chimin once again visiting the bottom lane. So much pressure so far. Means that Dandy will cross map, grab a red buff for his trouble. Actually, no, they're going for a dive on the top lane.
I love it. Although I think Ghost already knows now. He certainly does as Dandy hops straight into vision. Ghost is going to spot Easy Hoon as well, and that's good damage early on. They're calling out on bottom side, though, with the Giant Shield on. Does get Caveman a little low, but Long proxying this away. They might get the turret out of it. S17 will survive by the looks of things. And Chimin is going to try for the trade. He'll take Dragon.
So that's good for Chimin. He's able to take away Dragon. That will slow down Sata Devourer on the Kindred, especially, but proxying a wave off top lane, also quite good. Is it? Here we go.
S17 going to get aggressed on by Long, but he doesn't carry him to the tower for a stun. Eats a tower hit for his trouble, but here's Dandy once again. Fortunately, again, HYG know exactly where Dandy is. S17 going to try and play it safe, but now Dandy's going to catch him between the turrets. Good wild growth, flashes out of the way, but Dandy is going to keep chasing. Last Q forward, and that's a kill.
I talk about this all the time on Kindred. Burn your flash early and then get your zone down to be able to continually chase with your Q. Once again, great play out of Dandy. Just willing to burn the summoner spell, put the investment in, picks up a clean kill. That's a second lane that he's able to win. He picks up the kill one more time for it. So even though he's getting out-farmed by this Graves, certainly being efficient around the map.
Nice and active. That's what we like to see from Vici, and in particular from Dandy. Gold again still even. So Dandy not getting his team massively far ahead as a result, but applying pressure, getting Devourer stacks. It's all good news for Kindred. And that's a nice thing. If you play good League of Legends, you're rewarded with Devourer stacks at the end of the day. You don't need to force to get them, although this Rift Herald could start turning things around on the objective front. Dandy will be happy with the stacks as well. So
I say that all the time. Kindred actually farms a jungle quick enough that you don't have to go out of your way to get Devourer stacks. She's one of the few junglers that actually just farms so naturally on her way to gank. Like, you're swinging past top, you can stop for their Krugs. We see Dandy do it all the time. Just somersault over the wall, you don't lose all that much health. You do it relatively quickly. Then you can go for your gank. So really like how he's played the Kindred so far. Just naturally pathing towards aggressive plays and being able to make it work whilst getting stacks.
It's got a Hex Drinker now as well, so things looking up for Kindred as we've actually had recalls in bottom side. Also, XQ returning, I believe, although I think he might have stayed for a wave. Because I can't imagine there's that much of a discrepancy in the items. As Dandy once again looks for a catch, kind of finds Chimin, but S17 chased down as well. Chimin actually the next target. Ulti's going to miss there as that's a flash out of the Graves. Vici thinking about a dive, but good chunkage down onto HYG's duo here in the top lane.
Yeah, and one more time, you just have to look at how much damage this guy is doing.
Oh,
Wow.
Easy Hoon. Surprise. Oh, never mind. No surprise.
I was about to say, he tried to burn the cleanse by like bluffing it out, and Gosu nearly killed him for it.
Easy Hoon actually pretty low, so going to have to use those refillable potion charges. Does nab the cannon with an E. Never one to miss a cannon. Not if you can help it. And Dandy still being an absolute terror in this top half of the jungle. There's so many pings in bottom lane. Dandy gets smokescreen though. Sees Chimin. Doesn't find S17.
Another wave proxied. Even more farm going over to Long. Sometimes it's not even about the ganks. It's just passively helping out your top laner with the presence up there. That means 10 CS and so much damage done to the turret.
Good catch there by Caveman actually. Just gets Lucian out of a dash.
Oh, wow, they're going roller. Okay, so that's a little bit more AP, a little bit more health onto S17, but a heck of a lot more scaling. They need this game to go for a long time for that item to pay for itself.
And going to be quite late here, given that he did go Frost Queens, which he has finished now. Vici, though, not a team that applies a tremendous amount of early to mid-game pressure, so philosophically, I like what's going on here.
Yeah, but you say normally, that's when they don't play Ashe. You feel that they have to pull the trigger earlier.
Oh, great arrow onto Shu. Following from Caveman. Easy Hoon gets in for the alley-oop, and that's a massively dead Janna. Chimin now going to get chased down by Dandy as XQ's actually caught out on the other side. Double kill for Endless, and all of a sudden things open straight up as S17's going to die as well. Triple kill for Endless. And Lamb's Respite saves his life. Easy, who not done, going to chase in onto Gosu. Looks for the W. Great flash, actually, from Gosu to get out from under it. But what did we just say?
Yeah, the damage is already done. Endless pulls the trigger, picks up 3 kills. They're going to take bottom lane turret as well. All of a sudden, that is a huge lane lead for Vici. 3,000 gold. They're not done. Shoving into mid lane. And all off the back end of another great snipe.
I almost flipped the desk because that 7 looked like a 2 when I glanced up at it. But still a good lead here for Vici as they look for mid lane. Gosu, though, is going to keep them at bay and clean this out. But what an execution there on the bottom side for Vici. Steal the blue buff away as well. And all of a sudden, Endless, he's set up to carry a game. And that is a good thing for Vici.
And all of it, like the decisive play, we spoke about it already. They seem more decisive when they want to team fight. Give them a carry like Ashe, Sivir. They just fit their playstyle so well at the moment. Izzyhoon's still farming up an absolute storm in this mid lane right on the clock. Credit to Ghost, who's actually ahead. So you can't really blame Easyhoon for being down, but great roams around the map means that his team's ahead. It's 5-0. And honestly, HYG, with the exception of that dragon, have been cross-mapped all game.
Here's the Hoon again onto S17, who does get the wild growth down, but the damage, I think, is enough here. Long tries to carry him towards the wall, but can't finish it off. Tower dive unsuccessful, but they are going to take the turret for it.
Yeah, exactly right. Depends how you define success. Is it just a gold lead that you care about? If yet, you don't even care if you get the kill. They take down another turret. Now Danny in trouble, however.
No ulti could be trouble here, but XQ can't quite follow in with the dive. Shu, Jana not really a massively diving champion.
The difference between Braum Alistair that we normally see in the LPL and Jana was just made very evident.
All right, Endless, throw the arrow down bottom lane. Dandy's got it. No, they're going to make their way down there instead. Dandy, they will clean this out. Getting health back from the W means he's actually pretty safe still. Lamb's Respite not up for a little while longer. As Endless, it does stay actually to keep Azir off this turret. 2 turrets now to 0. Pressure starting them out for Vici, and HYG actually just a dragon to their name as far as advantages go.
Yeah, and this has been a much more reserved HYG early game. Standard lanes, they fished for it because they had the Lucian Jana lane, but they haven't been able to really convert it into anything. Now Dragon going to go down. That's even more Devourer stacks. And Dandy very much on his way into this game. Oh.
The Hoon again. Straight in onto Ghost, who actually forces to cleanse. Ulti hits. Caveman goes in with a flash. Headbutt back. Oh, everyone dodges the ulti somehow. Ghosty will get out. But Lung took out Lucian somewhere in the middle of it all. And Dandy looking for a tower dive. Shu is awfully juicy looking. As Dandy dives in, gets the Lamb's Respite down, does complete the dive and take out the Jana Razir. Can't make it into the Lamb's Respite to live. And Dandy, he will fall down as Chimon's able to take him out, but Endless can attack Chimon. There's that 17 moving in for the double. And Vici going off this game.
Vici are so bloodthirsty this game. 9 kills in 21 minutes. Able to take another turret. Let's take another look at this. Gosu gets locked up once again. They're baiting him into the arrow. Another one nails. Flash pulse straight away. Get him back from underneath that turret. XQ just gets destroyed on the side. And then the aggressive play continues. Able to dive the turret. Smite comes out. Able to take him down. Dandy, you did everything right here. You stay within your ult. You get the heal. You get out. You skirt the edge. Then for some reason you go back in.
Good slow from Endless though. As it long swoops in for the double straight towards the end. 3-0 up now in turrets. 10-1 up in kills. And I joked about it before, but the lead is real massive now. 5k up for Vici.
And it's a Hurricane build. I love this build so much on Ashe. Stacks her Q so efficiently. Pretty much use that thing on cooldown. As we have a teleport behind them.
Easy Hoon, he wants it. Oh my god, that arrow.
They're not even going to use the ulti.
He just really wanted the kill, and that's what he got. Baron now started potentially for Vici. They are going to start it.
Just get Dandy in the pit. He's going to absolutely tear this apart.
He's going to get Devourer stacks. We're doing it.
Look at how
Needs one more.
Endless is killing it as well.
The 17 going to get slowed up there. Decent poke there from XQ, but they're going to turn things around. S17 goes down to Long. They're going to try and complete the Baron. Chimon moves in and he will get the steal. But HYG lose 2. In fact, make it 3. Shu's already dead.
Yeah, so Shu was dead already. Good job out of Chimon to steal the Baron. Hats off to you. Honorable mention in the footnote of what is a very bloody history being written right now for Vici. That's kind of like when a commander leads a glorious charge, gets one dude, and everyone else is just destroyed. Right now, they do have not as much pushing power as they should because you don't have the Baron. They're going to have to reset the map.
You know what? I'll take it. It's proactive play from Vici. You know what? They're saying 20-minute ban. We got that. Jimin, maybe shouldn't have stolen it. Dandy, in a rare display of Smite misplay,
Frozen
does actually lose
still
it.
available from Easy Hoon.
Oh, yeah,
They probably should have happened on the other side of the wall.
Did Dandy allow just bite there as well?
Yeah, I'm going to say he did. So, you know, but beggars can't be choosers every time. You know what? I'm proud of them. They made the aggressive play.
I am too, and that's been definitely the change we wanted to see here for Vici. Although they do have to kind of wait out the Baron. HYG will buy some good time for themselves.
I just think they arrow someone, right?
I mean, given the trend of this game, yes.
They can't push into it, but if they just make them come out into the open one more time, like HYG right now, they got the Baron, great. They need to actually use it to take some turrets. As soon as they try and do that, the game plan has not changed all of that much.
Well, Blue Buff also looking to go to Endless, I think. Maybe some shorter arrow cooldowns. It's got to steal it away from Gosu and do successfully do it. As Dandy still skirting around mid lane, trying to find a pick he likes. Swoops in with his own recurve bow as the Morty is finished.
Probably also going for Hurricane.
That's what I was hoping. I do like it. Double Hurricanes. That's actually a pretty crazy amount of damage from the 280 carries. Lots of good zoning. I can see it. It's coming together. I like it.
I really like this team comp out of Vici. I think that they have solid lanes, a really good ganking jungler, and a lot of late game prowess, and they can just fight whenever they want.
Well, Endless looking to shove down that bottom side of the map. Arrow down, finds Gosu, forces a cleanse. Caveman follows in. Damage is there. The play made to the bottom lane. Vici, Endless flashes forward. He does get the kill onto Gosu, and I'm such a proud father.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want. This is the bottom lane of Vici going absolutely bonkers. We said if there's a game for them to step up, it is against Hyper Youth Gaming. This is, by the way, like their chance to get into the playoffs. Sure, Hyper Youth Gaming, they're not the best team in the LPL, but they're still not done.
Certainly made a fight at game one, but Vici might make a massacre of game two as Easy Hoon's already all the way in. Lung going to take out Shu there on the other side. XQ very low, barely gets himself to safety, but Vici have already broken the base. It's bot and hit gone straight down.
Yeah, exactly right. Once again, decisive play. Easy Hoon flies in there. They're still not done skirting the outside of this fight. Dandy will wait for a hop, get over the wall. They break open the base. The Baron inhibitor is down. And there's not much HYG can do at this stage.
Sweeping up vision as well. Lung, though, can't clear the last pink ward. XQ chasing him down. But the arrow's there. It's dangerous to go into the jungle like this for HYG. Dandy going to seal a Gromp on the way out. Vici, fall back, ready for a dragon in 40 seconds.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to stick around for that one. They'll just get a recall in first. Go pressure the top side of the map. Bottom wide open. Lulu's always been relatively poor at knocking down these creeps. That's why you see so many Lulus go for the Lich Bane. And yeah, HYG, they put up such a good fight game one, page time, but game two looks like Vici's class starting to shine through.
Yep, much more in control of this game, and it has been Endless and his 506 Ashe. That's really been the star of the show so far. Lung also quietly 506. Managed to pick up a huge game for himself once again.
Oh, yeah, but let's set the tone. How hard is it really to just swoop in and pick up the kills once they've been neatly presented to you by what have been some of the finest arrows to be seen on Summoner's Rift? Of course, Lung also has solo killed many people, so maybe I'm a little bit biased right now.
Danny did stick around for that dragon as well, but that's an easy take for him. Well and truly stated already, so doesn't need it, as IE is now done for Endless. That Infinity Edge going to bolster stats in a massive way. And now all of a sudden, you know, Ashe, it's kind of okay. 1 and 2 items. You get some stuff done. You got good utility. Now the pain really starts.
Yeah, she does so much damage. Lung wanted it one more time.
Caveman also still trying to win that MVP. 0-0-14. An excellent Alistar game this go around. Dandy, the feeder, at one death, haunting him for the rest of the game.
And he didn't even die in the fight. He died to the turret, trying to hold it for as long as possible to his team. So what a glorious way to die in what is a whitewash.
And HIG is struggling really to find anything in this game. It is just that kill on Dandy, which their tower claimed for them.
Yeah, they start spreading them thin now, moving towards the top lane. Creeps are already in bottom lane. They spot him out. Where is it?
I love this from Endless. Being very cheeky. Oh, Easy Hoon. I thought he was going straight in. QSS maybe makes that not a thing.
Base is under fire already.
Oh, look at this. This is quite the tower.
Haha!
Look, Danny remembers this one. Didn't like how it ended. There's the mini wave they wanted, though. Looks like they're just going to take out this tier 2. And maybe rotate up top side and take that one out.
They're
there we
picking
go.
out Graves. Run, Jimin!
He does have to run.
You will not safe anywhere against this composition. Their engage is so long. Kind of like how we were talking about EDG with the Bard, the Twisted Fate, that you have to really ward your flanks and make sure you're careful.
Oh, damage. Dandy not there, though. Was actually busy on a mark toward the Gromp of in HYD's jungle. Does get it.
He's got his Hurricane as well.
So damage is there. Gold lead massive, almost at 10k, sitting about 8,500 right now. Scuttle Crab goes down, just keeps getting better for them. We talked about it. It's the class and how they close this game that may be the real important one. They've got a huge lead. Bottom lane pressure already showing off a lot more aggression this go around. And from this point onwards, it's not too much further for them. I guess I'm just curious to see in the manner in which they finish this game. Because HYG, again, they will hold on. No matter what happens.
100%. They're not going anywhere. They are stalwart in their defense of this red side base. But I completely agree with you. I want to see Vici just pull the trigger, go top lane now, roll the dice, or start up this Baron straight away. Make sure that you're staying aggressive. Because that's what really separates like brilliant teams from good teams.
Easy Hoon teleport, perhaps. We've got plenty of wards in that red side jungle to go to. There's a big juicy mark on the Baron as well for Kindred, just in case it wasn't delicious looking enough. Jig's up.
Yeah, it just started up then.
No, wait. Bottom side pressure from
See,
Supers
this is
as well.
confusing me. This is too cute. They've got a Lulu in the base cleaning it out. Top lane's already prepped. Just start up the Baron.
They do echo your sentiment. They'll start it up now. Only one Scrying Orb left, and it is Gosu's. Shimon, though, I think they can almost see him. He's actually in the base, and this Baron's absolutely dead. I agree. They should have started it already. It would be dead.
And here comes potentially an arrow. No, Inhib is back up. They will march themselves into top lane. Easy Hoon still chilling in the base.
Peace out now, though. He's like, all right. Wasn't needed for the teleport.
He was like, you owe me 3 creep waves. I stayed here. You told me there was a teleport play to be had.
I was lied to.
You lied.
Make the man angry and deny his farm. It's not a good time. Easy Hoon, though, is plotting in towards mid lane. Lung is very tanky. Next Q, not realizing this, does throw the culling at him. Endless jukes all the boards towards the end somehow. Poor range nerf, hurting culling just a bit. Arrow in. Doesn't find one, but gets a flash for it. All right, try again in a minute.
Exactly right. Send Lung back to base, get his health back. Because he took a heck of a lot. They're not done here. They actually want to fight HYG. We've seen Vici maybe throw this away before.
Surprised Danny didn't just turn around and shoot him. Gosu's struggling to fight these super minions. Does put up a tower, though. They will hold till the last man.
This is like Helm's Deep level defense right now coming out of HYG. They are 11,000 gold down. They're waiting for the 7th day.
And now recalls Dragon. Money to be spent. Vici not going too crazy to try and end this game. Playing, again, a little bit more Vici on the tail end of this game, but they do want to be a bit careful. I can understand, given that this is your playoff game, or playoff game that pushes you into playoff.
Long missed the memo.
Yeah. Lung's trying. Oh, here we go. It was all a ruse. Good ulti, actually. Arrow goes wide, though. And now XQ's going to turn things around, but the Hoon's going to dive straight forward into a massive 4-man snare. Ults himself in the middle of the fight. And this is a whitewash here. A double kill in there for Easy Hoon. Chimin getting chased down by Dandy. He's going to flash straight after him and tumbling with the Q. Hail of arrows indeed. Shot straight into the back to a crit. And HYG, I think this might be game.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Vici run over the top of HYG in game number 2. We thought it was going to happen earlier. 18-1, 13,000 in 32 minutes. We said win before 35. They do exactly that.
They do, and the Hoon makes a big play there. Ganazoni's in the front lines as well, just to zone them off. Lamb's respite, just for a bit more nuisance. And Vici are going to claim themselves the Nexus and the victory, and most importantly, they earn their spot in playoffs.
Yeah, 100%. So Vici, congratulations. You see them on the screen there. Danny just going to wipe off his hands. HYG, disappointing split, but a team that has started to improve, very much on the rise. You have to say that looking forward to seeing them play off against some of the LSPL teams and try and secure themselves a spot back in the LPL summer.
Yep, but it was Vici that come up big there in that game in the way we wanted to see them in as well. Endless. Damn, son, on the Ash. Looking absolutely sick.
Yeah, really actually surprised by Endless's Ash. The decisiveness in which he was pulling the triggers, especially the first turret dive where they were able to pick him up a triple kill. It was just really nice to see players shake hands on stage. F17, actually, player to watch in the future. I really like him.
There's a couple hanging out, some of these lower tier LPL / top tier LSPL teams. Certainly lots of talent in the region, but today Vici will claim the last win of Group B, actually. That's the group done. Vici will finish 4th, and most importantly for them, in the playoffs for so long. I feel like the upsets were real.
Yeah.
Vici, they do solidify it.
And they left their run so late. This was a team that was very much in danger of missing out, and you have to take their hats off. When their season was on the line, they were able to pull it back. But I want to see if they can do anything in playoffs now. This is a team that is stacked with talent. Easy Hoon, Dandy, Lung, that is such a good top end of the map. You could throw that on any team, and 2 out of 3 of the players would be fantastic. But as we take a look at today's games.
These are the results of today. 2-1 there over IG for Royal, who do secure first. OMG losing 0-2 to EDG actually ruins their playoff berth, as Vici were able to claim the last result here, 2-0 HYG, and secure themselves the final spot in playoffs. Group B, we've talked about it for weeks. It was very stacked. I think it kind of ended how we expected towards the end of the week.
Yeah, I think so. As we actually take a look at the standings, it will be Vici securing 3rd place, Invictus 4th, as you said, Royal and EDG 1 and number 2 in that group.
EDG couldn't quite clinch first. Royal proved far too resilient with a very good record, finishing first. Overall, actually, not just in that group, but based on current score for the first time ever for the org. We talked about Group B being awesome. Those are 4 very scary playoff teams.
Yeah, they certainly are, and this is what we were always saying. If LGD didn't get it together, we knew that Snake were inconsistent. They became even more so when they added Tank. We knew that QG was going to struggle, but wow, this is a good way to end the split.
Here comes the juice. Last match to Group A and for the split of the regular season. And WE Xiaogu to kick things off. Snake LGD for a battle there of 2 very strong-looking teams. And EPA M3 to round it all off. Pretty mixed day, but should be a whole lot of fun. And again, the important thing is, Group B, we've seen the different teams play. This is where spots were really determined. For Group A, we've known pretty much who is going to make playoffs because the group is much more polarizing, especially at the top and bottom of the standings. But seed is still important here. There are a couple of spots that can't move, but certainly some that can. We'll determine all of that tomorrow.
Yeah, so the only spot that cannot move is LGD. They are 4th. So if you are 3rd place, which is now Invictus Gaming, no, Vici. So Vici versus LGD. Oh, goodness, Vici, what have you done? That is, no one wants to play LGD right now. They're on a 6-game winning streak in the best of 3, so 6 series altogether, sorry. So they're 4th. The rest of the teams can move. Snake can move up into 1st. If they beat LGD and QG lose, WE can move to 2nd. If the reverse happens, there are just so many teams that can move around in this group.
And I like that a lot of things change in the LPL, but LGD, you know, shaky start to a season. Feel like, oh crap, we have to make playoffs. What happens? They sneak in the final
and we
spot.
get in
every year.
We get in so much trouble to, like, you know, all they do is talk about how LGD don't try. It's not that they don't try, it's that they peak at the right point. They were bad. Anyone that watched LGD play the game, no one was trying to make excuses for them. They just were outright playing bad League of Legends. Go back and watch last week's games versus week 1's game. Tell me it's the same squad.
I mean, even EDG, a team that now look to be on the rise and back in position for maybe best team in the LPL, especially moving into playoffs, have to be a team to watch. Even they had some struggle games.
At least
in the
they were
early
playing
weeks.
with Fire Lolly. Like, what was LGD's excuse? Like, oh, we picked up Myron and Amy, 2 strict upgrades over the roles that we had. Like, when you pick up the MVP of Worlds, you expect to do better than you did last split, not come last in your group. And they were dead last in their group for 4 weeks.
LGD, man. When the playoffs are on the line, when there is a playoff spot to be clinched, if it is the last possible spot, LGD, so that's our spot.
They
That's
swoop
the
in.
one we
That is the
want.
one that they want. They want to do it tough. Remember, LPL is a gauntlet style. Depending on your seed, they lose a game advantage in a best of 5 now going up against Vici. They have to battle their way through 3 other teams to get first, if that is what they want, and represent FSI. It is hard to go through playoffs as a bottom tier team in the LPL, and LGD do it every time.
They just, I don't know, gluttons for punishment perhaps. LGD, interesting team to watch. It's certainly one we'll be looking at in playoffs because their recent record has been good. We'll see what their form is tomorrow when they play up against Snake and a team that's maybe getting it together. Snake, they're such a weird team because usually they're a very good regular season team. Playoffs not so much. Maybe reverse this time. We'll find out. But Endless on the Ash, MVP.
Yeah, well deserved. The damage share, not really up there, but look at their kill participation. Able to just line people up with the arrows, take them out one at a time.
It's all about ultimate contributions there, I think. Endless definitely actually facilitating, which is a rare thing for Endless. That's the one criticism has always been.
How was his pose?
I know, thank you. It's not he should, come on. Yeah, that would be better. We got to level up these poses. Rookie had the best, certainly, as we are going to look through the highlights here. Endless had a lot of them as well. This dribble cut under the tower. Wonderful team effort here for Vici on the dive. But every arrow, every volley, it all rang true. Boom.
Yeah, this arrow was that good that EasyHoom was like, should I ulti? I don't even need to ulti. Waits out the damage, picks himself up a kill. This was very deep out of the duo lane.
Look at this flash.
Flashing over, healing.
Oh.
Definitely deserved that MVP.
I never thought I'd see that. And if Endless flash us forward in the game and they win, he probably deserves MVP.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, they set the tempo for the rest of the map. The ability to continually start up team fights in that bottom lane and just, they never took a backward step. And that was a lane that HYG matched.
And I will say, good performance from Endless. Vici looking strong. Curious to see what their playoff run will look like. But there was a moment at the end of that game, and I'll never forget it, because there's always one. There was an EasyHoon moment. What a ridiculous initiation by Lissandra to finish that game.
Swoops in, gets the 4-man ultimate on himself. Like, so ult up, Ring of Frost, ult up himself. Yep. Just
EasyHoon. And I think the Lissandra is something they needed a bit more of, you know, like wanted to get aggressive. They needed a playmaker. Feel like Twisted Fate can do that, but it's not quite the same. The engage tools are there. Vici's points of power are very clear, and when they all come together, that's the kind of game we expect. Granted, it's not, you know, EDG or LGD that's getting absolutely smashed in that game, but Vici needed to show up there, and they do show up in the last game.
They needed to prove that they could be decisive. That was all they needed to prove, that their decision-making has improved to the point that when they see openings, they are willing to take them, because they were doing it start of game 1, then as the game went on longer and longer, they slowed the pace. This time, with the initiation that they needed, they were able to keep up that frantic pace of League of Legends and run over the top of HYG. And there was like 2 minutes where I was like, oh no, they've forgotten how to do it. But then they pulled the trigger one more time and they're able to smash them in the end.
Well, that's Group B done. Remember, for the regular season, we have our playoffs teams. How are you feeling about Group B, Spawn? Because, again, lots of strong teams. I feel like we've seen a lot from different organizations. Did we end the teams in the right place? Do we feel like the power's weighted properly?
I almost feel like OMG had the miracle run for a young team and just missed out a little bit. So would have loved to see them sneak in. But yeah, I think that when we looked at this, people would have expected EDG, RNG, Vici, and then IG to be in the next tier. So I do think we've ended up where we thought we would be, but OMG, so close.
And just look at this group. 3 teams tied in the exact same record. And one of them had to miss playoffs. It was OMG, unfortunately. HYG, 1 of 15 to end the season. Not ideal, but, you know, they've definitely shown us a lot of strong games and good moments from them. Group B, it was the stack group. We'll have the rest of Group A tomorrow, but these are very exciting playoff teams. RNG and EDG especially.
Yeah. They're the two
strong
to watch.
contenders.
I honestly think that the whole thing aside, when you look at how the playoffs are shaping up, they're the 2 favorites to win it all. And they're sitting in the same group. Think that LGD you can have a look at and maybe throw the dice in there. QG if they get it together. But right now, the favorites should be RNG and EDG.
Well, certainly looking strong. And Group B does end today as we do wrap up day 3 of the last week of the regular season. We do have a day left, though, so join us tomorrow for that. And we'll move into playoffs sometime after that. Thank you very much for joining us. For myself, Spawn, for Oscuro, who was on earlier, and our entire live production crew. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the last day of the regular season.